anyone. They get their way on to leave, and they find the pick that they needed. A massive shutdown goes the way of LGD.
That's Baron!
That's Baron buff to them. That's the whole gold lead erased in an instant. One mistake from Leave, one trigger pull from Hung, and LGD get themselves right back into it.
I wish we could zoom in on Lee's character portrait. He has Flash still available. And now EDG, all of the gold, the shutdown going over to LGD. Xiaohao with the steal.
Going in for it, not going to find it. Double knockup comes through from Crisp, and this fight is gonna go from bad to worse for EDG. ZDZ trying to cut through him with the
without some big tools, at least in the Weaver's Wall and the heals being burned by Perugia, as well as that flash.
And Wembo's ending the game.
Up and, yeah, you have to deal with the Yorick at some point, and they're just going to pull the Baron and do it now. Oh,
ZDZ's recalled. He has to teleport into this. Baron's at 5,000.
Oh, Temper Fate comes in on Xiaohao. They want to try to burn the Baron while he's gone. It's going to be enough. That's going to be the Baron gone. And now it's going to be Wenbo pushing it for the game while EDG get collapsed on by the other 4 members of BLG. One big hit onto him. Maybe they get the catch out there. Depth charge coming through. They have damage back. Shun's getting low, but Xiaohao finds the hit there. Wenbo's still trying to end the game. Is EDG going to have enough left to give? Wenbo gets the solo bolo, and Wenbo's going to finish the game. The Yorick comes from death itself and finds BLG a 1 game in this series. 1-1, we're going to 3.
He reads to me right now. We were seeing Wenbo not being able to really set up. They're going to try to long chase onto ZDZ. He has flash if he needs it.
Oh, he just says, bring it, bro.
Oh!
He just takes him down, looking for the 1 and 2. He's going to find it. ZDZ said, come again, bro. People.
It is the Wild Wild West, Michelle.
Oh, they're actually going to make a play on a YCX here. A wall bang comes through on a Fungyue. Fungyue gets dragged back in. He's going to have to do something to get himself out as he gets impaled through. 4-man knockup, and he's still alive. He's still alive. Okay, he finally dies, but that means NIP have already won the fight when all of the focus goes to the support. Shear's trying to make a hero play, but he just gets put down in the dirt. The yellow card comes through. The FPX emote comes up. A trick.
Oh, in goes a flash. Tarzan looking for the backline, finds the cease and desist on Nagala, and Shanks is there to follow it up. It's a double kill for the Silas, and Xiaoshu's not able to do enough on the backline. A triple kill for Shanks. 2 members still up. A quadra kill. They're gonna give it over. A pentakill.
Welcome back, friends, to the unofficial LPL English broadcast here on the LPL English Twitch and YouTube channels. Yanni and company going to be bringing you all the action, well, at least the first game, first set of action today. Is we have a sneaky banger day, Cubby, kicking things off in Nirvana with NIP and Weibo Gaming. And then the last two series of the day, EDG, WE, and Thundertalk, JDG. Honestly, pretty good slate.
Yeah, excited for today. Of course, two teams in Group Nirvana that didn't expect to be there from last split, kicking things off. Got Legacy Brands and Group Ascend going up against each other in EDG versus WE as well, which I'm excited for. And then TT's been honestly making a push to be one of at least a competitive team in Group Ascend. I think a lot of people had them bottom two of that group, but showing they're being a little bit more of a pest / can win games, win series. You know, Elk said may or may not be taking TT later today against JDG, as Elk will be on that series. Looking at the standings, Yanni, anything stand out to you early on between our two groups?
Well, I think the biggest standout has to be BLG at 4-0, but 8-4 in games scored. This team has literally been one game away each series from potentially being 0-4. And typically, you know, when you see it through sports or even League of Legends, that streak is hard to keep up. It doesn't really last when you're going to 3 games every single series.
It doesn't, but BLG's, I mean, they're coming off a really busy competition schedule. Obviously, the top lane revolving door this split might have revolved or involved players that are in this series. It might have revolved behind the scenes without us even knowing. We'll see if the rumors of... I guess funny, last week I was sitting up here covering NIP, talking about the potential for BLG Hoya and this being his last series with NIP. And now we're talking about Flandre going over there, which might be interesting as he tries to reunite with Viper and hoist a second world championship between the two of them at a different brand. But we'll see if that ends up panning out, as chaos is always over here in the LPL and off the Rift. And hopefully we get some of that on the Rift tonight, Yanni, as NIP and Weibo. We have seen NIP, I think, got off to a pretty good start in the opening series they had, whereas still looking to see a little bit more out of Weibo, in spite of the names being really the team that you'd expect to be favorites coming into the night.
Yeah, that's just been the story of Weibo for, what, the last, well, you know, 2025 and now here into 2026 is the big names, but not quite getting there when you need to. We'll go ahead and pull up the roster here, starting off with NIP that still has Hoya. We can confirm that much. We also have Guan in the jungle, Kara in the mid lane, and then Photic and Fengyue in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and I think this roster for me, it really feels like when Guwan gets things going. I know that it's so easy to talk about Monkey and some of his early game reads, but I think we've seen some really good stuff out of Guwan between Split 2 and Split 3, as showing a little bit more consistency, I think, as he continues to grow, and that's really helped put NIP in a positive position. That, the fact that Photic, nice little pop-off as well in Game 2 of their series in their opener, got NIP off to a pretty solid 2-0 start over the team that we expect to be the weakest in Group Nirvana. So we'll see if that good play we saw on the Rift can honestly happen again, because I really feel like NIP had a good understanding of their win conditions and were able to execute in their first outing in Split 3.
And with only so many outings in Split 3, every game is amplified. 6 games for each team in Group Nirvana. It is tough, but let's talk about some of the strange trips for the supports in these games this year, starting off with Fengyue, helping an overperforming top esports qualify for MSI, and now he plays with Photic. I mean, listen, they looked pretty good in their first series. As you said, it was against LNG.
You know, sometimes it's one step forward, 2 steps back. And the boulder has to come crashing down when you try and push it up the hill. But hey, Fengyue was trying to do it again, and did have a very good opener with Photic and really NIP. So the fact that he was able to sync up so well with Guwan, and what I really liked is just the read of the win conditions that we had. So this opener for NIP versus LNG, it's in a Fury jungle. Milio and Lucian do get early pressure against the Xayah Rakan in the first couple of waves, but the fact that Nefiri comes down here, not a gank you're usually expecting, right? Expect Nefiri to full clear, play for themselves, and kind of try and get to that one item spike that is so big in the Cyclist Sword, but taking that first visit down, and then this visit as well, after they spotted way mid, really opened up this bot lane to get a lead for NIP. They really cashed in the game 1. And then game 2, Yanni, we really saw Guwan and Fengyue sync up well.
Yeah, they've been really, really good to kick things off. And are you really surprised, right? I mean, let's call it what it is. Fengyue we're kind of surprised that he was exiled from top esports and sent down to Group Nirvana. And, you know, at least in this one game sample size, he's proven that he is definitely Ascend material. It's just a matter of doing whatever you can to make sure that he puts this team in a position to succeed. We really thought that, you know, the top 2 teams out of Nirvana are going to be Weibo Gaming and IG, in whatever order you want to put them in, and that NIP, the unexpected team to be down here, might be able to try to wrestle away that second spot. I mean, you know, again, it's only been one game, but when there's only 6 matches to play, you have to already throw that in flux.
It has, but I mean, also NIP, they were the 5th seed going into the playoffs of last split. They were the team that we really thought would get out and stay in Group Ascend. They were a big upset, a big surprise that we have them in Group Nirvana. So I think the story for at least both these teams in a way is that, yeah, the names on paper for Weibo, we do expect this team to come in with more pedigree and be better, but they have their own carousel going on potentially at support. I know it's Jue in today, but was announced that Weibo did pick up Moham, so part of the roster and someone that frankly we're expecting to see later on. But this is a team that just hasn't been consistent enough. And honestly, we haven't really seen the high highs that we're used to seeing from Weibo, because this is a team that historically for me, whenever I see Weibo on the Rift, it's like, all right, they can win and lose to anyone within the league. It feels more like this split or this year. It's been, they could lose to everyone in the league, but there isn't that same element of threat that we're used to seeing from Weibo where they can beat everyone too.
It feels like the only element of threat is really Elk, right? And I think that with some of the changes, that threat that he has is kind of muted, right? You know, we know Kaisa has been so good throughout not only this year, but in years past, and he had pop-off games on it, but it's not a champion that you really get access to that much, at least with the way the meta has been trending. But, you know, we talked about Jue a little bit earlier and kind of the strange trips for both of these supports. Jue has been around a little bit. Cubby, he's been around the league, and you know, with Moham behind him, perhaps elsewhere again in whatever, you know, season we have left. Not sure if that's going to come to fruition or not, but Jue might be playing for his starting spot here tonight.
I mean, I guess for Jue, it's harder, better, faster, stronger, or bust if you got Moham behind you. So we'll see. This is a fun one. I wasn't expecting this one. As
sometimes you have deft hands and sometimes you have daft hands, you know?
Who knows? Maybe, I guess people do know about who's behind the masks of Daft Punk. I'm not all too familiar. I couldn't recognize them in a crowd, that's for sure.
I would
honestly,
either.
Maybe a genius strategy for being famous, you know? Wear the mask, no one knows you in the first place. You can go about living your normal life. I love seeing, you know, folks like, why do super famous people always go to yachts? It's like, yeah, because they're trying to get away from everyone.
You don't even
gotta
need a mask.
It, right? It's kind of nice to be anonymous sometimes.
You don't even need a mask for that. Hannah Montana did it just fine.
Oh, true. Dude,
now,
I mean, who is Jue? Just get Jue a wig, you know, and then maybe that's the support carousel that Weibo needs. Just Jue 2 coming in.
Today we are starting Jue. Tomorrow we are starting Jue with a wig. You know, it's, oh god, I don't even know what color wig, but one of the biggest issues that Weibo has been dealing with throughout the split, or the year, I should say, something that I did a little bit of digging into, Cubby. This is a team that when they go on road trips, they are clearly not fueled up and ready to go. Game ones for them this year, 58% win rate, looking great. 18-13, solid record. Games 2 and 3. Not so much.
You know, fuel is expensive these days, Yanni. We'll see if Weibo can get more mileage out of what they have in the tank.
I just had to fill up my tank before I got on, actually.
Yeah,
right.
I'm sure that didn't feel great. But, you know, at least for Weibo, it would feel great if they could start putting the finishing touches on some of these series. And I think for me with Weibo, it hasn't been as much of this team lacks strategic diversity. It's sometimes I don't really know, like later on, if the strategic diversity always lines up. Feels like they at times try and cook a little bit too much or go for some picks that we don't see other teams do in the league, which is okay. But then I think sometimes they play for narrower win cons that exist early than what we're used to seeing from other teams. So I'm curious if we see that change for Weibo. I don't think that's going to be the case. I feel like this team is early game or bust, but this is a team where, as you highlighted, Yanni, I think the way that a lot of people have Group Nirvana shaking out, it's likely NIP and Weibo is the two bubble teams. So really have to believe that puts more emphasis on the two meetups that they will have in this double round robin.
And remember, we didn't think that they would be so close together in the bubble, right? But after Weibo's initial result and IP's initial result, you have to talk about it, right? Because if Weibo Gaming do the Weibo thing and win game 1 and lose games 2 and 3, you are in a very, very poor position. You are now 0-2 with 4 games remaining, and IP is 2-0. Like, that is almost, I hate to say insurmountable, but it is going to be a tough hill to climb. You might be like Fengwei and pushing the boulder up the hill if you start out 0-2.
Oh, be getting knocked down. It'd be Fengwei entering NIP is where they'd be, you know, if they end up starting 0-2. But hopefully not going to feel the wrath of our... I'd say... I don't know what to call Fengwei at support, because
Good.
he is like, what, 6'3", 6'4"? I feel like he needs to have some sort of, like, nickname. Like, the Big Friendly Giant is where I'm at, because he's a support, but... And I did love that book growing up, but I feel like there's got to be better ones for him potentially down there. But there's something, like, for him being really tall, but playing, like, and, you know, just a beast, but also playing support and being super wholesome. And that was something that I really enjoyed in NIP's first outing, was seeing Fengwei, like, really celebrating with his team. He died in the final fight at game 2, so we got to see him kind of celebrate in the chair, was up, like, applauding his team, being like, hey, let's go, as they got their first win together. So to have him really step into this team, I mean, I don't think he had the best MSI, but he was one of the more consistent performers for top esports to get them there, as someone that I really feel like we just kind of knew what we were going to get out of him when he hit the Rift, which is pretty rare to say for a lot of players in the LPL. Not to mention just young supports. Usually there's a lot of variance, because it looks bad when you mess up on support, because you're going to die. So I really feel like to see him really step into Group Nirvana and play with that confidence in that first outing, hoping to see more of that today, especially going up against Zhui, who, in a way, is playing for a seat.
And he's already been the aura guy with their initial walkout the last time. This time around, it's a little bit less, you know, glamorous. You didn't have him rising up or anything like that, but we are in a new arena. We are in Shanghai, and IG's brand new arena, as far as I know. And that's very exciting, because there were a lot of questions on whether or not this arena was going to be ready to host games for the 2026 season, and looks like it is. Looks pretty clean out there.
Good to see things are ready to go as NIP gets led in by Captain Care in the mid lane. And on the flip side, Weibo, as Xiaohu going to be leading them out. And I as you have said, this really has been the team where you're just kind of watching it and watching Elk and just being like, poor Elk, man. Zhui is his 4th support, with Moham potentially being his 5th for the year that he's played with.
That's crazy.
It is crazy. And Elk has played well. Elk has been, I think, a positive for this team. I think in the best of 5 series, he's part of the reason why Weibo is also here. However, Elk has been the strongest performer for Weibo throughout the years. So, again, hope to see more of that today, as Weibo are going to need him if they want to even the score, at least against NIP. And match them in the standings, as they need a win today to be at 1-1.
Can you really blame the guy for them being where they are right now? I mean, when you have the weight of your team on your shoulders, essentially, it's so difficult to navigate game situations, and teams just figure out, well, if we just set this guy behind, I mean, what else do they have, right? And they've had too much, right? I think that Sika has been just there, right? Now, obviously, there's a lot of talk of like, all right, well, Xiaohu has been a chronic underperformer at this point, so it is a little bit harder for other people to shine when you've got such a vital part of the team not doing particularly great. But I don't know, you know, Sika was a guy that we were last year talking about. He needed to be rescued from LNG, because this guy is a really good top laner, is a stud top laner, and he's come in and he's been fine, but I personally expected a little bit more out of him.
Well, I think that's fair, and it has to be a bummer for him to be back in Group Nirvana after, of course, last year's campaign. It really was like, please get this guy out of LNG, because it feels like he could contribute
and nobody
to
did.
the team.
Maybe they were onto something.
Yeah, no, I mean, we'll see. I feel like a lot of teams could have had an upgrade there, but Weibo decided to go with him in the top lane this time around, and yeah, I feel like he's kind of been spectator. I still think the biggest thing for me with Weibo is that this just doesn't feel like a team. I think they've had a lot of moving pieces, a lot of moving elements, but outside of, I think, a little bit more aggression or moving out of Xiaohu compared to other mids, I can't really point to a style that I know this team for having. And I think that speaks to, I just think, some of the inconsistencies in terms of their approach and also inconsistency in terms of play. So I'm really hoping that we see a Weibo that formulates some form of identity. Because when I think of good Xiaohu teams in the past, this guy views side lane play really well as a mid laner. And I think that his ability to move around the map in the mid game, acquire sides in terms of farm, and also attack sides is something that gave him a lot of edge in the LPL in years past. And I just don't think that as a team, they're playing well enough early to even get to those points where that's a strategy that looks good for Weibo.
And not only that, I think something that really hasn't been touched on too much is, you know, the changes that have come to the game for 2026. I know that it's been months now, but, you know, side laning is way different than it was in seasons past. So that certainly feels like it has something to do with it. Into the picks and bans here, a lot of the most common offenders here, the double 80 carry ban that typically go top lane for NIP, looking to make sure that our boy Hoya is safe and sound. So we get that first pick, Cassiopeia, coming through.
Cinder response as a champion that can match Cassio bot if that does get flexed. One that I like to see. Also, fun to see Syndra when Xiaohu's in the lobby, as I hope he pilots this one. I was there for the Cinder top days, Yanni. It's a very memorable portion of his career with how good he was up there and playing some of his best champions in that top lane. But ability with the scatter, Cinder saw some pretty fat buffs going into MSI, and the fact that she's flexible bot, you know, we've really seen that propel her into the meta.
Listen, I even played against her in top lane in fives. You know, sometimes you just got to get it into the AD carry that goes top. Obviously, we're not going to see that in this game, but that was certainly an experience. Nocturne going to be the lock-in here, going over to JJ. So you still have the options to pair it with the usual suspects like Aurora in the mid lane if you really wanted to. Seems like it could be a little bit of a tough matchup for that Cassiopeia goes mid. But again, just that flexibility that you have to be able to just slam the Syndra and be like, all right, you know, you get to play the guessing game. We're totally fine with wherever she goes. Ezreal, pick that's been seeing a lot of priority in AD carry. One of the last few remaining pickable AD carries, I guess, is going to get locked in.
I will say early split in LPL, small sample size, but Ezreal is the highest priority AD carry at 8-2. So that's a pretty good start. It does feel like Ezreal is a response that you can have into a lot of the mages where you actually have kill threat in some of those lanes too when the supports go to walk. And they juiced Ezreal's numbers before MSI with the AP ratios for whatever reason they thought was necessary. But it has really helped with his wave clear, and it's been a strong pick globally heading into this patch. So I guess I guess the Cassio showing where it's at kind of allows for Weibo to lock in their top side if they want, as they're going to take the Ambessa. So we'll see if Zika is on the lookout for these scatters, because right now for Weibo, they turn the lights off, throw a scatter out, and then get Ambessa coming over the top. That's a pretty scary team fight for NIP, which Ezreal and Gnar have a couple ways of at least maneuvering out of, but if those scatters land sound, it's going to be Zika following up on the priority targets of the public executions.
Yeah, and if you take down this Cassiopeia, you take down Care, that's a lot of DPS that's going to be gone in an instant. You will greatly struggle. Now, obviously, if it's Ambessa getting on top of her, you drop your miasma properly, it's not as bad. You can find a way out of that scenario and survive if you go a little bit more defensive. So it's something to look out for. But if any of the other two get caught, they are going to be ripped to shreds quickly. Second half of the draft here, we're already seeing that Poppy getting taken out, making sure that Zika's game is as playable as possible. Because, as mentioned, against the Cassiopeia, can be a little bit difficult sometimes when the Ambessa has to go up against her.
Yeah, Poppy ban means the Camille ban quick to follow, as Poppy has been the second most banned champion so far in the LPL, as really feel like her ability to be flexible and pair up with mages, and then also just be the answer into Camille that we've seen, it really has juiced the priority for a champion that is really strong. So see her taking off the board and Lee Sin, as of course the Nocturne is showing, but we don't think jungle for NIP is showing us. They have quite the surprise up their sleeve. So NIP able to at least focus on the bot lane with some bans. Like, I think taking away the Lucian is something I was about to bring up. The Ziggs, as Ziggs can make life kind of difficult for Syndra and be played into the Ezreal pretty easy. So, and to me, Elk plays quite well. So curious if we end up seeing Ziggs come through.
Yeah, I do wonder if that's going to be the case. I feel like you have a lot of good physical damage coming out of your Nocturne, your Mbessa. You have the Shen to be able to protect them for when they go in. So it's definitely a playable Ziggs angle here for Weibo Gaming if they want it. NIP, you're pretty much locked into your jungle support at this point. Struggle, if they lock that in, would look pretty good. Gives you that nice early aggressive angle to be able to invade on the Nocturne pre-6, try to keep them off balance.
Yeah, so early in those duels, Nocturne can kind of play it because the fear is quite nice in the Trundle. Like, you kind of have to flash commit and get weird. I don't love the Trundle right now because you steal resistances from a tank, and Shen, Mbessa, and Nocturne aren't exactly going to be building resistances until far later on. So I think the Pillar and the way that it interacts with Cassio is quite good. However, I could see Trundle being quite vulnerable into what Weibo has so far. So I guess a wee bit surprised to see it now. And I think this does put a lot of pressure on at least looking out for the miasma from Care. Because outside of the Ezreal, NIP is a bit challenged in terms of range this game. So if those grounds can connect, though, which synergize really well with the rest of the team, I think that's where NIP is going to really look to attack in the fights. And Kai'Sa would be someone that's really vulnerable to that if this does get locked in for Elk as he picks up the Kai'Sa.
You know what? I think it works very well here. You've got two divers, so why not add the Kai'Sa into the mix with the Shen on top of it? This is a nice dive comp that Weibo Gaming's got out here, but they also have some good pick potential too. They can play it multiple different ways, get that initial pick to take control of an objective, near the dragon or up at the Grubs or the Heralds, and then hit the full-on go button later. I like what they put out here. The one dislike I have, though, is that NIP, I think their lanes are pretty good in the early going.
Yeah, I feel like this is a Weibo comp that can really attack sides just with Nocturne and Mbessa. And I like the fact that scatter into public execution is something that's going to be really good. Also, turning off the whites makes those public executions more threatening. That said, I think that NIP, when they're grouped up, that miasma is going to be really tough for the compo Weibo to deal with. So a lot of eyes are on Care, because you pointed out, Yanni, Kai'Sa in a dive comp is going to feel really good getting out to the back line. But if the Petrifying Gaze is clean, Cassio loves to be in games where she's getting jumped on. She's not going to struggle with range outside of the scatter going into the Syndra. So I think if Kara can pilot around that all right, I really like the grouped up scenarios here for NIP and the way that Trundle, Cassio, and Alistar can play off each other specifically. Just with Alistar's combo, the Pillar, and the Miasma kind of setting up for that can really empower that Cassio early in the game.
A lot of disruption on the NIP side. Let's see if they can break the well-crafted comp of Weibo Gaming. The first game of the first series of a 3-series day starts now.
Done pretty good in the new arena there, Yanni. So we break this one in. Of course, IG and LPL format for this split. Home stands every week. So these guys are traveling around week to week. So week 2 in the new IG arena for the week. See if everyone can bring their best to christen the new arena in the LPL.
Yeah, very cool. Like we said a little bit earlier, weren't sure if this arena was going to get up and running for the 2026 final split. Looks like there was. Anyway, going in immediately onto Elk. They're going to get that exhaust down to get this priority as Joy had to block that last Mystic shot. Elk down to about 100 HP with a pot running. He's going to take that recall.
Yeah, Elk actually blows the Ghost. So gonna at least try to stick around. Doesn't lose a ton in terms of minion XP. Fungyue.
This is risky.
Oh, it is risky. Fungyue doesn't have flash. So it does have the Hex Flash, can't get in there against Elk. Elk just gets the level and then is able to stick around in the lane. But early HP war won by Photic, as the early HP war mid being won by Care.
Yeah, we're not really seeing Guan take advantage of it. It's not going to try to move into JJ. As you mentioned earlier, the Nocturne can kind of fight a little bit with the way the lanes were initially going, especially in this mid lane. You would think that maybe you would have had to look for an opportunity to go in. Joy going to move over. They got a little bit of vision. Obviously, they're going to know where JJ is. but not too surprising, all things considered.
Yeah, we'll see if any wars break out over that bot crab. It does look like JJ going to move on up. Posture for the top crab. So early on, just going to be Care getting some push into Xiaohu. And honestly, Xiaohu's getting forced off a lot here. That's XP now being lost, as he did not ding level 4 to not get creeps from those last 2 mage creeps that died to the turret. So well played by Care to secure that early advantage for himself.
An excellent start for the NIP mid laner. It's just a matter of converting it. You know, this is a guy who was formerly an FPX franchise player. They folded. This is a guy that, you know, people had some expectations for to be a solid player. Those really haven't come to fruition yet, but he has looked pretty solid in 2026, I'd say, and has an opportunity to take that next step. And if you have good starts like this, you can convert that into good games. He'll be a pretty solid mid laner in this league for a long time.
Speaking of good starts in the lanes, Elk might be in trouble here. Fishing for a minion. Going to lose the flash to the pillar of Guwon, as he stuck around a long time to try and get that flash out of Elk. But you called it out early on. You like some of these lanes for NIP. Azriel does have that range advantage against the Kai'Sa early on. Botic and Fengwei made good use of that in the lane. And now Guwon taking that flash away means that Elk is in even more trouble as this wave is frozen against him.
Yeah, it's so difficult to deal with right now. And you know, the good news is Fodic's not really getting too much more out of it other than just some gold. He's getting some tier stacks, but not really too much oppression to put down onto Elk. No way to really punish. But this is a pretty punishable play. There's an extra turret shot's going to go down onto Jue. Now it's a matter of, does Fodic want more? Take that Acathian range straight to the mouth. Meanwhile, Guwon and JJ going after each other for a little bit. There's that fear that you were talking about earlier, taking Guwon down to about half HP. Care this time is pinned under his turret and can't really help. But force the flash out of Guwon. Take him down to about 100 HP.
Nice catch there. We'll see if JJ is able to defend his own Raptor camp, because I expect that's exactly where he's going to path to after this. So Guwon cannot answer it. Well played. Care going to take the base, going to sack the camp. So +1 over to JJ. But yeah, I do think that, you know, like, Trundle has value this game. A lot of it's going to be the pillar and how it interacts with Weibo. I think there are definitely positives for NIP later on, but early on, duel-wise, Nocturne does win these, as Spell Shield, Trundle doesn't get a ton of value out of that against the Nocturne, and fear means that Trundle can't rampage with auto attacks. Being a rampaging bot, Jue.
Yep. There's that flash taunt down. Fengwei gonna go in and go down. It is first blood to Elk on his legendary Kai'Sa. Despite the fact that they kept him down in the early game, he's still getting gold.
Yeah, just a good look coming out from JJ. Not respected by the NIP bot lane, as they were trying to get that wave in. JJ is able to interact beforehand. So Elk picks up a kill. That said, the response from Guwon might just be to take that first neutral objective for themselves, which it looks like NIP is going to get. So I think it helps alleviate some of the pain that Elk was experiencing in the lane phase, but Guwon should be a pretty happy camper to make sure this first neutral does go over to his team to secure it. So not all bad for NIP.
Nope. And the next objective will be those grubs in about 2 minutes, Cubby. I think that both of these teams definitely want a bite of the grubs. You know, you could make a lot of value happen with Zika on this Ambessa if you get some free time on a turret, but you take a look at NIP solo laners, you expect them to really be able to shove waves quickly. Hoya able to use his range for some stray auto attacks on the turret if he gets advantage. Could get a lot of value out of those.
Actually, didn't really talk about that top lane matchup. Ambessa didn't opt for the electrocute this time around. Going to be the grasp for Zika, so a little bit more power just in the team fight stage. But of course, those grasp stacks pretty hard to proc against the Gnar, as Care getting forced out. There was a Paranoia available for JJ, as that has been recently acquired, as he dings 6 before Guwon. So maybe looking to pressure there if a potential scatter did come out, but Care able to walk on out. Will reset, and a minute before Grubs, it will be Xiaohu that is forced to respond with the resets. We'll see if Guwon is able to get any vision down to this topside river while he's up in mid laner. Not going to be the case.
I like that you mentioned that JJ has that Paranoia available. Everybody talks about the Nocturne timer. You know, once you ding level 6, it's however many ultimates that you can get off in such a short amount of time to flip 1v1s to 2v1s and 2v2s to 3v2s to generate the early gold lead, because Nocturne is a champion that later on, outside of that Paranoia, if you're not able to get onto a squishy and absolutely one-shot them, sure, you're bringing a lot of value cutting the vision, but you don't have a whole lot else. And so we might see a fight up in this top lane. It's a good pillar. It's going to force the flash out of Zika.
Tool burn before the grub fight. No flash and Bessa. That said, Gnar did just mega out. So I think Guwan's kind of forced to hit the grubs here. There might be a response, but instead it's going bot.
All right, the Ezreal shift.
Oh, we
the
broke
flash
tether.
Follow, but as you said, no tether, no kill. We'll get a Photic flash, but that is the first ultimate for JJ. Unsuccessful, I'd call it. If you're not getting kills, it's not a successful ult.
I am very unsuccessful. The flash for flash trade there too is a trade up for Ezreal, who of course has access to the blink. So Grub's just given away, and that flash from JJ, he's trying to maintain the tether. I think you have to proactively flash that one just a little bit late, as good Ezreal mechanics. The E, that channel is cancelable, so you want to E flash, you don't want to flash E. It's faster animation-wise, and that difference might have been between Photic breaking the tether or not, which he did as he lives. So win for NIP as they get the grubs and get that first Paranoia cooldown used and survive it.
And he still has the exhaust on him too, so if Elk and Jue go for a full engagement, or if JJ shows up again with a second Paranoia, a shift and an exhaust can get you out of there still.
I like the fact that Photic opted for the exhaust again. Could be a game breaker against Elk later on. Or even against Zika coming into the backline. As a lot of value out of that summoner spell for Photic. It looks like Fungyue helping Care deal with this mid lane. Care looking for a base, and NIP. We'll see if they really want to look for this next dragon. I know that we kind of set this one up as a couple differing play styles. I really like what Weibo can do with the side lane play. Feels like NIP are going to have trouble matching that with Nocturne having a semi-global, and they can bring Shen over the top too. That said, the grouped up scenarios, we still feel like NIP, the ability for Alistar to play off of a Cassio, Trundle, and Gnar together, it's quite nice to set up for the Cassio and alleviate or just create a lot of focus around you that can allow Ezreal to run rampant later on. Hold on, is that Stand United?
All right, there's a flash out, but here comes JJ, the hop away. Let's break the tether. Gonna get under the turret, not in time. And JJ will be able to close out on the kill. Meanwhile, Photic gets taunted up. That exhaust, it doesn't matter. It's Elk picking up his second kill, and Weibo Gaming off to the races.
Yeah, and Fungyue was on reset there, so I mean, 2 positive plays from Weibo, just having members in lanes where NIP didn't. As you can see, Guwan just took a base. Alistar did too. So Weibo, they wrap up the play. They got to respond with bases of their own. I think the option for NIP is to try and hit this dragon on spawn, maybe, because Paranoia won't be up, and both Weibo lanes just responded after the play. But a 2K gold lead secured by Weibo off that as they win in both sides. Good plays coming out across the map.
I think the biggest difference between the NIP that we're seeing 11 minutes into this game and the NIP we saw in their last time out is that Guwan is on a champion that can be proactive, but has to walk at you, doesn't have any extra tools to try to get into the fight. You know, it's not a Kiana, it's not an Afiri that has ways to get in quickly.
This. I really like this walk from Hoya. Again, I really feel like they need to hit this dragon before Paranoia comes back up. Seeing the team fight screen, that's a long way away. So Hoya got that wave in, was just walking down, threatening Mega. That takes away any opportunity for Weibo to even try and contest that. As Xiaohu is going to push Hoya back up, will force the Mega, but he doesn't lose a lot. He'll take losing a creep or two to make sure this team did secure that second dragon successfully. So good response by NIP. They got the first 2 Drakes, but this gold lead's big for Weibo.
Hang on. This is massive. Hoya could keep going, but he will think better of it. I'm not really seeing too many members on the map. Doesn't want to fight off a little bit more than he can chew. Now we're going to see a contest with the crowd. There's that subjugated. Is JJ getting knocked up, getting hit by an Ezreal, but a big taunt coming through on the backside. Kara is going to drop, but now Xiaohu getting run at by Guwan, taking some mystic shots as well. There's that unleashed power doing a lot of damage. Elk can't quite get in there, but now they're going to turn their attention over to Fungyue. He's got a double knock up there, but he gets taunted up by Jue. Paranoia used but not needed, and Weibo claims 2 more.
I think that initial engage from NIP, the miasma didn't really connect, and Carrot doesn't have damage yet. In this matchup, you want to go for the treads. He actually skipped over the tier 2, which is an option on Cass, but yeah, this miasma connected onto Elk, but the combo doesn't come onto Elk either. So by attacking JJ, that Stand United absorbed a lot of the initial damage, and Jouet has a beautiful engage too as he connects, landing after that Stand United. So it feels like NIP kind of split on the focus. I think that if they go straight for Elk, who was on the miasma and didn't have the Stand United on him, that might have been the better look off the rip. And that's really punishing because they throw all that damage into the Stand United shield and just straight up lose on the fight hard. So 2K Gold League turns into 3 for Weibo.
That petrifying gaze put down by Carrot did not hit anybody. I think it even missed Jouet, who was just behind him, all up in his face. So a very tough start for NIP, despite the fact that they've gotten all the objectives so far. Herald's going to be up in 1 minute and 30 seconds. And I feel like you're at a point here where you kind of need to park the bus a little bit. Go get your item on Carrot.
Oh, don't say park the bus.
Wait for Photic to get that Muramana and fight on that Ezreal 2 items.
Park the bus. I'm not a soccer fan. I'm calling it soccer. I
can see that.
That took on an entirely different meaning for me after the World Cup, that phrase, I will say. I got to give that credit. Not in the positive way, Yanni, but, you know.
Well, you don't like your League of Legends team parking you don't like your LPL team parking the bus?
I mean, I feel like that might be Bungyue's nickname. Just park the bus. He's the tall guy. It kind of works.
What?
He's just the boss. He's playing defense. He's the bodyguard. He's the Alistar.
Yeah, but his engages have been what's really, really good. I mean, I guess you could have defensive engages, but I don't know if
well, you got to play on defense now. You're down 3.5K gold. It's at least 10 in the box. Yeah.
Yeah, having a bit of a rough time. He's had 2 of those deaths, but has had to give his life at times to make sure that other members of IP can escape, getting a little bit of ward coverage taken away on that top side. Weibo Gaming just having complete control of that top side jungle.
We'll say a bit curious for Kara's build. I think the Cassio, you don't always have to go tier into Roa, as we got to pause because we're going to 4-man dive now.
All right. See if you can find your way out of this one, Zika. You're getting slammed against the wall. You're getting knocked up.
Ooh.
That boy did not go anywhere. And this turret is going to melt with triple grubs.
Still going over to Bungyue, not exactly what NIP wanted, as the E damage tick was enough to get the Alistar that kill. Do lose out on the race to first brick, which is secured by Weibo on the top side, as Xiaohu took that one for himself. But the 3 grub team and NIP will respond in kind, with bot lane tower and Rift Herald secured in that sequence of play as well by JJ. So I think small chance that Weibo ends up using that as a battle herald for this upcoming dragon coming up. We have a Hex Soul on the Rift and an opportunity for NIP to secure a soul point here.
If you can break this stacking from NIP, you're in a great spot as Weibo. I mean, they're already in a good enough spot, but this is a we are going to end the game type spot, because you've got this Cassiopeia and Ezreal on the other side who haven't had a chance to scale up yet and get there. You know, Photic is not going to be on 2 items right now for the great early start that he had, being ahead of Elk in the laning phase. I mean, Elk has just collected 3 kills.
Yeah, and on a Kaisa too. 3-item Kaisa. It's that is a win con in itself. As I will say, I'm kind of curious. Picture this, Yanni. JJ, Paranoia into the back line. Little happy feet wombo combo. You get to drop Shelly, and then you get to drive the bus in the back line.
Oh my goodness.
Against 10 of the box, you get to drive the bus.
Oh, this is,
how about that?
This is too much. No one man should have all that power, as Guan is taken below half HP. The dragon has been started, so NIP are
TP.
very well aware of the desperation here to secure this. Hoya has gone mega. So you do have an opportunity to try to get in there. His ultimate is kind of the glue that holds this team together. Lights are going to go out. Who's going to be home? What a scatter of the week, hitting everybody. Zik is onto the back line, but it's secured by NIP as this dragon. Zway getting in the thick of things with a taunt. JJ has full HP, but is now starting to drop as NIP have turned the fight on its head. Fodic is healthy, but he gets hit by a scatter. The unleashed power doesn't quite pop him, and he is able to limp away. NIP get a couple kills and get the prize.
Down 3.5k gold. They get 2 kills and the dragon. Elk will clean up the mid-outer, but NIP thrilled with that fight. And really, we talked about NIP going into this game, Yanni. We liked the formation of the 5v5. That was a Weibo diving the Cassio, the Trundle, the Alistar, and we got to see them hold the line really well as it was so hard for Weibo to get through the Trundle pillar and get through the Miasma to actually get onto the carries of NIP as Karen Fotic went untouched and ravaged Weibo's frontline.
The gold hasn't quite moved, but NIP critically picking up that third dragon means that the next one in 4 minutes is soul for them if they get it. Hextech soul, very valuable soul, as Xiaohu is dead on a side lane, something we have seen happen a lot. It is Hoya getting the kill and Fodic making a cameo appearance as the top turret's going to drop.
These overloads from NIP have been really good. I like the fact they're not signing up to just play 3 lanes against the Shen Nocturne. I think by trying to make a proactive play like that, you're at least eliminating, what is guaranteed to be down numbers elsewhere. If you try and play 3 lanes and kind of let the Nocturne and Shen run the game at their own pace. So, Bungiway, really nice reading the gate, and that's going to continue on to Elk.
Oh, like this look. Oh, nice play by Elk there. It is going to cost his flash, but keeps himself alive. That's really all you can ask for.
Was needed. Kara did have the flash to try and flash Miasma to guarantee that one. Don't see it used that time. I think that's well worth just taking Elk's flash for, but interaction to look out for in the future. We already saw 1 flash Miasma. I think that given you have a Trundle and Alistar on your team, we could see Kara go for that again to try and find a priority target.
Yeah, we'll watch out for that in the next team fight. Let's go all the way back to this replay here. I thought this was kind of cooked once Guwon got this low.
Yeah, I mean, this is a full dive into NIP's comp, which, again, deals with those dives well. So the defense they were able to play, I just kind of want you to focus on the pillar that Guwon drops and then the Miasma. Because you're right, this first scatter is really good, but Weibo aren't able to get enough out of it. That Miasma, they can't walk through the Dragon for it. Elk's not in range. He's kind of going back and forth. So, yeah, Zika sends it in. It's decent. But now the pillar, too, like, Elk gets caught by the double petrifying gaze. It gets onto both carries. Weibo's carries just weren't able to do damage that time. The dive came in, NIP kited back. The carries couldn't get in range to fight. Ended up being a fight where NIP turtled. They got the dragon off a good smite. They got 2 kills and really kind of made this a closer game again. Because Hexsoul is the dragon that you want to have soul point for. Because it's a game warper if you get that soul.
Yeah, the value you get out of it, especially with an Ezreal on your team, too. You're going to just slow up Weibo, deal a bunch of extra damage, and to make it so difficult for them to try and stand and fight. NIP a really impressive showing in that last one. Care specifically, as you mentioned, had one heck of a fight. This team is just so explosive between the teamfight ultimates of Care and Hoya and the ability for Fungyue to do things and cause a lot of problems on this Alistar. As your favorite, the graph here has NIP at a 57% chance to win.
It was a more accurate graph than most, we'll put it that way.
All right, Fungyue getting tagged up, but he's fine.
I think
just trying to take vision at this point.
I think that the tough part for Weibo at this point is they don't really have great targets for Nocturne. And I know that we talked about the Shen Nocturne, you can always overload on side. But I really like what we see NIP doing, which is they're trying to get one wave in. They're not pushing that wave in until they spot Weibo. And then they're just trying to play stack. Because they know that if they try and play too many parts of the map, they will get picked apart by what Weibo has to offer as one of the more fun interactions of the game there. Cinder W on a Epic Monster. Secures, but TP coming in might have a fight.
Yep, Hoya coming in from base, has no Narbar, immediately gets taunted. Lots of CC's got to hop out down below half HP, but now we're going to find a way onto Elk. The Stand United goes on to Elk. JJ just getting to the front line as Weibo Gaming are driving NIP away. NIP are still healthy enough to go after this, especially with JJ down to about half HP. There's a Trundle pillar there. Remember, no flash on Elk. That Ghost got popped on
Weibo
top
no
of
ults.
it.
Wait, Weibo's
So-
down ults. I think this fight's really hard for Weibo. They don't have ults up. This should be a better posture for NIP, and JJ's gonna have to flash.
Yeah, and Hoya's about to go mega in a second, forces that flash out of JJ, as you mentioned, and they're all scattered.
Watch
Jway. Yeah, he's the one looking for a big flank
not
here.
spotted.
Can he
He's
find
not.
the big taunt? He is walking up. Scatter lands onto one. Taunt lands onto a couple. Elk gets exhausted, and he is dead. Fodic gets the job done. Zika's locked up. He falls too. That's going to be Hextech Soul for NIP, and they're not done yet. It's Xiaohu who flashes away, but is being run down by Trundle,
Zoom.
by Cassiopeia, and it is another kill for NIP. There's pings onto the Baron, and it looks like it's all theirs.
And I think once that initial engage misses for Weibo, their ults are down, and they couldn't find the fight. Zika missed the public execution on a target who was feared. As, look at, there's no Paranoia, no Stand United, no Unleash Power. It's only Elk who has ult, and he got exhausted. Even this engage in, JJ has to be so careful about going in, and Xiaohu's out of mana. So Weibo just don't have the tools needed to try and take this fight, because the initial group up formation, they didn't get enough out of the ults that they used, as NIP were able to absorb that, reset, take the objective fight, and take full control over this game.
What's really interesting about Xiaohu being out of mana is that, remember, he grabbed the blue buff that JJ smited. JJ had blue buff for that fight, which means Xiaohu could have had an opportunity to try and pick up that blue buff, elected not to, was not able to
couldn't
make
get there.
as big of an impact in that team fight, and could be what spells doom for Weibo Gaming here in game one. That record, that 18-13 record, looming to be 18-14 at this point, as NIP are in total control.
And I almost want to take a second look at the engage before the fight that broke out, because I feel like the fight before the fight was so indicative of how the Dragon fight actually turned out. Because, again, the public execution going wide, I believe there was a Stand United on the back of Zika, too.
Oh, there's
So
a
just
TP on the
really big
backside.
loss. Okay, here we go.
All right, lights
Pinch
are out.
coming in.
Xiaohu's got to try to find the angle, but it's a little split for right now. It's that petrifying gaze, but immediately blown up as this Cassiopeia. Public execution not quite going to land. Scatter of the week does, in fact, but here comes Hoya to join the fight. We need a little bit of Narbar. It's a 5v4. Fungi going to take that portal out. Looks like the rest of
Can
NIP
he?
will try to follow suit, but now
got
they're all
stuck.
split up.
I think
and
the-
Fodic are split.
I think the portal failed, or the cooldown went on. It didn't seem like Fotic was able to grab it. Either that or he took damage before. Weibo forced them out and bought themselves some time. So that time they kind of used to fix their waves, and they're going to get a decent reset. So it's not a lot in terms of getting an advantage, but it does do a nice job of buying themselves sometimes. As it's now Weibo's turn to try and park the bus. You know, parking the bus actually went much better for NIP in this game than it went for England. So we got to give them credit for that. You know?
I told you, Cubby. I knew it would have been a sound strategy, but you're absolutely right. Xiaohu has now gotten to his max splinters, so he does get that extra 15% increase to his ability power. You mentioned earlier, 3-item Kaisa is a win condition. Well, Elk just came back from picking up that 3rd item, so it is certainly playable for Weibo Gaming. It is just very difficult with this Hextech Soul. You see how low Elk already is, and the gold starting to spill into the pockets of NIP with every structure they take.
Yeah, I think even if NIP actually had C9 in front of the player names, I don't even think that Weibo could win this one. I think this Hextech Soul is probably going to be a doomsday scenario.
Well, if it was a playoff
Ezreal's
game for C9 to get to an international, then Weibo Gaming would have it handled.
So yeah, also the 2 Hex Soul games earlier in the split. I think one was in the playoffs, one was regular season. But that was quite the straight. I'm sorry to C9 and NA fans about that one, but that was some low-hanging fruit. And my point about NIP in this game being, I don't want to say unlosable, but I'd give them 80% plus chance to win this. It stands as the Alistar, Trundle, and Cassio combo, just the amount of space it buys for Ezreal, and honestly how comfy Ezreal, Alistar, Trundle, Cassio feel into this full dive comp. It did show pretty early for Weibo. And this wasn't a pivot. Like they They had the early Nocturne Shen. They went Kaisa. I think they showed dive early, and a lot of the picks that NIP took, they responded well to it, but I also really liked how they didn't make themselves vulnerable on side lanes. We didn't really get to see Nocturne plus Shen get any advantages, and I feel like NIP being very disciplined about 4-1ing this game and trying to team up, shove out those sides before they reset, and not getting caught on sides in even or neutral wave states, or even +1 or -1 wave states. NIP deserves a lot of credit for that. And this team, you know, nameplate-wise, like a lot of LPL fans look at these names and are like, why isn't Elk and Weibo playing better, given the names we have on each roster? NIP were better in Split 2, and they're showing that they're better in with a new look bot lane, really, with Fungiway stepping in Split 3 as well.
Yeah, brand new bot lane, have hardly missed a beat. Awesome and Shuo were such a good bot lane in Split 2.
Early to Lucian Nilio.
Yeah, one of the better ones that we had, and you know,
they had some good reads, good play.
Yeah, despite the fact that you've got a new bot lane, it looks like they're fairly well synergized. They've played lane pretty fine. And you know, their last game had a really solid showing. So all is smiles for NIP at the moment. Now 40 seconds until this Elder Dragon is up, and when there's a Nocturne on the other team, no objective is truly safe. Cubby, we have seen many games flipped at the Herald, at the not the Herald, the Elder Dragon, and a lot of summoners up on every side. We're still missing Photic Flash. Zika's Flash should be coming up soon.
I think if you're NIP, it's just, you should never put yourself in a position to flip this Elder. It should be about playing the poke game with the Ezreal and the Hex Soul, and trying to force Weibo to come into you when the terms are already bad with the HP war that you win early on. And right now, they haven't boxed out from getting into that Dragon Pit. So Hex Dex Soul poke going to be coming in and going to be hitting hard.
Yeah, it's going to get the heal out of Shui, as this line of scrimmage put up here by NIP is truly impressive. And now they're going to look for a little bit more. Elk, his flash is going to be down. Lights are out. Who are we going in on? There's a knock-up over on the side. The shift for Photic, he gets feared, but everything is okay. And now Hoya's looking to come in from the side and get a little bit of rage bar to make things happen. Elk gets onto the back line, but he is stunned up, knocked up, and taken down. And Weibo Gaming are getting knocked down. Xiaohu is the lone survivor. It's a triple kill for Care, and this one will be finished off by Guwon, as NIP will push it down the bot lane and will take game 1 over Weibo Gaming.
Man, Kair's Cassio looks like another Greek mythic character in this game from a different story. Didn't use the skin for that one, as I'm a Mythic Cassio fan. But NIP, it was a 5-0 3K gold lead for Weibo. NIP bring this defensive comp together, and the dive from Weibo could never break through the defense that NIP had for this comp and themselves throughout this game.
Not in the slightest, Cubby, and this is a composition that we had a lot of praise for Weibo for. This is a well thought out composition, and early on executed fairly well, but as you mentioned, NIP just did not give Weibo opportunities. It felt like from the moment they were down 5-0, and we said they had to park the bus, they might have been listening to the stream, because, you know, they listened. They decided to lock it up, play very carefully. If that meant sacrificing side lanes a little bit, that's okay. It gets you there, it gets you scaling. Ezreal and Cassiopeia got real big, did a lot of big damage in these fights, and ultimately that's why NIP came away with a victory.
Yeah, I really feel like kind of going back and looking at that one in draft, it felt like the big missing element was there was a lack of public executions that happened in that game, which I think would have maybe changed the big fights, but also when you show the Nocturne and Bessa that early, we could kind of see the theory between the scatters and the fear connecting and at least trying to make sure that you end up with those big combos. But Zika had a really quiet game, and I think team-wise that the pre-fight scenarios, NIP's ability to just kite back and play defense, diving into Alistar is not an easy task. On his lonesome. And then you factor in a Cassio, an Ezreal, Trundle. It's a really happy comp to absorb those dives. And NIP did so very well in that game.
Yeah, they did. And those lack of public executions in those fights, as you mentioned, very, very true. Yeah. The good news is, couple of them went wide, couple of strays. I caught a couple strays here. We're good. We have a couple public executions because of this.
So, some good rips there, Yanni. Yeah,
thank you,
not
Zika.
bad.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
As you take a look at the damage charts, Xiao certainly made impacts in these fights. The Scout of the Weeks were good, but we never saw the moment of Syndra going, "Ah, yes, I'm going to full combo with the squishy Photic and going to one-shot him." We saw him down to about 100 HP, but nothing after that. And it's just a matter of Syndra not getting to a late enough part of the game. The first 2 items you get are really good for fights, but sustained fights rather than just bursting out one target.
Yeah, I think that I'm kind of curious to just look at the replays of this game and just see how many times NIP is clicking back while Weibo carries were not like already in range or able to actually make an impact. This was really the one fight that we saw go heavily Weibo's way, and we talked afterwards about the focus maybe being a little bit off. Weren't able to connect on the Elk in the back line, and they threw a lot of the damage into the Stand United, which at this point NIP doesn't have the damage to get through. But from here, it really felt like NIP, I just kind of want to see the other fights, because I think we're just going to have a lot of scenarios where Weibo are sending it into the back line, and Weibo's carries just can't follow up.
Yeah, they're too far away, and you have this damage, right? But we did talk about it earlier in the game. As the game goes on, the Nocturne's not going to be one-shotting these people in the backline. Earlier in the game, I mean, even when he's getting on top of Photic and Photic is shifting away, he's still doing good damage. And is still causing a problem that way, but later on, it's not going to matter. You're maybe going to do 25% of his HP because you didn't get kills off of those early paranoias. It's all about getting the kills, getting the gold, and being a lethal Nocturne. And there's only scenarios where we saw him be particularly lethal like this, where there's just a 4v1. Sure, that's a great play, but then there's scenarios like this where you go in and nobody else can get there.
Yeah, it's fun. I feel like the replays we got, like a couple of them, I really feel like the pre-fight going into that Hextech Soul fight was kind of the determiner of the game. Because that Hex Soul fight, I really just don't think that Weibo had a chance to win that fight based on what happened before. With just not getting enough out of the Paranoia and the Stand United. So some of those didn't connect well. And again, I think that is something where a lot of the champions that NIP pick, I didn't bring this up in draft, so I'm going to hindsight Harry myself a little bit here too, but it's really tough to play Nocturne into Gnar, Cassio, Alistar, Trundle. Like, your spell shield doesn't feel good against an Alistar. Yeah, you can push Trundle around early, but that pillar makes life tough for you later on, and you can't blow up Trundle. And you can't blow up Cassio, you can't blow up Gnar. Gnar, you have a small window too, but pretty easy for Gnar to get away from you when he's in mini, or throw you around when he's in mega, and just feel like we saw the Nocturne run out of gas in that one. As maybe a pog for Care, I gotta say. I was a little bit up in the air about who I thought actually deserved the pog for that game, Yanni. I'm a hair surprised it's not Photic, quite frankly. I think that the boom doom damage was there. But Care had some really impactful fights and a solid game on the Cassiopeia.
Yeah, I think the team as a whole generally played quite well. You really need to, as a unit, in order to come back from scenarios like that. But I mean, think about most of the things we mentioned in these fights as key points. The miasma and the petrifying gaze. If those are your key points, your bread and butter to a good fight against this Weibo Gaming squad, you're going to do it. However, this split is crazy. So the AI has voted for jungle. We were thinking, we had a conspiracy theory that the AI was just going to start voting for whatever ended up being the player of the game. Like a hindsight Harry, just like you. Because earlier on, the AI had a lot of differences, but then as things went on, they started being in lockstep. I really wish that I could read this, because I'd like to know the justification for a Guan player of the game here, honestly. I don't think it's a bad vote, but I just want to know the justification.
We do have Kai helping us behind, so maybe we'll end up with the justification afterwards. I'm interested about that. I really felt like that was a Photic player of the game. We'll say that for Kara too, at least for his pog, first 3 levels, we saw him push the Syndra out. I think that's really big. If you don't win those first couple levels as Cassio, you just kind of get baptized by Syndra, who with more levels can throw more W's and scatters at you and try and space you out. So really big that Kara was able to cash in on the first couple of levels with the Cassio matchup, and did actually set Xiaohu behind. So do want to give him kudos. I think that's one that fans may not know or realize at home, that I thought Kara actually did quite well in that game, as Captain Care helps his team get game 1 win over Weibo, and reassert NIP being above Weibo in the standings, where they sat at the end of Group Ascend last split.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Weibo Gaming are going to be able to turn it over in games 2 and 3 and get a couple of wins. And, Cubby, it's late where I'm at. It's 3:50 in the morning right now. I went to sleep at about this time yesterday and only slept 4 hours, so I've had to consume a lot of caffeine. You know what's a great caffeinated beverage? Coffee.
What would that be, Yanni? Really?
Coffee. Yeah, and did you know that coffee is also the best way to support the LPL English project? Now, Cubby, do you know why? I think it's because the vast majority of your contributions go directly into the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it pays on-air talent and our content creators. Subscribe to the coffee that'll be linked in the chat. You can unlock perks like early access to content,
Hold on.
the ability to ask interview questions for unique on-site interviews, just in case you weren't able to get a ticket to Worlds.
But before we throw it a break, can we go back to that image? Because there's something funny, and I actually have a request for the team moving forward. Because that image that we had, it was Wenbo was over Bin. So what if in the future we now have like I can tell that that's been behind, like there's like just enough that I know that he's. So what if we put like Hoya in there next, and then we also put like Flandre
There's no
in
reason
there?
to put Hoya there. We
No,
can
there
put
is.
Flandre there.
There might be. I really like the fact like we just leave hints of like what the carousel actually was. Like there needs to be something left in the wreckage so that whoever walks in next understands like what happened before, you know?
I don't understand what's going on there. We're getting roster changes in the middle of Split 3. It's always great. But with that, we're going to go ahead and take our break. And when we return, it will be the Game 2 draft between NIP and Weibo Gaming. Welcome back, everybody, to the unofficial LPL English broadcast as we are awaiting the draft for Game 2 of the first series of the day. Company, this was, for those who may have not watched the first game, a pretty back-and-forth one, but once NIP took control, they did not let it go, and they are really showing that maybe they shouldn't have been in Nirvana after all. It's a shame that they kind of stumbled in Split 2 when they really couldn't afford to, and that's why they're here, but put a beating down on Weibo in the second half of that first game, and now they're up 1-0, looking to make this a clean 2-0.
Yeah, I think ultimately in hindsight, I'm going to go back and question Weibo drafting full dive into Cassio showing first, because it really felt like a game where Cassio set up to be anti-dive. Cassio was first picked. I like the Syndra, but I think the combination of Syndra Nocturne, there may or may not be better combinations out there if you want to play Nocturne. And I think between that and then Zika not really being able to connect with any of the public executions, he's going to want that game back, as that Ambessa was pretty invisible in this game. So I think for Weibo, we can definitely point to Jouet, had some nice moments. Definitely have to give him some kudos there. But outside of that, really not a lot of positives for Weibo, as it felt like even the big winning play that they had was more of a misexecution for me from NIP rather than really solid play from Weibo Gaming. So hopefully different draft, different approach for this game. Be a better look for Weibo after NIP. I got to give them a lot of kudos for how they play that game strategically. I thought that they had a really solid showing to open things up.
Yeah, in the LPL, we like to fight over pretty much everything, and it was nice to see them show a lot of restraint. I think that's what separates good teams from really good teams to great
Successfully
teams.
park the bus.
The ability to show, no, not that, but the ability to show restraint. Like, after they had started getting back into the game, they didn't get too crazy with their plays or anything like that. They kept making plays that worked well for them. They didn't overextend trying to grab an extra kill or two, and it really worked out for the squad. One of my big concerns for Weibo Gaming is they put a lot of investment in that bot lane in game 1, and, like you said, Joy played a pretty good game. Elk was in a position to carry generally, but with everything else falling apart around him other than his support, it's tough. That was with resources spent. Remember early on in that lane, that was not a winning lane for Weibo Gaming. If they don't spend the same amount of resources, I am worried that you could run into a repeat scenario and then Elk isn't strong at all and you don't have a point of strength to play from.
Yeah, it could be, and I kind of want to go back to Elk because, he was the member that we said coming into this that we felt like had been the strongest performer for Weibo. And that's a game where he got his hands on his Kai'Sa. I mean, feels like every AD carry in the LPL has a nasty Kai'Sa in their back pocket, but Elk's is up there. And the Kai'Sa into the full dive just wasn't able to do much. The full dive Kai'Sa into the comp that's pretty good at absorbing dive. We saw Elk get caught in the last fight and didn't see Elk get involved to the point that Elk wanted to get involved in that last game. So see if we get a different approach. As Weibo going to be with first pick, NIP on the blue side. I assume they took that one in response. And Weibo does get access to that Vi, as that was freed up in draft. They've already taken away the Poppy. So first pick Vi. Going to feel good for Weibo and JJ.
And other champions that are available, Cubby, Vayne and Varus are on the table for this game.
No Vayne yet. There's a Vi on my screen. We need more stuff before we see that. But Hoya has like the Varus. He has.
I'm just saying they're there.
Yes.
They're there.
Yeah,
it is playable.
The Fury's there too, as the Fury been a very high priority champion early on. The split of LPL been a lot of success here as two of our highest priority junglers taken. Tubakuwan's able to get done on that. We'll say some of the better pairings with Nefiri not on the board as Ryze and TF would both feel good. But how about Assassin ×2 in the mid jungle for NIP, as a lock is going to get picked up for Care.
Come on, you didn't say lock getting locked in? You're not locked in, I guess. I don't know. But I like the combo here out of NIP. I especially like the Nefiri for Guan. Remember, we saw early in the game the Trundle kind of doing a little bit of cardio, really wasn't able to get into these fights and make an impact. And I said in game 1 that I wanted to see Guan on something that can get into a fight a lot easier. When you drop down that ultimate, it is so easy to go after a target from a decent distance. The early game pressure that you're going to be able to put down on this Vi if Weibo doesn't have hard winning lanes somewhere on the map is something to certainly watch out for, as we are flying through a couple of picks. It's Rumble Rel, which is a good combo, but then the Yorick to deal with the Rumble on the top side for NIP.
I think Rel makes life really difficult for both Locke and the Furies, so I like that pickup here for Jouet. But these are a few champions that Yorick's pretty happy to see in the top lane, so we'll see if Hoya is able to get any of that split push threat going, as he will be stronger than Rumble in the side lane, and is pretty tough for Vi and Rel to get sent towards the Yorick, because those are champions that he doesn't mind seeing come to his lane. He can deal with those all right. So I think as we go through, going to be taking away some Vi pairings in the mid lane. No Ahri. And I think they're going to ban Akali probably as well, as that is one of the better matchups against Locke. And Akali plus Vi, pretty good combo.
Yeah, it's certainly not a bad one. Some other good options. Annie being a good one. Could do that. Talia, we don't see her as much anymore, but still a viable combo. I recall she was picked, bot lane, I think, the last time we saw her.
Yeah.
So
see a few Talia bots.
Yeah, I don't think we'll be seeing that this game, and if we do, something has gone horribly wrong. Still awaiting the last ban here for NIP. It is going to be that Jhin, so getting rid of some extra utility. Cubby, do you think there's an opportunity maybe that Weibo just slams Misfortune into these two assassins and says, we'll just team fight better and we'll just have priority for a Vi to be protected in the early game?
Maybe. I don't associate that as much with a Photic champ. My guess is that if they're going to have any conversation right now, it's about Camille. We've seen Rel be a response to Camille, but it is up and available, and I think Camille can really help attack the side lane with Yorick. That said, Bongyue, looks like he's got a lot of thoughts about the champ that he's going to be picking up for himself. He's going to go to that Rakan, which is really good from him in the first series. Xayah Rakan was played by Photic and Bongyue. And honestly, setup here for Xayah is pretty good. I just get scared that Elk might be able to take a champion that can have range and threaten Xayah. My eyes honestly go towards... Kate Rel is not the best pairing, but I do like how Caitlyn plays into Xayah. I don't know if that's going to be the option this game, but I think that's actually part of why they took Jhin away, because they don't want to deal with... like Jhin can space Xayah later on, so Varus will get picked up. I think they're expecting the Xayah to come on out, so poke into the Xayah from the Varus will be good.
There's your little bit of range as we'll cycle through a couple champions here that are not looking like they'll go in the mid lane, but honestly, Cubby, at this point in the meta, we are really in an anything's possible meta. It is a deep champion pool paradise, but there are just the regular options that we're hovering that we talked about earlier. It is that going to be that Talia. A little bit of global presence. You've got good damage elsewhere. You'll have sustained damage later on. Solid pick for Weibo Gaming to round out this composition, and it's not going to be the Xayah Rakan combo. It's going to be the Sivir for the late game insurance policy onto Photic.
Yeah, I think once you see the Varus, the Xayah doesn't become quite as appealing. So I also think that Sivir is going to have a lot of trouble auto-attacking in this game. So see if Weibo can make that happen. I really feel like for NIP, what I like about their draft is that Naafiri and Locke, they bring a lot of damage, but there's a real lack of utility on this NIP side. I think that we got to put a lot of focus on what Bongyue can do in these fights, because playing Rakan as kind of solo engage here, like, yes, Naafiri can go in, but, I mean, if he goes in alone, that's pretty tough. I think that you got to navigate the rocks, you got to navigate the Rel in terms of finding these engages. I think that's a really difficult task for a Rakan that's on a team that's kind of lacking some engage. But we'll see if he can create those moments, because really feel like NIP, they brought the damage this game, but utility's missing. And Weibo have that pretty tried and true Wombo combo where it might be difficult for Sivir to auto-attack, but they also might have issues navigating this Yorick Naafiri Locke topside, which does bring a ton of damage to the table.
Cubby, you're forgetting one thing. The best CC in this game right here. Yorick Dark Procession onto a Rumble, onto a Talia, or onto a Varus. All of those champions, they have a tough time getting out of that. Sure, it's only a couple auto attacks, but that little bit of time that it takes to get out could be the difference maker in a fight. Game 2, NIP, Weibo Gaming, coming at you.
All right,
Copy.
Yanni.
We
do you got?
might not see a lot of fireworks around it, but one thing that we have to talk about is how strange these bot lanes are in terms of the players and all of their journeys. We talked about the supports a little bit earlier, but one thing that we have to talk about is the combo that we once had over on the side of IG with Photic and Jue, both on the same side at one point. And now they've got their new bot lane pairings here in Split 3. Really potential all-pro candidates on either side, with Joy getting paired with Elk and Photic getting paired with Fungyue. I think that is, you know, from being on the same team to being at this point, even though you're in Group Nirvana, you got a pretty solid teammate beside you in the lane.
You do. I'd love to spend more time talking about the bot lane duos. We have to talk about jungle right now because we have a trade of camps going on. Guwon did walk over a ward on his way to try and split the map, but a potential very, at least early pressure. I don't think that Rel's diveable, so this is rather fake, but it's kind of an interesting jungle scenario going on here. As curious if the Fury is going to be able to get back and answer any of these respawn camps. If not, could see Fury behind in the long haul. And honestly, Guwon sticking around. Are we actually looking for a dive? This is tough to do. Dropping aggro to Fury's nice, but Rel's scary to dive.
All right, let's see if they can get it done, Cubby. What's Shui going to do to try to stop this one? Elk trying to put on the dancing shoes of flash away. Guwon is going to go on targetable flash forward and get first blood. He takes tower shot on the way out and falls to Jue. Ends up being a 1-for-1, but here comes Xiaohu looking to cause some problems with Photic and Fungyue. There's that unraveled earth doing just enough to slow them up. Looks like Photic might be able to escape. Fungyue has got to burn that flash. And over on the top side,
Huge!
He's caught the Dark Procession and he's dead, and it's Care getting the kill. I told you the Dark Procession was gas.
That was a huge response from NIP, because honestly, it stops Guwon from getting behind as JJ gets caught out on the top side. And yeah, I mean, I don't think they can answer the Raptors. At least Guwon can't, but can take that top crab, can maybe look for a second. He's going to at least poke his head in there first. But really big, I mean, taking Elk out, getting the TP doesn't fall too far behind, but that is something in favor of the ADs as we get a second look at how they caught JJ. Again, Hoya knows that the Vi's on this side because it's a split map scenario. Great slow connects, and the flash gets dropped. Flash response from both solo laners to shut down the jungler Weibo and make sure their own jungler doesn't fall too far behind.
And Care getting that one. Now he's got double buffs. I mean, we've seen this lock champion. If you've seen it in your games, you know it's liable to snowball at any time with the way that it's so easy for him to pick up kills and get so strong. The AP Vayne, as I like to think of him, will have plenty of opportunities to deal some very serious damage in this game.
Yeah, I actually really want to see how Care plays with lock, because that E, it's a blink. So the blink will get you out of the rocks. But then the auto attack, where you get like the bonus range, is a dash after. That's where he's going to have to be careful. Because the blink can get you out of some stuff and won't get tagged up by the rocks, but the dash will. So really interested to see how both players play around that rather new interaction in the game for our newest champion, Hit the Rift.
So crazy, they release a pretty new champion and they release League Classic almost shortly after. You know, it's the duality is kind of odd there.
You know, as a throwback to Wigs, Yanni, you just get the best of both worlds.
You know what? You are absolutely right, my friend. Cannot believe that Hannah Montana has been referenced twice.
I am
on this stream.
I am locked in.
All right,
TP
teleport coming down on the bottom side. And it looks like NIP are going to go for it. Elk immediately blown up. And again, the escape for NIP this time is cleaner.
No response from Weibo as the TP was used by Xiaohu, but to no avail. Elk gets shut down again, and man, it really feels like a zone defense to target the best player on Weibo so far, as Elk has been the victim of NIP's attention early on.
I think they're playing prevent defense, Cubby. They just give them everything and say, okay, hopefully we won't lose.
I was more basketball brains.
Me and my dad hate prevent.
I respect prevent. I mean, prevent defense is the equivalent to parking the bus, if we're going to be honest.
Yeah, it is the NFL version of parking the bus.
It is parking the bus. Parking the bus did work for NIP, of course, in that first one. But Weast Dragon picked up here early as JJ taking advantage of the power of the Vine, the denting blows.
Good look there from the NIP support, but not too much more to be had. Maiden is out here, and it is time to drain Zika once he gets into range, as Guan is heading up top. This man has been so active, so much more active than he was on the Trundle. That equalizer going down means
doesn't get the full wave.
Really well aware that something's going on. Meanwhile, Zhui is
They're
going to run down here by Photic, and now they're going to turn their sights on to Elk. Elk is going to get one kill on the way out. And JJ charging up that cube, but Photic is going to flash forward and make sure he secures this one. It's a double kill. The only problem is Vi can punch a little bit harder than you could throw those boomerangs at this point in the game. It's a good spell shield, and the teleport with the turnaround means that Photic, it's not a true triple, but it's still 3 all the same.
Oh boy, Photic's trying to show his X that, you know, the X is missing out on all that right now. Zhui is on the losing side. Who won the breakup? And Photic looking real good here at 3-0-2. And of all people to get fed early, Yanni, you're feeding a Sivir early. It's the dream late game scenario, but also your ability to delete those waves and cheat your way out of the matchup is real. As we saw the equalizer, it was good but not perfect. Enough of the wave lived where they were able to convert this dive onto Zika. And then on the flip side, Bongyue...
This is beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, the short grand entrance, we saw the Zhui had used cooldowns early. Yes, Elk's able to clean this up. But the Sivir, just with the lethal tempo going, and the early kills onto Elk, setting him behind, able to win out the DPS war. And on the retreat, again, Sivir, as long as you're hitting your autos and your abilities, you get that free move speed on the passive. Really helped by the space from the Vi, who did not yet have access to 6. And gets walked down by Photic, who now has a big lead and honestly has to be the focus of our game. As I would have loved to talk about that, Yanni, but that replay went long because we are in a pause.
What do you think we're pausing for here, Cubby? If you could describe the pause in one way.
You know, the one nice part about being on the unofficial broadcast is that we technically can mention bugs. That's something that Riot doesn't love. I don't know how much details I want to give the fans at home. I don't want to break the allure of that, but just can't really talk about bugs in the official broadcast. I'd guess it's a bug, but I'm going to hope it's not. And it's something a little bit smaller than that. Yanni is, of course, we're in the dark whenever we have pauses, but so far, I mean, this is a series coming in where NIP is looking like the better team. We felt like that after the early series we had seen from these teams, with Weibo falling to IG and NIP putting together a rather convincing 2-0. But NIP, I think, again, when you look at these names on paper, you would expect Weibo to be better given the pedigree they have on the roster. But NIP's been the better team on the year. They're really showing up again to prove that in Split 3 on this matchup today.
Yeah, I'm glad to see that Photic is doing so much in this particular game. You know, not so magical journey for him. Split 1 on this powered down IG roster. Split 2 OMG went winless. He's played 20 series before this split with NIP. 4 wins and 16 losses. You know, good on these lane priority champions, but with like the meta shifts, there's a lot of questions on how much he would contribute to the team. But he is contributing the most right now at 3-0-2. When I mean, this is a sublime performance. That fight was just so well played by him, and it's really nice to see that a player who, you know, did not have the greatest first and second split, doesn't matter, can come through here in Split 3 on a team that can revitalize him a little bit. Whenever that happens, it feels like the player who gets that opportunity, they raise their game. It's not just the team around them, but they individually raise their game.
You always got, you know, Photic just had to show up and prove that he got the better end of the breakup. That's what it's all. You got to raise your game for that, Yanni. I feel like that's what Photic's coming in here to prove. But hey, 3-0-2 again.
Raise your game.
I think Sivir is one of the most dangerous champions to get ahead like this early, because your ability to hit the wave, delete them, and cheat your way out of this matchup, it's very real. So this is a lead that can grow exponentially for Photic, as nearly has an Essence Reaver complete already and already powering up a Cole, which always feels good on Sivir. So, yeah, this is a game that's looking extremely NIP favored early and kind of alleviating some of our concerns about the potential lack of utility on the team, because everyone's going to be coming into these fights with enough damage to get through them.
Yeah, it felt like the Assassins and Guan and Care were going to build the bridge to get Photic there, and Photic just decided, don't worry, guys, I'll build the bridge with you. Everything's fine. We'll get over there. We'll get a quick 2-0 victory over Weibo Gaming. For Weibo, it seems like it's going to be quite tough. I look at their composition. I'm not too excited about their scaling. There is a world where they wombo combo their ultimates and really roast NIP. I think that's the one way to come back here.
It's got to be wombos, you know? Like Vi, Talia, Varus, there's so much setup for Xiaohu. And he does have the ability to at least try and cheat some waves. I just think it's really tough playing Talia. I know the rocks have value in the walk, but playing Talia into Assassins can be dangerous. The Xiaohu maybe looking to go down bot. Grub's being hit and does have an angle to look against Photic.
All right, well, Photic already used that spell shield, and he is very low and is dead. Elk is forced to flash away. Care will blink forward, and he sends Elk straight to purgatory. It's a double kill for Care, and Fungyue is going to pick up the last one. It is a 3-for-1 on the turnaround.
I mean, attacking Sivir there, I think that's the right call for Weibo, but the response just better from NIP as Fungyue really helped to execute that. Now on the flip side, they saw numbers bot, so the dive comes in top. Does get the equalizer out. Zika escapes, but a decent chunk, and Grub secured for NIP. So really this gets equalized because this is a shutdown on the Photic. Really like what Fungyue tries to do here, which is catch the ult coming in from Elk. Yeah, he gets in front of the Chains of Corruption. Of course, the bounce and the Blight stacks that Elk had stacked up early does still make sure the kill connects onto the Sivir, but that last tower shot got him so low, it really enabled Care to step in. One of the Qs hit. That means that the slow comes in, makes the Purgatory easy to connect, as Fungyue with the Quickness Grand Entrance combo onto Zhui cleans that one up, sends the old relationship back into the dust, and keeps NIP ahead.
New phone tick, who this? This is NIP up 3,000 gold here at the 10-minute mark. Dragon coming up in 20 seconds here. Just to say again, Dragon of the game at this point. Oh no, we're gonna go right after Xiao, who is forced to use that Weaver's Wall to escape. But NIP always scrappy, looking for a fight, with Care being as strong as he is right now. Those ritual nails stacking up those damage. The Dragon being up, looks like it's NIP's for the taking.
What are we saying?
Listen, I am a volume shooter when it comes to wordplay jokes like that, and they don't always land. They don't always land. Sometimes they do, and they're great, and that one sounded good in my head, and as soon as I said it, I said, yeah, I'm going to either get roasted by the chat for that one, or I'm going to get roasted by Prod for that one.
I didn't see getting roasted by Prod for that one. I think that's a new feature, not a bug, though. I did like that one. Meanwhile, Hoya doing a nice job of avoiding getting roasted on the top side, as he has been up against Zika so far. Pressure has been on the Rumble, and the 3 Grub empowered Yorick. That's definitely something that Weibo is going to have to deal with later on, because Trinity Force is early coming in for Hoya. And if you get ahead of the game as Yorick, it feels so good. Ability to try and pressure the map with the Grubs is right now looking to be pressured by Zhui. JJ?
Yeah, Weibo Gaming sending everybody up to the top side here. Hoya is going to chase Zhui off. JJ is going to be able to secure that Gromp. Dragon going to go over the side to NIP, and Guwan's going to do the same thing on the opposite side of the map.
JJ still sticking around, but not going to get enough, as Guwan, I really feel like he's really started to power through this matchup. I was kind of paying attention to all the action for NIP, and with a lot of it going down, I did not realize that Guwan's up like 5 camps, or 6, 7 camps on JJ, that's a lot.
How many camps? That's a lot of camps.
Oh,
Photic and
okay.
Guwon gonna finish off this turret here. It's gonna be first turret of the game going over to NIP as their gold lead increases to just over 4,000. A very similar position that they're in to Weibo in the last game, but we've talked about this NIP comp. You got the late game, you got the assassin play. Everybody is strong right now. Feels like as long as they don't do anything too crazy here, Cubby, should be smooth sailing.
It really feels like NIP is won the majority of game. Like 3 out of 4 games I've seen from NIP, they're winning with early moves, and a lot of this is coming from Guwon and Bongyue. And that's for me is a really exciting sign moving forward, just with how this jungle support's playing together. So I do think it's a really different meta, with mages being bot really frees people up to move, and we have seen this new support for NIP really step in and synergize well with Guwon, who... Man, Guwon's off to a great start this split. I think that has to be talked about, too.
Okay. Well, we were finding a quick pick potentially, but anyway, is able to hop out and keep himself upright. So, Weibo had a look. They took their shot, unable to convert. And it feels like the more and more of those slip away, the more desperate this team will become. They're staring an 0-2 start in the face, Cubby. We talked about it at the top of the show. A loss here puts them at 0-2. The team that we thought they were going to contest the second spot with in NIP would be 2-0 and have a big win over them. With just only 4 games remaining, you know, their season is 33% of the way done after this game for both of these teams. And it's such a huge mountain to climb if you go out. Oh, Xiaohu is that. Oh, hold on. Xiaohu is a lot. Hold on.
Oh.
JJ stops him. I thought for a second he was going to go down, but he manages to stay alive. Now we have a teleport coming out on the backside for this Rumble. This is going to be a little bit late, but Zika's got that big shield. Kara will be able to slide out with that Ashen Pursuit.
Yeah, some good interactions there from Weibo to make sure that they at least keep their mid laner and captain alive, but they're paying the price in the bot lane as the Grubbin-powered Yorick push with the Maiden is going to pretty much knock down the turret by itself, and Zika, well, he's got a flash that's going to have to be burned here.
Yeah, and by the way, there was a teleport forced out of Xiaohu as well. So we are teleporting just to defend. We try the aggressive look. It doesn't work. It's another play where Weibo Gaming are desperate for something to try to turn this game around, and they're not getting it. That gold lead just increasing steadily over time. Guwon's going to pick up this Rift Herald. We're going to have the next Dragon in a minute and 20 seconds. And Weibo Gaming cannot win a straight-up fight against an IP.
I think any fight win, it's got to come down to, again, good ult usage or fighting on the rocks. I do want to give Xiaohu some credit for how he used the rocks in that top fight. We saw him drop him backwards, so that lock auto attack, that's where the dash comes in, right? The E is a blink, and then your empowered auto attacks the dash, and the dash is where you get hit by the rocks, whereas the blink you can get around it. So that, and then a good Q from JJ did help save Xiaohu from going down, but that's the best case scenario right now for Weibo. They're that far behind. And when you get this far behind as a team that really wants to team fight, makes life harder.
Okay, we're getting the Varus ult out here, but we're just going to take the blast plant, and now Dre is dead.
Yeah.
Herald is going to crash here in the mid lane, get some nice plate gold over. A little bit of extra damage using those little Twitch chatters, I like to call them, to take down that turret as Hoya continues to do his thing on the side lane. This Yorick has been unanswered.
It's looking like Ben out there with the side lane Yorick push.
Hey, maybe BLG should have picked him up. Yeah, we're gonna hit the go button here with the on the hunt. Selk is caught in the corner, but he'll be okay. And NIP just using that for a little bit of damage, and we'll fade back to the dragon potentially.
Really no pressure on NIP to even pressure the dragon. They don't have to. If Hoya's getting this much work done on the side lane, you can't really push anymore on this side, but they could shift him up top and drop this and try and get power. That said, they have the power now, and now that they see Xiaohu spotted on the top side, means this dragon does go over to them. I mean, everything gets thrown into the shield. And, oh, it was Elk. Oh.
Yeah,
they really did him like that.
Yeah, you know what? Elk was jealous
You know,
of what Photic had going on the other side and said, you know what? Love bites.
We've spent some time, like, trying to show which side of the relationship, won the breakup. And that's Elk just being like, you can have him back if you want. Take him back if it matters that much to you. Sends his support to his own demise. And sadly, that kind of sums up the day for Huevos. Huevos looked really flat tonight. We have not...
Yeah.
I mean, it was a 5K gold lead or a 3K gold lead. They were up 5-0, where I just don't think the comp worked out into what was shown early for NIP. Again, that's a first pick Cassio that you go full dive into. I think that there are some valid criticisms and critiques of that, given you kind of know what Cassio's identity is early on. It's been one of my big critiques of early pick Cassios. I feel like you kind of pigeonhole yourself into the type of comp you want to play. Weibo picked right into that. And then this game, look, I thought the draft was okay this game for Weibo, sincerely, but this bot lane focus for NIP and just what we've seen out of Guwan, I really feel like Guwan needs to be talked about so far as one of the best players we've seen in Group Nirvana so far. And Guwan, for me, was the key to this team. And their success in Split 2 was kind of whether he was on or off. Because I do feel like NIP were playing for a lot of these invades early on. Guwan is active on the map, and if it worked out, it was good. If not, things were bad. But to see him play this well early on with Bungwe and sync up as new teammates, and in a meta that I feel like it kind of sits better for how Guwan and NIP were already playing, and then see Guwan be more consistent and how well he's cashing this in. It's leading to a great start for NIP, and, as concerned as you are for the 0-2 start for Weibo being a third of your way done with the Group Nirvana regular season split, or that double round robin, NIP is sitting at 2-0. I mean, they're, in theory, one win away from guaranteeing the fact that, they're almost out of this group, or it could be close. 3 is a number that, in theory, could get you out.
Yeah, if you're a neutral fan, you have to be equally as excited for NIP as disappointed as you are in Weibo. And, no lies detected about your call of Guwan being one of the better players in the group. I think he is likely the best jungler in the group. I think he's probably performing like it as well.
Has been so far. He has been so far.
But in terms of players, be hard pressed to find too many other players that are really and truly that impactful for their teams, like the way Guwan is for Ninjas in Pajamas. As it's just a matter of trying to get over the finish line and get out of this pause. For the other side, for Weibo, Cubby, just feels like their success most of the time has come from JJ being active early, and when his laners can support his moves. This is the risk that you run when you pick a Vi early on. Now, obviously, he got caught on the crab. He was invading, but with the way the lanes kind of shook out that part of the game, there's a reason why he got pinched by Care and why Shahu was not able to assist.
Yeah, I mean, that is an opener that, was kind of made by Guwan. The response just wasn't good enough from JJ. As I know that at least the pinch that came in was... Yeah, you can argue that he stayed too long, but also you can argue that if he doesn't stick around, you're just going to be straight up behind. So I think that's kind of the balance you need to have, and a little bit surprised that... I think, if anything... Wolves are just the toughest camp to get to if you're invading.
Yeah.
It's the most protected camp, so maybe you take that away before you do Grand Blue. I think that's the one real conversation to have, but outside of that, I do want to chalk it up to a good play from NIP is getting back into the action.
Classic red buff invade that many teams have been punished at. It's funny, we're going to get taken down to about half HP, but no worse for wear otherwise. Take a look at kill participation for both of these guys, sitting at 73%, 3-1 and 5 for Photic, 1-1 and 7 for his support, as the brand new bot lane for NIP just hitting the ground running, as we've talked about. It's been a treat to watch, and we hope that they keep it up, because with the way NIP was in Split 2 and Ascend, it was exciting. It was a team that could take games off of some of the best. It was a team that did beat BLG in the regular season. When you have a team like that, upstarts that can make things exciting, can shake things up, push the status quo a little bit, It's good for everybody. It's good for the league. It's good for fans.
I think it's been good to just see like Karen and Hoya have a better year this year than what we've seen in the past. I think both of them are on ups this year. Karen more so in I'd say recent form rather than what we've seen out of him for the year, because I was a fan of FBX Care in last year's Split 2. Thought he was playing well, but yeah, I think that again a lot of kudos just need to go over this NIP squad, because a lot of their identity from last Split, we talked about Guwon, but the other part of that, it was awesome in the bot lane. And for Photic to step in and step up, make it look like, you know, there's a V5 in front of his name instead of an NIP. That's been really impressive for me as well, as I think we might be in trouble here.
Chains of Corruption not going to land. He is still very much in trouble.
He's going down.
He does pop the quickness. He's going to flash forward just to try to get to Hoya and hop his way out, but JJ sticking on top of Hoya and Xiaohu with the Weaver's Wall. It is a 2-0 play for Weibo Gaming, and NIP left scrambling to pick something up.
It's going to be kills, but it will be the mid-inner turret going over to NIP. Bot outer will fall for Weibo, but I think that's, in the end, a tad bit of a nothing burger. Good for Weibo to get some gold back in their pockets, but just an oopsie for NIP. I think that was the warning mission before the Dragon setup really coming out, and Fungyue just kind of caught off guard. We'll be able to respawn and control this side of the map still in favor of NIP, as we are 90 seconds away from a Chemtech Dragon spawning. Will be soul point available for NIP, as Weibo will look to deny that and even up the scoreboard. And yeah, I mean, the Wombo combo for Weibo, I'm really looking out for how they play around the rocks and where the flick comes in. I think that if rocks are up and they fight on rocks, then it's playable for Weibo. Again, Fungyue, it's a lot of pressure on him to engage, and those rocks can make life really difficult for Rakan. I do think that there are a lot of elements that can make life difficult for Rakan in this game, but the lead is so big that, again, any conversational lack of utility for NIP, we're not really that worried about, because they have the gold to back up the damage their champions are bringing to the Rift, and so far Weibo have not been able to deal with that.
Like you mentioned, things might get hard for Fungyue in this next fight. He is missing his flash.
Yeah.
After that last that gaff by the NIP support, so it'll be a little bit harder to get that quickness off. Does have the ghost, so he will be zooming around in close quarters.
I really would not.
Gaming won't be caught by surprise.
Oh, hold on. Oh, that
Okay.
that is so bold.
This is JJ going over the wall, losing a decent bit of HP just 25 seconds before the objective.
Yeah, they see Hoya top, so they kind of roughly knew they were up a man. But that was a bold dash in. I would not be surprised, or would honestly kind of like to see from Weibo. I know it sounds weird, but if they could one-shot the Rakan, I do think that Weibo or NIP might have difficulty fighting without Rakan, because Rakan's the one thing that can get them in. As it looks like they're gonna drop this fight to the wayside and try and threaten Baron's side, but this should be, yeah, this should just be Dragon given over. As Photic gets the wave, Guwon's on the Dragon, and Weibo gonna respect the power of NIP here.
We did talk about the only other CC really being that Dark Procession out of Hoya.
Yeah.
Obviously, Photic can use On the Hunt to get Karen Guwon in there a little bit faster. There's a very valid ultimate for these two assassins. So there's still some ease to get in there, but it is just much more predictable. And Weibo Gaming can kind of try and sidestep that, but that's maybe for an objective later down the line. The Dragon went over tonight.
I don't know if it's worth burning a cease and desist for, like Violets, but I can see a world where if you shut down the Rakan, like how can NIP really choose a fight of their own outside of pressing Thrill to Hunt and running at you? And that's not a great combo. I mean, yes, the Fury can get in there, but the Fury alone is not enough. So, kind of why I'm
there's the quickness,
Rakan.
and JJ is knocked up, and he is stuck in the Dark Procession. He will use that cease and desist. Hoya getting down to about half HP. His teleports are coming in. There's that equalizer. Hoya cannot heal up through it. He will go down, and the Maiden will fall as well. So, well, JJ does have to turn back to heal. Still 5v4 on the map.
A little bit surprised that Hoya fell there. I was kind of unsure about that start of the fight for JJ, as I really felt like he was going to go down. But Xiaohu coming in with the combo was clutch, and of course, Rumble ult over the top, the sealed fate of the Yorick. So, again, a reprieve, but just given how far behind Weibo is, it feels like they always have to burn more tools to find these picks and don't have enough to really carry that man advantage and turn it into anything else. But would still like to see them kind of focus this Rakan, because in theory, I still think this is a difficult game for Rakan to really find the engage and the backline, if that's kind of the focus of Weibo, to shut down that person from getting in.
And the longer it takes, the more items that Weibo actually gets in their inventories. Sure, this is a team that, you know, this composition is not exactly known for their late game prowess. The fight goes really long later on. Xiaohu can pump out a lot of damage with the threatened volley, but you know, Elk is on pretty much full lethality right now. So he is going to spike once his tier item is completed. That is a solid 3-item spike for himself, despite how poorly the game has gone. But it does feel like a matter of time if Weibo Gaming cannot stop Fungui.
Guwan's actually going to kick this off. 230 away from the Dragon and Hoya's bot, so maybe seeing if they can pull any tools or resources out. That said, blue trinket from Elk was used. That control ward in the pit is spotted by Weibo, and that will be enough to bring NIP off the Baron. But means Hoya gets a little bit more free time in that bot lane to start putting the work down. And Weibo, they've got no answer for the Yorick, and next time around when that Baron gets hit, I think going to be a little bit more pressure on Weibo now that Hoya is actually set up.
It feels like the answer is send 4 people and hope that NIP don't do the Baron afterward. Getting a little bit closer to a Chemtech Soul for NIP, a minute and 45 seconds. We'll see if Weibo can keep the game at this state for right now. You know, with how bad the early part of this game had gone, really outside of the last 7 or so minutes. I think Weibo pretty thankful to be in a spot like this. You're gonna get Guwan's untargetability out. It's pretty important.
Yeah, I was about to say, you
still
could have maybe looked after, but
kind of surprised he didn't.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's a big cooldown they got out. Next cease and assist could have went on, and that could have been their way in. But Weibo going to be disciplined, at least holding the line. You have to respond to the waves that Photic owns, and no one's responding to that bot wave, which Hoya owned previously. So, with 1 minute away from the Dragon spawning, NIP going to start this one off now that Xiaohu's spotted bot. And yeah, can they get here in time? That's the question.
All right. Weibo trying to walk in blind.
They can't.
Holding the front line very well. We'll be able to slide out. Baron secured for NIP. JJ might want to fight, but he is immediately taken low. Purgatory goes down, but look at Jway on the back line doing everything he can, but the health bars of Weibo Gaming are just dropping. It's a double kill for Photic. It's a triple kill for Photic, and there's some low members nearby. He is going to back off and not go for it. And when all's said and done, it is a 3-for-1 in favor of NIP with the Baron at their backs.
Strength of NIP reigning supreme. Weibo went for the engage, but again, their tools were split. That equalizer from Zika dropped early because it was more to threaten the Baron being taken itself. Doesn't really get value. Fungui keeping everyone out of the pit to the best of his abilities. That was enough. He sidestepped the chains of corruption. And those are two big ults that were used for naught. And when Jway gets in for the combo, the flip and the Magnet Storm kind of didn't interacted weird, I should say, over the rocks. I am not sure if like they were pulling each other out, and I didn't really see the stun on the rocks. That was a little bit of a funky interaction there, as it looked like the W was you know, pushing them towards Xiaohu, and of course Magnet Storm brings everyone into Jway. But that big damage on the combo didn't connect, and from there they went for the DPS fight, which they can't do. This needs to be about poking and playing on rocks. When the E is up for Talia, Weibo can play fights, and they can use their big ultimates to try and find big wins. But they can't fight the DPS wars against Photic and Hoya. So, fight goes pretty convincing the way of NIP. They got the soul, and Yanni, we're looking at a quick 2-0.
NIP working the crumbled part of Weibo's base. A couple more auto attacks on that inhibitor will take it down. Weibo need to find an angle somewhere. They may have found it in the mid lane as Care has to try to slide out. He'll flash away and avoid the chains of corruption on top of it. As this bottom inhibitor will fall, the pressure still on heavy from NIP, as now they're going to escort a wave into the mid lane turret here, as Feng Yue going to go all in on Zika, blow him up instantly. The exhausted Elki's forced to flash away as Jue cannot hold the front line as desperately as he tried. A double kill for Photic, and the base is crumbling.
Really feels like 2 series in a row where NIP has done a better job at diagnosing their win cons early and playing towards them throughout the game. This has been a convincing 2-0 over Weibo Gaming.
Now they just need to dot the I's and cross the T's. One turret left standing here. 5v3. JJ goes in, and you just see the chunks coming out. It's Guan picking that one up, and the Nexus will fall. NIP take a 2-0 victory over Weibo Gaming.
Sitting atop Group Nirvana, as it has been a great start for the new look NIP. I mean, honestly, firing at all cylinders. Guan looks more consistent this split. The way that he's syncing up with Feng Yue looks even better for NIP this split than it did last split with Awesome and Zhuo. And this is a really competitive Group Nirvana with some big brands that are looking to escape this group. NIP off to the best start out of all of them as they sit 4-0 with 2 series wins.
And on the other side, Cubby, it is not great for Weibo Gaming. Now 0-2. And left with more questions than answers at this point. You would think that the team of Zika, JJ, Xiaohu, Elk, and Jue would be able to take down this NIP squad and maybe not even be in Group Nirvana, but things are just not working. I don't know what needs to change, but it has to be something. And frankly, I don't know if moving Moham in over Jue is the answer.
Yeah, we hinted at BOG Hoya more than Weibo Moham, which seems far more likely to actually happen out of the two.
He's already signed, brother.
Yeah, exactly. He's actually already signed. He's already on the roster. I don't know if that's the difference. This really just felt like NIP was the team that looks like they came in playing as 5 and knowing what win cons they wanted to play and how. And for Weibo, those 2 games, it just didn't really feel like they got to play the game the way they wanted to. I mean, they were up early, but I think the full dive into the Casio comp really did not pay off. The fights they took, they weren't able to really get their carries involved. And then when they got behind, Elk was forced to go in early, and that didn't feel good against the Casio team. And then game 2, Photic and Guwan blew that game up early. I mean, Guwan finding the 2 dives into Elk, and then Photic winning out on that giant skirmish to sit 3-0-2 on Sivir. That is such an oppressive champion to go up against when Sivir gets ahead, because again, those stats go into deleting waves faster, absorbing more resources so that you can scale hard and get to the point of no return sooner. It's exactly what Photic did in that game, as he got quite big early on, and I'm sure we're going to feel more of his presence in the damage chart, as it really felt like he was able to put down the damage. But like, where was Weibo's foothold into that game? It really didn't exist, and I think that was a bit of a stinker of a series from at least Zika in game 1, a bit in game 2, but also JJ just didn't really have an impact in this series. And that is not something we're used to seeing out of that player historically. I think we've seen it a little bit more so. It's been more common lately compared to what we expect for him throughout his career. But this is not a Weibo team that we have a lot of confidence in to at least have a chance to compete for the playoffs moving forward. It really does feel like this is a bottom 2 team right now in Group Nirvana.
Yeah, I think the biggest question is, can they beat LNG at this point? We were like, oh, they'll make top 2, right? And can NIP beat Weibo Gaming? And now it's like, is Weibo Gaming maybe the worst team in this group? Like,
no, that's still going to be LNG. But we'll see. LNG has a chance to prove that up next. So that's going to be the next matchup.
Oh, well, LNG
not
going to
next
be
tonight.
Yeah,
but
yes.
On the schedule.
The next Nirvana matchup. Yeah. We understand, Cubby. Don't you worry. The next matchup is going to be a fun one. EDG and WE is going to be a banger. So we can take a look at the schedule here. As you can see, a little bit ways down the line, it's going to be on Sunday. LNG is going to take on IG. This one, tall mountain to climb. We have to zoom that one in for Cubby specifically.
I'm 30 now. I need
this is happening. Yeah, I'm older than you, brother. I'm 31. How do I not need this?
Maybe we both do, Yanni. I can throw myself under the bus whenever I want. Sometimes got to ask permission from a peer before I can do that.
Listen, Listen, I'm no longer parking the bus. I am driving the bus right over you. Just as NIP drove the bus right over Weibo Gaming. Let us have our whimsy.
That
okay?
actually, I did not mean that. I was doing mental math.
Yeah,
and I
okay,
did,
buddy.
I said 5 camps first, and it was a 30 CS gap. And so, 5 times 4, that's not it. I had to go closer to, we had to go up
6
there a little bit.
or 7.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Cubby.
It was
Cubby.
subtle until it wasn't.
True. All right.
But I appreciate that,
Who's our MVP for not only this game, but the series?
It's got to be Photic, because I thought it was Photic MVP game 1, and Photic was, I think, probably MVP for the series.
He got a couple votes, right?
If
in
it's
game 1?
Yeah. If it's Guwon for this game, I'm okay with that. But then it doesn't feel like they can give. If Guwon's player of the series, I think that's okay, because it'd be double Pog in a player of the series. But, by the way, that Trundle win, we threw it in a translator, and the AI is pretty much like.
Would you like to?
Let me read it.
The class.
Despite being pressured in the early game, he managed to tear through his opponent's defenses from the mid-game onwards thanks to the Troll King's tankiness. Whether it was his crucial damage absorption and kills in the Dragon Soul fight, or his sustained pursuit after the Baron fight, his near-perfect survivability and comprehensive team contributions made him the most solid cornerstone for the team's comeback. So pretty much, he took a good champion that was tanky and hit smites, is what the AI just told me.
Honestly, true.
I trust my brain a bit more. The only algorithms I trust are tax. That's it. That's the only one I put stock into.
Take a look at the damage chart as it just went off the screen. Photic leading the way. No surprise there. Everybody generally having a pretty solid game on NIP. Hoya's scoreline not reflective of the game and the work that he put in on those side lanes. So honorable mention to him as everybody else kind of smurfed when it came to their KDAs.
Need a structure damage chart for see Hoya's impact in this game is 3 grubs. I will say if you get grubs, the impact of grubs greater as an individual rather than grouped up scenarios. So feels big for Hoya on a champion like the Yorick, as we're going to get another look at that Photic 2v3. As again, this was an Elk that was already 0-2 coming into this fight. So really feel like the early work that NIP put into finding those dives was executed really well with Rakan and the Fury. Definitely available for them. It's really well played. And yeah, I mean, Photic from here was sitting 3-0-2. And I mean, the focus coming back here for Weibo, this is the right play or the right call to answer that dive back when Photic's down flash. But the answer from Kara was better, as I was able to get out of the rocks there from Xiaohu and got involved on the brand new champion Alak. Found the double kill, turned this play around, and ensured that NIP had the lead, and NIP did not look back from here.
Yeah, that one fight just kind of broke it open. Obviously, Care, 4 kills on the lock. Not really a crazy amount, but didn't have to, right? There wasn't very many times where these two teams were really fighting each other. It was NIP going in and, getting 1 or 2 picks, but no straight up 5v5s because Weibo were just unable to do so. This is a team that, they had a lot of pick potential with their mid-jungle duo that we didn't see any plays executed on, really. They had the Wombo combo with the Rumble and the Rel. I think we saw it one time, and it was already too late at that point. Just feels like a team that has ideas of what they want to do in the draft, but can't quite put them together when they're on the Rift.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the cause for concern has been there for Weibo for a lot of the year, but I feel very concerned about where this team's at right now, given that we might see a different support play for them in the next series, and I think regardless of which support played in this game, it just doesn't feel like this is a team that's playing League of Legends together. Really didn't see Weibo get into this series. I do think that in particular, JJ probably had the worst series for the squad. Also, didn't really feel his impact a lot in this series either. So, if I had to look at a part of the map that I was concerned about in the series, it'd probably be the top side.
Yeah.
But
they ran out of gas early, Cubby. They ran out of gas in the middle of game 1.
Regardless of that, though, I mean, this is just not a team that's playing League of Legends together. And you got to win or lose this game playing as 5. I think League, at its best, it's when all 5 players are playing well together. And that together part is difficult. And does not... It really has seemed to be the problem for Weibo all year. Is how well they play League together. Because we haven't felt that from them this year.
Keep making changes in the support role. Changes might need to be made elsewhere. We don't know if we're going to see any of those before the end of 2026. This might be a 2027 project. Photo going to get your player of the game. Unsurprisingly, we're quite whelmed by that. So he had a really fantastic game. Had that great play down on the bottom side. Does exactly what you want out of an AD carry. 8 for 8 on voting. Even the AI was like, I can't spaghetti something else out here about his. We don't even need to justify it. Why are we doing that? We do not need a justification for that.
I don't know. I'm lost, Yanni. I got none.
I just now think that it's probably a Photic player of the series, right?
It's got to be.
Said if he gets this player of the game,
yeah, there we go. See, Justice,
player of the match.
Sweet Justice.
Yeah,
should have been
Justice.
Yeah, should have been. And hey, for Photic coming in, I mean, this was a team where I really felt like Awesome was getting leads in lane and pumping out the damage for NIP last split. For this new bot lane to come in and be playing this well, I think that with a better version of Guwon. I mean, NIP was a team that it feels like they've come together quickly with this group of 5, and Weibo, we have not seen them be able to play as a cohesive unit. So it seemed like the difference today as we got that 2-0 Yanni, and we'll see if we can see better team play from each of our teams as we've got 2 more matches left on the night.
Yep, EDG versus WE is going to be coming up next. That's going to be covered by Melvin and Grapes, which means that is it for myself and Cubby. We're going to go ahead and take a short break, do a caster swap, and when we return, it'll be Melvin and Grapes taking you into the next series.
Our triple header here in Shanghai continues on LPL English as we've got our second matchup of this fine Thursday morning. It's Edward Gaming taking on Team WE in Group Ascend. My name is Grapes, joined alongside Melvin for the duration of this one. And Melvin, these are two teams that both have come up from the lower groups up into Group Ascend over the past couple of splits, but the expectations after week number 1 couldn't be more different.
Most definitely. I mean, if you look back throughout the year and you were to pitch these two as facing off against each other, there's a good point in the year you would have expected to then say, in Group Nirvana. But right now, the form looks really good for WE, and EDG, they're struggling to adapt at the moment, and to be fair, it's a pretty weird meta to adapt to, which is an excuse, but not exactly going to compensate for being 0-3.
Absolutely not. I mean, there's still a lot of time left to go in this season, but Edward Gaming would love to get a win on the board, at least collect something in their debut split in Group Ascend. Let's take a look at that Edward Gaming roster to kick things off in our preview of this best of 3 series. EDG, of course, making their way into Group Ascend after qualifying into the top 8 during Knights Rivals last split. Still see a majority of the players staying the same, but of course, you had Perukia stepping back in, replacing Jue, who we just saw over on Weibo, and they also have added Bulldog into the mid lane.
And as for like how these pieces have settled back in and into the team respectively, Perukia's been doing okay now that the roaming style of League of Legends, not being as lane focused, is kind of the main thing that's going on, but that hasn't exactly been converting into wins, and Bulldog is kind of not the sole reason, but a non-negligible reason. When EDG have been playing well, we see Leave typically on an ADC performing in the bottom lane, and Perukia gets to go for some aggressive plays. They get off around the map, and in the one game they were able to take away, it was off the back of ZDZ having some pretty slick mechanics on the Vayne. Overall though, EDG's best form, their best moments in my eyes have been when they've been on incredibly simple to execute, bog standard league comp. Look at those champions at the bottom of the screen. They got the Ahri, they got the Vi, everything like that. It just happens to fall apart though when the enemy team makes an aggressive move against them. It feels like a communication issue in EDG where as soon as the enemy pulls the trigger, they fall apart and aren't able to coordinate. And a non-negligible amount of the time, that is Leave being left in Narnia. I'll leave you to watch the last 2 of these clips because they hurt me every time.
Yeah, I mean, you take a look at the 0-3 in terms of just game standings, and you're like, okay, this is not great for EDG, but they have had some moments where they have looked like a competent League of Legends team against some of the best in the world, taking a game off of Billy Gaming. But it's been unable to find enough consistency to take 2 out of 3 games and, of course, claim that eventual best of 3 series win. Some of that, of course, being Leave, who was the prized possession of the offseason for these guys when they entered 2026. And he has struggled so far in this current age in the meta. I think a lot of that comes down to him being a dominant 2v2 player historically, and now being forced into this mage playstyle meta where he's having to play things like the Ziggs and the Mel. He has not looked as comfortable here so far in Group Ascend.
I think that's part of the reason why we saw Jue originally come in place of Perukia, because he doesn't want to necessarily play that 2v2. He wants to be playing those engage melees that often go around the map and pair up with Xiaohao in the jungle. Whereas Leave, like you said there, he wants to be pushing the ticket in lane. He wants to be forcing something aggressive. And even when you're not playing a mage, which generally feels a bit better for this team, it's still not exactly been that good, because he's often laning 1v2 or 1v1, and if you're not on something like the Lucian, you're rarely able to actually fully force onto the enemy ADC, or more often than not, Syndra.
Yeah, it's a interesting meta to be a player that thrives on hyper carry ADCs. It's not really the meta right now, although EDG have maybe tried to force it a little bit at times with things like the Ezra Karma lane still popping up. But for Leave, going to have to be still a bit of an adjustment period. All about the top sides right now and what their supports can do to impact that top side. Perukia is certainly a player that is able to do that as long as Leave is not left too isolated and falls too far behind. Let's take a look at who Edward Gaming will be facing off against today, though, and that is Team WE. Of course,
off to a pretty good start, sitting at 2-1 currently in the Group Ascend standings, unchanged in their roster from their top 3 finish in Split 2. And already, Melvin, WE have exceeded the win total that they had in the entirety of the Split 2 regular season.
It's looking good. I mean, we covered a bit of WE over the past few weeks, and I felt scared. I felt very scared coming into the split that WE was just going to collapse, and it was, you know, they performed well in playoffs, but then they got timed out, the meta's changed, they haven't been able to keep up. But no, with the exception of their first series against TES, they've been pretty damn competitive, and even in that series, they still fought back in a pretty strong manner a lot of the time. And again, it comes back to Monkey. It comes back to this team playing around their jungler. In their games so far, it has been Monkey and Erha in 100% of the games where this team gets first blood. Those two have been involved. Doesn't matter who gets the kills. Sometimes it goes to Kara, sometimes it goes to About, sometimes Monkey gets it himself. But those two have been looping up together and forcing plays on the map. Even when they're not getting first blood, typically one of those two is still involved in the play. And it's been the thing of, okay, how do we keep this team going? Just play around Monkey. That's it. It's that simple in a sentence, that crazy to play against, though.
You know, a lot of teams probably looking at WE as potentially an easier matchup on their schedule just in terms of the name value. You got to remember the miracle run that they went on in Split 2, maybe not as miraculous anymore. This is a legitimate team that really can compete with the best here in the LPL, as we have seen. And going back to that graphic that we pulled up just a little bit earlier, this is the best start that WE ever have had in Group Ascend with this group, kind of this core of players, with that Cube, Monkey, Kara's top side. In 2025 Split 2 and Split 3, took a long time for them to finally reach 2 wins. You know, they started off really slow, 0-5 in Split 2, 1-8 in Split 3, 1-13 in Split 2 last year, or this year, I should say. And so the fact that they're already at that 2-win threshold is certainly very exciting. Let's take a look now at our walk-ups, getting ready for our second series of the day. EDG and WE, teams that were both in Group Perseverance at the start of 2026. Each have made a roster change or two, and it looks like EDG is ready and claws out here for this matchup as they go for their walkouts.
They're going to need to be ravenous because Monkey will be doing something, and as we start to get a bit closer to the draft, thinking about how these teams are going to play out the game, when teams have been able to take it to WE, it has been by having a jungler who is on a champion like Nocturne, like Trundle, that has enough early game stats to either survive being forced on by Monkey plus Aha, or be able to take the aggression in advance and go force something before Monkey gets onto them. Oof. Just a classic.
There he goes. There's Team WE, their opponents today. Again, I think something that we were talking about in the green room before we went live, when you look at these two teams and you talk about the expectations that you might have had at the start of the split, or the start of the year even, you know, it's like two lower tier teams going up against each other. I think a lot of us here currently have WE as the favorites because of their play in Week 1. And at the end of this, you might just chalk it up as being, hey, this is a top team beating a bottom team, which is not necessarily what you would have had going into this season, but that is just the level that Team WE have been at as of late. They're about to begin Champion Select, and let's take another look here at Monkey a bit more, Melvin, because he really has been the driving force in a lot of WE's wins, and now, finally, he's gotten off to a good start here in the regular season.
Unprecedented behavior, and you may think, damn, these two love glazing Monkey. No, it's because the team plays around him. It's not the one-man army style. Monkey is successful when and because WE knows how to play around him. It is about being a sufficient weak side player, being able to sit in the bottom lane on things like the MF that he actually got an MVP on last time he was on it, just by existing and not getting killed as the weak side, while Monkey and Ahad group up with Karis, and that 3-stack often in the mid game is hunting someone. Doesn't matter whether it's roaming top and hunting whoever's bullying Cube, going bot lane and picking up the ADC, or just generally looking to start some kind of rubbish over your Raptor camp. they will find you and they will throw a punch, which against EDG makes me think this is probably going to be a 2-0 because that team has not seemed resilient when they get punched in the face.
I do think, though, in this current meta, bringing in somebody like Perukia generally should help this team out if they're able to get everything together. The problem is they maybe have not been able to all be on that same page. Of course, this is our first look at EDG here in week number 2, and so perhaps they have taken that couple of days off, used this travel day over to Shanghai to ready themselves once again and to put themselves in the right mindset to go for a bit of a bounce back. We've seen teams like WE start off seasons a little bit slower, clearly, as we have just seen in that graphic, and eventually turn it into a solid year overall. EDG hoping to do just that as we get ready for picks and bans here for Game 1.
And one of the areas that I think that EDG can look to try and get this done is in the top lane. ZDZ's Vayne against BLG was enough to push them over to their only game win of the split so far. Against WE, when Xiaoshu was playing on JDG against WE, him in the top lane was one of the things that kept that series going to the full 3 games. As we're now into draft, Syndra is off the table, one of the big bans. WE have banned Cassio in 100% of their games so far. They continue that trend as 2 of the premier flex mages are off the table.
Certainly something that Bulldog can play. Speaking of, Bulldog previously on LNG, very familiar with Team WE. You remember they faced off in both Knights Rivals tournaments in Split 1 and Split 2, both of those going Team WE's way, which resulted in Bulldog leaving LNG and now finding himself here on Edward Gaming. First pick going to be that Rise, one of the few mages that we have not seen flexed around too much. We're expecting that to remain in the mid lane for Bulldog.
It is also one of Karas's primary picks because he loves to roam with his jungler, and so the Ahri is a natural pickup in response with that. Stealing away the Varus, which has been one of Leaf's premier picks. The Ziggs is still on the table though, and it is typically where EDG like to show their hand early, especially if you grab something like Neferi. That is really nice for the damage profile having the mage bot.
The response for Edward Gaming, locking in the Neferi for Xiaohao. Xiaohao, one of the more well-rounded players, I would say, on this team, but certainly thrives on the carries. It has not been the best start to the season for him, but getting some comfort on a champion that can run around the map and just kill everything in sight is going to be a good start for him. Leave going to get his hands on the Jhin, not a mage, but a champion that can survive on his lonesome down there in the bottom side.
We'll have to see if that's the middle ground. Leave gets an ADC, but gets to play like he's a mage. Let's find out if that's the magic that EDG needed. As now, we wait for WE's response. Jarvan is definitely a very potent pick in the jungle right now, often picked up in this first of the Fearless games, actually swapping to the namesake of Monkey on the Wukong. It's very resilient against the Neferi and the Jhin, and is equally as much of a nuisance for these immobile champions, especially with an Ahri diving with them. WE have committed quite heavily so far into a go-forward comp, which means now EDG have to look and figure out which support and top bans they want to take away, since this is no flexibility right now on either side.
Yeah, you talked about the Vi Ahri combination for WE, but I think the Neferi disincentivizes that just a little bit with the untargetable, so instead going for a champion in the Wukong that will be able to attack these backline players all the same, while also having a good time dueling against that dog in the isolated 1v1. Heading into the second phase of bans, Perukia getting targeted just a little bit with that Camille takeaway, and then we also see the Vayne, this time though banned by Edward Gaming. Cube also was able to whip this out in their most recent win.
I would be surprised if EDG end up leaving the Bard open with double immobile ADC or ADC and mid lane. That is one of like the premier picks to just kind of hold them both still and make it so your divers can actually close that distance. Nautilus, like you were alluding to earlier, one of Perukia's primary pickups. Does mean things like the Alistair are still on the table, but it will be WE getting the first pick of this second rotation. So what does EDG want to pinch before we get that far? There is no realistic threat of a Sylas, so Alistair feels like a relatively safe pick right now.
I don't know, man. I mean, Sylas could go a lot of different places if you really need it to, given the flexibility of this current meta, but it will instead be the Rakan locked in here for Arha at the support position. Does have a little bit of that 2v2 power with About, but also going to be very comfortable navigating around the map in his own right. Seeing what EDG want to finalize their composition with a Rumble, which would be a nice solid takeaway here from Cube. That is one of his most played champions throughout his career, and likely going to have to go towards the support position to finish this draft out.
Alright, and with EDG leveraging the first pick, choosing to be able to get this Rise to start off the draft, it does mean now that ZDZ is going to have to survive the top lane against Cube. There's still a few of the premier tank counter picks on the table, as it won't be the Alistar, it'll actually be the Rel, a different flavor, but a pretty good hot pot combo with the Rumble ultimate, and a lot of CC lockup with the Jhin. Very standard tank pickup for Cube here, but that doesn't make it a bad one. Having an Ornn into a mobile carries is pretty oppressive too.
Yeah, that was the easiest Ornn Slam I've seen in my life. Not a ton of scaling with the ornaments in terms of, you know, the players that he could put it on. You know, Ari Varus definitely spike more in that mid game, but potentially can help extend that a little bit with a little bit of extra gold value in some of those items once we hit those later levels. On the opposite side for EDG, their 5v5 team fighting always going to be great. Little bit of, you know, that roaming potential in the mid jungle with Xiaohao and Bulldog that I would love to see try to be used to break open one of these side lanes.
And both of these teams kind of playing to what we expected. EDG have got a lot of tools for set piece plays. Send Rel on a flank, have her jump in, Jhin root somebody, then we get the Rumble laying down the carpet. It makes sense, maybe you chuck in a Realm Warp there for the Neferi to get a flank. But you look over at WE, and that is a lot of quick force tools. That is a lot of things that allow Monkey, allow Karis, honestly allow most of the comp to throw a punch before you get to establish your play. So expect some messy fights that WE start off, and if EDG are to win this, they need to be calm, cool, collected, and resilient against that pressure.
Team WE 2-1 here in the opening week of Split 3. Their best ever start in the top group of the LPL, looking to contend with the league's best and continue their quest for a world spot, this time against Edward Gaming. We're on to the Rift for Game 1 in Shanghai.
Not the loudest, not the quietest.
Yeah, nothing to mention here, Melvin. I mean, based off of those Gyos, these are two really prestigious organizations historically in the LPL, right? I mean, you think back to the early days, Season 2, Season 3, shout out League Classic, Team WE at the forefront of a lot of that in Chinese League of Legends. And then you go to the glory days for EDG as well. 2015 with Pawn winning MSI, 2021 winning Worlds. So despite the lack of success in recent years for each of these teams, still got some fans cheering them on.
Most definitely, Legacy really does play a big role on both of these orgs. Now, it's about what can they do in the current moment. What can they do to establish themselves? Not that many expectations on EDG this split. But at the end of the day, if you finish in those bottom 2 slots of Group Ascend, we're expecting currently, based on this morning's performance, it to be NIP and IG hunting to kick you out of the playoffs. So getting at bare minimum 5th place is really, really important. If WE want to solidify themselves as a top of the table contender, EDG sneaking a win here would be a lucky but very important way to turn their fate around in this group.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the 3 teams that promoted their way in to Group Ascend, right? EDG being one of them alongside ThunderTalk and LGD. You think to yourself, if you're EDG, hey, we beat some of these teams in the regular season, and we just got to be better than both of those guys, and then can find ourselves with an automatic spot in the playoffs. But so far, they have not been able to accomplish that, and teams like LGD and specifically ThunderTalk have looked much better throughout their first week of play here in Group Ascend. So EDG definitely need to put their pedal or their foot on the gas pedal they want to try to avoid that fate of being down in the Knights Rivals tournament that they just barely were able to escape from a split ago against Ninjas in Pajamas. As we see Xiao Hao hitting level 3 and now making his way down towards the bottom lane for a potential dive. Arha and About are both here. Force shot already used by Leave, and they're really committing to this play. Shattering Strike is flashed away from, but not that grand entrance. Arha hits the knock up onto 2, heal keeping him up and ready. Force shot sends him to less than 100 HP, and Leave pops the barrier with nobody going down.
Very nice flash to dodge out from the initial CC chain, gave her enough space to play around that. And it does mean that, overall, this is Monkey picking up all of his farm, and Xiao Hao's first play of the game, getting double summoners, but trading them for 2 bot lane summoners on EDG's side as well. That gives Karis, that gives Monkey a potential to come for a play on these 2 less resilient bot laners now.
You saw how eager EDG was to make that play. Xiao Hao delaying his full clear, being level 3 just because the wave was at the right position. But still, Edward Gaming unable to find a kill off of that sequence. Now in the mid lane, both supports have roamed up there. Bulldog eats a charm, but should be able to be nice and healthy regardless with the help of Perukia, who has made his way up here as well. Monkey now in that bottom side river. Arha gets his grand entrance cancelled though, and that means that no other play shall be had.
Definitely didn't look good for Bulldog's summoners. He did have to use the ghost there, but if that grand entrance was able to connect, then I feel like the flash isn't long for this world either. So, nice little counteraction from Perukia on this rel. We're going to have to keep saying his name because it's going to be these 2 supports that make most of it done.
Oh, really nice Q flash onto the Varus. That forces About's flash, but nothing else other than that. But yeah, as you mentioned here, Melvin, Perukia are going to have to be very active here in this early game.
About's just sat there like, hold on a minute, you're a support. You're not meant to be here for another 3 minutes at least.
What is this odd champion doing down here in my lane? I've never seen this before in my life.
And they have 3 abilities? How barbaric. Get out of here.
I'll see you at 10 minutes. Yeah, get out of go back to the top lane. Well, actually, it looks like, you know, a more standard game of League of Legends than we might have traditionally expected at the very least. All right, we got 2 marksmen, we got 2 supports that are not Camille, so it's a good start.
Champions designed for the support role. That is a good specification, as we do have Xiao Hao coming down to this bottom side. That is a no flash Rakan, but it is a Rakan nonetheless. Not exactly the easiest target to force a play down on. Does look like EDG are pulling this dragon though. We do have Monkey on the complete opposite side of the map. Not really got a play to force for right now, so this is EDG playing a pretty calm, collected start to the game. Exactly what we want to see from them. They just have a whole lot more League of Legends to get through to turn this into a win, or at least a meaningful advantage.
Yeah, and while Ahri and Varus are certainly 2 champions that would like to get out to early leads and kind of spike in that mid game, Edward Gaming also have champions that don't necessarily want to fall behind, right? Like a Nefiri with no kills, a Jhin with no kills. Generally not great situations for that mid-game trough that they're going to end up encountering. So I think both teams have some, you know, goals or some incentives to just really get out to an early lead, but neither team really has wanted to pull that trigger just yet.
And as we have these level 6s coming online now, we do have to think about how some of these ultimates will impact the plays. With Bulldog now getting the Realm Warp, it does give him the potential to follow Karis on a play, or, if EDG are feeling a bit feisty, to force their own play before WE get a chance to. So that mid-wave is going to play a very important role from this point onwards on who out of these 2 can join a play fastest. Taking a look at the side, we still have Xiao Hao not level 6, should be tagging it off of these Krugs, but this is the repercussion of both ganking bot lane early and then doing the dragon. Monkey still a ways away from the Triforce when that Wukong truly becomes a scary threat in these fights. So if EDG can find a window before that happens, they very reasonably can take this game to an early advantage state.
Wonder if the Grubs will end up being where that advantage can be generated for either of these teams. See Monkey going for a reset, picking up a nice spike here with the Sheen and Phage, and making his way towards that top side of the map. Could be a good opportunity here, Melvin, for a fight to break out and for that snowball really to begin for either team.
I think it's already too late for EDG to go for this contest. WE open up their bot lane, sending them immediately over to the Grubs pit. Currently, neither of them have been spotted yet, and it's just about the time where EDG should know, okay, they haven't arrived bot lane, we don't see them, that means they're over there, we are not going to be able to take these Grubs.
Call the Forge God comes out. ZDG very wisely flashes, knowing that this Ornn wouldn't have thrown out the ulti if it was just him by himself. So certainly aware that other help had arrived, that being about an Arha does give a free lane down bottom for Leave and Perukia to try to pick up some plates. Looks like this dive might still end up happening. Knockup lands through the Searing Charge onto the turret, and it's an all too easy combo that results in About picking up first blood.
I think the craziest part about what we're seeing right now is this is one of EDG's things from their playbook. If they have Ziggs, they love to do exactly what WE just did, minus getting the actual kill, and they could even just leave About up there to push tower. This is an Ornn. Are you sure about this, guys?
He's tanky. He flashes away from what would have been a stun, but still going to get targeted by 4 members of Edward Gaming. They send the Realm Warp down towards him. The call of the pack will be enough for Xiaohao to get on the board for Edward Gaming's side. Teleport coming in. It will be the Varus to pick up the remainder of the wave. You have to imagine that Cube is not too happy about dying there for free.
Most definitely not. Really good leveraging the Realm Warp from Bulldog to get that counter punch in. Otherwise, I don't know if they would have had the damage to be able to take the Ornn down with just 3 people. ZDC, though,
Oh,
he's suspicious.
you know what? I've been in these top lane situations before. That bracer is just too juicy here, too easy for WE to punish him. And yeah, he really wanted that plate, and you know what? He got it, but it cost him a little bit more.
Don't trust WE. If they're not showing on the map, don't expect something. Like you can't be pushing that far up. You could see that ZDZ was throwing off the ability into the bush behind him, like, I'm not being flanked, am I? I got to keep this heat up. Did not matter. It will be another plate going down. And the fact that WE were able to avoid the first tower going down in the bot lane is all important for getting that initial bit of acceleration. If we look at the gold, it's basically dead neutral across the board, with the exception of About, who was the real beneficiary of that play.
Yeah, was able to pick up a little bit of gold down there. He's 1 plate, find himself 500 up over his opponent in Leave. Another thing that will be important as we continue to go forward, if these split map plays do continue, is that WE having these 3 grubs is going to mean that they push the towers just a little bit quicker than EDG will. So you saw a nice chunk of turret plate gold going back the way of WE after they killed ZDZ for the 2nd time. Results in them being slightly in the advantage here as we just pressed the 10-minute mark.
We do have first items being picked up now. Everybody in that middle stack on both sides has it. The Voltaic Cyclosword being matched with the Triforce. The Malignance being picked up by Karis should give him that initial playmaking over Bulldog's Rower. A little bit of tankiness in the Rise's pocket, but not a lot, as the Dragon is being postured by all 10 members now. Be ready for that Ornn Horn to go off, and keep your eyes on Leave and Bulldog.
Cube just walking over to the Dragon Pit. WE really want to make sure they are in a good position to secure this Dragon. Knockup lands onto Xiaohao, combined with the Charm in from Karis, and already the Nefiri is down to half HP. One already invulnerable, but in goes Perukia.
My God.
Oh, it's a 4-man Magnet Storm combined with the Equalizer. It's not a hot pot in the traditional sense, but it's still WE getting cooked in the team fight. Perukia goes down. ZDC still tanked low. Lee flashes forward, able to land the crit, but it's a double kill return onto Karis' side, and he makes it a triple with the Jhin going down. It was a big combo coming out from Edward Gaming, but WE still end up on top.
The hot pot leaves EDG stewing after that one, sat looking across at the Dragon that is uncontestable by the Neferi at this point. And that started basically as well as you could physically imagine from Perukia's part. This is an absolutely ace combo that they go for. Unfortunately, it's just not enough damage as of yet. ZDZ not one of those members with a full item. A nice little blast cone play to escape, but as you see, it looks incredible. It would have been going on plays of the week if this goes in their favor, but the Equalizer just not enough damage yet. It doesn't get those health bars low enough, and with About still currently in safety, playing on the edge of the Jhin curtain pool, gives room for Karis to kind of run this fight over with the Malignants in pocket.
You mentioned it. Not enough damage on Edward Gaming's side to follow up on that incredible combo that was thrown out by Perukia and ZDZ. Now results in Team WE having a 2,000 gold lead. They were able to also pick up that Cloud Dragon and set themselves up very nicely in this opening game. And, you know, a lot of that has to do with Karis. Again, here in the mid lane as well. He got himself a triple kill and now definitely the richest player on the map.
For sure, and now we have to keep our eyes on what EDG do to try and get back into this game. Because it's definitely not over, but whenever you are facing down an Ornn, you don't really want to be the one letting the game fall into a lull state, especially if they already have a lead. Because, I mean, there's already that Trinity Force picked up for Monkey. That's an easy upgrade target for the Ornn. Like, these ornaments will start to come out, and they will go thick and fast at this point. So, you see EDG posturing to protect Bulldog on the side, but Monkey and Aha are right behind him.
No kills, no dive committed there by WE until Monkey maybe returning to the scene of the crime. Again, they have these 3 grubs. It makes taking towers just a little bit easier. And so once this wave crashes down, should be that first brick going the way of Team WE. If they want, they could also retreat right back down into the Rift Herald, which spawns in less than a minute.
Do have both TPs available for the top laners, but I imagine they are both rushing to get that level 11 mark before they look to go for this play. EDG taking control of the river, but they don't realize whose river it is.
Oh yeah, Perukia and Xiaohao potentially caught in a bad position. Realm Warp comes in, but Bulldog's immediately going to eat that Cyclone. Xiaohao goes in with the Hound's Pursuit, but still will die all the same. 2 for nothing already for the side of WE. ZDZ flashes in, at least picks a shutdown back up onto the Wukong, but it'll cost Bulldog his life. 4th shot from the curtain call is blocked by the Ahri. A double kill comes through for ZDZ, but he immediately gets taken down by the piercing arrow in response. EDG get caught out, looking for a little bit of extra vision, and will end up going 3 for 2 in the team fight.
This time, it's not EDG forcing the ticket and getting punched back. It is WE letting EDG walk into position, having 3 people on the immediate flank. The Realm Warp is instant from Bulldog, but he is not quick enough with how fast and how decisive WE play. The dog actually tanking up the charm, Xiaohao not realizing it, but it is all too little too late. By the time the top laners join the fray, it is ZDZ doing his best work here to try and actually redeem the play. Gets 2 kills upon arrival, but is that enough? I don't think so. I don't think a strong rumble is going to do a lot with how mobile the majority of WE is.
Better than nothing, as ZDZ now the only one on his team with that gold lead, but he is nowhere near being in a position where he can 1v5, especially with the rest of his team significantly far behind WE's counterparts. 4,000 gold is now the lead. Rift Herald was not collected by either squad, still available for the taking. But now that next dragon becomes all the more important as well. It is a Mountain Soul, potentially available for either squad, but Team WE would love to have it, especially given they have an Ornn on their team.
Have the Ornn, and also with the amount of burst in the game from both squads, it is going to make it a lot easier if either team ends up getting that objective, as just some basic slap fighting between the mid laners. Not going to end up resulting in much with the dragon spawning so soon. Okay, another slap fight between the supports. Let's take a quick look across what is available as EG just sieging up this bottom lane. Still 1 item across the board with the exception of About, who has got the Serpent's Fang in pocket, a bit of extra lethality available for him. No ornament as of just yet. Flashes, got them for Ahri, Varus, Rakan, and Ornn. On the other side, though, it is only the bottom lane of EDG that have the flashes. It means Perukia can look for another force, but I'm worried that EDG just don't have the damage, and they seem to agree. They're not even bothering to contest.
Yep, they were happy enough claiming the bot lane tier 1. It was traded for mid and the Herald going WE's way, so still a slight net advantage for Team WE. But EDG happy enough that they're able to get a little bit of extra gold into some of the places that they are looking for. Xiaohao and Cube now skirmishing a little bit in that top side of jungle. Don't know if they know that About came in with a teleport, and the whole squad has arrived. Quickness lands onto Bulldog as well. Call the Forge God does not connect, and Perukia looking for an engage, not finding anybody with the knock-up of the crash down. Arha goes in with the grand entrance, finds it onto ZDZ. Karis going forward, the Realm Warp, going to send everybody from EDG out, except for poor old ZDZ, who will go down with the rest of his team having abandoned him. So just that 2 kills going over to Team WE as they also send the Herald into the mid lane.
Bulldog saves that play from being nigh on game losing, but it still looks pretty damn bad. That is 2 towers getting knocked on by WE, and the dive potential, they're fishing for it, but it seems to be just posturing rather than actually getting anything, opening up both of these tier 2 turrets. Actually not going to finish off that one, but still a lot of plate gold picked up for once again About, who has moved up to a 2.6k gold lead on the Varus. He's going to have a whole other item ready to build on base here, having an incredible game so far.
And About somebody we really talked about stepping up during WE's miracle run in the Split 2 playoffs, and he continues to excel here as we take another look at this fight.
And I honestly thought we were watching this fight on 1.2 times speed, because it felt like the engage was so quick from WE, and then the response from EDG was equally as fast, that I truly was surprised at how fast everybody was going. And you see that ZDZ's just trying to get into the Realm Walk, but not allowed to escape. And it's EDG going for a play on the response, but WE, they're too fast. They go for the first pick. They have everybody arrive before you're even able to assemble your numbers. And I don't honestly know what EDG could do to come back in this game, short of stealing a big objective. WE, they've generally not been the cleanest of teams. They do love to force these plays sometimes when it's not necessary, so there is always the angle for punishing WE, but you have to be on your toes at all times, ready to seize that opportunity if WE get a bit too big for their boots.
When you have this Wukong, Ahri, Varus composition, your job is to spike in that mid game, around that 1 or 2 item power spike, and really turn the game into a win from there, and so far they have done that successfully. EDG looking for some sort of trade. They're going to try to find it onto Cube on the top side. They'll at least take down the tower and then start to slowly burn the Ornn down. There is no help coming for the WE top laner, so he will end up going down. Xiaohao picks up the gold, but it will result in WE pushing in multiple lanes and maybe even finding a pick onto Leave, who is once again isolated like we talked about at the start of this series, unable to get hit up by the charm, and Deadly Flourish comes out and it forces Karis and Arha to back away. So nice job by Leave to stay alive, as EDG are all of a sudden starting the Baron, and WE can do nothing about it. It looks like it will just be the secure for them, as WE were caught out of position. Arha runs in, but won't be able to find it with the Summoner's Spite, and so it will be EDG making a big turnaround here in this game. They get a kill and they get the Baron.
And that is far, far better than anything I saw from EDG last week, just for being able to find an angle and not continue to get beaten down. They use Leave being on his own to their advantage and have him be the guardian of the base. He is narrowly able to skirt around the pressure from WE, and then uses the Curtain Call and the Deadly Flourish to stall the recalls. They stopped anybody from WE being able to rotate quickly to that Baron. Now, question is, was it too many tools invested from EDG? Will they be able to keep that pressure rolling? With a dragon spawning in a minute's time, they have moved out onto the map, but there's still plenty of scattered vision from WE on the flanks, and they are playing those Fog of War pockets well.
You know, at the very least, WE are not going to be able to win the game in the next few minutes off of a Baron push. EDG denying that opportunity, although potentially EDG could be looking for more than that. Looking to try to add to this power play that they already have generated for themselves. They have the next dragon spawning in 30 seconds, potentially looking for some positioning around that. EDG, or ZDZ I should say, in a bit of a bad spot, already has to pop his flash. We still have Karis pushing on the top side to be able to take down yet another inner turret. That is all 3 of the inners now going down on the side of Team WE. Cube all of a sudden isolated once again, as Xiaohao and Perukia going on to him. The Curtain Call, just for a good measure, will result in a 4v5 opening up. But now, teleport has come in by Karis, and Arha looking for a charm onto the Jhin. finding a knock-up, but not finding all the damage until Karis arrived. One more Spirit Rush should take him down, and now Xiaohao going to be targeted by Monkeys. EDZ there to take him away, and it will likely be WE retreating towards the Dragon, but EDG still able to get a little bit off of that play.
And it's both top laners getting caught out, just not being in the right place, simply put. ZDZ should never be getting threatened on mid when you have 5 people around and WE only have 3. But then Cube walks up to go for the rotate and just gets completely demolished, as I don't think we saw this in live, but about just 100 to 0's Perukia before he gets to do anything. This 4-item Varus is terrifying. I don't know why his Mirror Man is all the way on the left of the inventory, but he does have 4 items and an ornament picked up. Scary, terrifying, definitely the strongest champion on the Rift at this point, as WE were able to leverage their numbers and Ari's collapse there to pick up enough that gives them the Mountain Soul point. And now with Dragon spawning in 4 minutes for Soul, Baron spawning in 3 minutes, EDG have a incredibly narrow window to try and find a play to stop WE just being able to force one of those objectives and then not really care if EDG takes the other in response.
So at the end of the day, the Baron results in effectively no gold going in either direction. Still about 6k in favor of Team WE, and more importantly, they pick up a Mountain Dragon that gets them 1 dragon closer to the eventual Soul. You can see the Baron power play only given EDG about 400 in terms of gold. We got about 1,000 by killing the Baron itself, so WE still able to pick up a decent amount off of the back end of that play. And you remember, they took down 2 turrets before the Baron went down, so that kind of is part of that swing in the first place.
And the thing is, Cube's been kind of island this game. I mean, ever since he got sent to TP bot lane and then killed on the tower, he's not really had a lot of agency. Some of his Ornhorns have been good, some of them have gone a bit awry, but it's still Ornn. And the longer this game goes, the more just impossible it will be for EDG to break through. Okay, well, about
EDG looking for About. Oh, Perukia finds the Magnet Storm through the Spirit Rush, and About will go down. That is a big shutdown into the hands of ZDZ, but it will be a trade, as it will be 2 members dying in response and make it a 3rd, as Perukia will die too. It's a double kill already for the Ahri, and Karis has another dash looking for leave. Knock-up flashed away from him, and the 4th shot will be true, but so is the charm from the WE mid laner, and only ZDZ is still left alive. WE currently sitting in a 3v1. They could try to break the base open here at the 25-minute mark.
I would imagine this is an inhib. There's no big objective to play for at the moment, so they're not rushing to get out of the base. They know ZDZ doesn't have ultimate. He's got the wave clear to clear the minions here and stop an end, but pretty cataclysmic moment for EDG there. It starts off with a really solid attempt to just break About. They see he is alone on mid. Karis is just out of range. They know that they have Erha too far off, and instead of interrupting the Jhin, he leaps to try and defend his ADC, but the Magnet Storm equalizer just too much. After that flash is used, he does not have mobility, cannot get away with it. But this isn't League Classic. There's not a Sword of the Occult you're taking the stacks away right now, and it is just WE going, okay, yeah, you got him. Now what? We have simply got far more stats between just the other strong carries. Erha goes in, throws his life to force the flash out of leave, now making the Jhin an all too reliable target for aggression. And actually, I joke about Sword of the Occult, but Karis does have a Medjai's and is up to 9 stacks right now.
Yeah, so all of a sudden the second carry for WE also really coming online. If he gets 1 more assist, we'll get that extra bonus movement speed and really become a valuable item in the BM book. Baron once again spawned. Team WE definitely would like to make sure that EDG don't get this one for free. Perukia Hex Flash is over. Spots out Arha, says that's not the target I was looking for, and will back away. Now it is Monkey starting up the Baron Nashor teleport. I believe available on Bulldog if they want to try to send it in, but it looks like EDG regardless are aware that this play is happening and are going to be forced to respond.
I mean, they have the curtain call to pressure, but there's only so much you can do. Cube has an excellent lineup here.
Equalizer already finding about, and a ton of shots coming through from the curtain call, but Monkey's able to cancel it with the Cyclone, and will one-shot leave on his own in the backline. Bulldog now the only damage left here on EDG's side, but he might not be for long, still pumping out a lot of overloads. The double kill picked up here for Xiaohao, but he gets knocked up by the Searing Charge and taken down by Karis. Bulldog still alive in a 1v3, looking for the Ahri, flashing away is Karis, and now it'll be Cookies in for WE. About picks up the final kill, only ZDZ is left alive, and Team WE make their way back towards the Nash.
No jungler required. They're going to be able to quite safely pick this one up and likely walk it down to go get the Mountain Soul after an incredibly winning series of play. Having this mid push as well just makes it so impossible. And I was really curious where About ended up at the end of that play, because WE are hard forcing, and this is the excellent Ornhorn, and we have Bulldog and Xiaohao actually not take the Realm Warp in, but it's enough that Erhardt completely leaps to defend the ADC, realizing, oh, we've been faked out. It almost gives EDG enough time as they tear through Monkey and nearly kill Karis at the end here, but the charm interrupting the Nephirial and then the knock up from over the wall keeps the mid laner alive even under Bulldog's pressure, and then it's about TPing back in, finishing off the play, and being ready to secure the Baron. WE, they are experts of fighting in this kind of chaos. They thrive in it, and you can see the EDG, they step into the shadows, but they were not born here.
And it will be the Soul picked up as well for Team WE, a Mountain Soul at that. Going to make them even more difficult to try to 100-0 in this composition full of hard damage carries on EDG's side. Certainly not the best situation for Edward Gaming to be in at this point, but you have to admit, it is good to see them try to continue to find these plays.
It's not often that 30 minutes and a 9k gold lead and being down a soul, you find yourself thinking, yeah, this has been a competitive game on the scale of things. Based on my expectations of EDG coming into the day, I think they've been holding off pretty well, but I think WE now have too much force to break down the doors of the EDG base.
There's already 2 inhibitors going down. Perukia at half HP, going to be forced to return back to base. The Nexus Tower is now getting shredded. First one already down, and EDG are going to have to make a move quick. Deadly Flourish lands onto just the Ornn as the Call of the Forge God will come out and knock up Leave on the backline. Nobody wants to follow up just yet. Equalizer not hitting a single thing by ZDZ, and that's a big cooldown that will no longer be at their disposal. It's still Leaf throwing out these Deadly Flourishes, but not a ton of damage being issued on WE's side. It'll be Cube heading back with a reset and then teleporting back into the play. Bulldog sends out the Realm Warp, but nobody wants to go back into it, as another wave of minions will crash momentarily, with WE looking to end the game on this push.
They are just playing it patient right now, and they know no equalizer. What are you supposed to do to stop this?
Dashes in, forces the flash away from Bulldog. Perukia immediately forces the flash as well. Bulldog has the Seraph Shield pop, and there's just too much gold in the inventories of Team WE. Edward Gaming can do nothing in their own base. They are forced to retreat to the fountain and watch their Nexus fall. WE, in just over 30 minutes, will jump up to a 1-0 series lead.
Was that series or the game surprising? No, but was it slightly more encouraging for EDG than I thought it would be? Yes. I was really expecting WE to load into this game, find the play at like 3 to 5 minutes, and just win the game off of that, and EDG never to punch back. There were a few punches back. EDG were able to find an angle onto Cube and then sneak a Baron. And they leveraged the fact that Leave has been playing on the wrong location and left him as a bait. They did it on purpose this time around, had him sit in the base and defend. He was able to absorb that pressure, and I think when there's an Ornn in the game, he did as much impact as he can on a Jhin. However, you pick the Jhin early and then set up the draft so that the enemy would want to draft a Mega Tank, so there's still some things that EDG need to work on if they want to turn this formula into something that could get them game wins.
I think overall there were things that you could be slightly excited about. I think Perukia had a great game on the Rel, really showcasing what he can do in this roaming play style. I think Bulldog had a decent game as well on the rise. We're going to look at the damage charts and I think be a little bit surprised with the amount of DPS that he was eventually able to put out. But it just wasn't enough here for Edward Gaming as WE were able to grab that early game lead with the scaling composition with the Ornn on their side. They were really able to take that mid-game spike that the Varus and the Ahri provide and turn it into even more with the Ornn. It's a really great snowballing mechanism that was built into their composition, and it results in WE opening up their series with a win.
And on the subject of taking a page out of the other side's book, WE leveraging their bot lane for that initial grubs, removing the Rumble Flash with the Ornn ult before doing the camp, then taking grubs and immediately looking top lane to dive the Rumble. Just good play. Basically exactly what EDG have been doing every time they get Ziggs, and WE execute on that set play very well. They did slightly botch the sending cube to bot lane. I think they could have waited a few seconds so that Erha was in range to be 2v4 on the dive rather than 1v4. But at the end of the day, it wasn't a game-losing play, and they still got so much gold onto the Varus that he just absolutely sailed away with it after a point. It took so much from EDG to finally break about, get that singular death on his scoreboard, and it was just too far gone. That wasn't enough to convert into anything meaningful.
Looks like I was slightly incorrect on my evaluation of Bulldog here, as he only did about 16k damage, but it felt like he was doing a little bit, at least staying alive in some of these later game and team fights. If we take a look at some of these replays, again, the team fight angles that EDG ended up taking weren't the worst in terms of how they started, but they definitely did not finish in the way that they were hoping.
Like, you look at this play, and how does this ever end badly for the red team? You have to look and realize that this is EDG we're looking at, and then go, that must be it, clearly. It's just not having that initial lead on the Rumble after being shut down in the top lane means that he doesn't have Liandry's, and with how close those health thresholds were, I mean, you can also account for the fact that Xiaohao was getting picked at the beginning of it, so one of your main reset divers wasn't able to do anything. He had moments of looking good on the Neferi, but then there were moments like this where your dog tanks the charm and you still flash away from it, or you're the one getting picked off before the fight starts. Like, I would say nobody on EDG had a clean game. Perukia had some good engages, but then he gets face-checked by the Varus 100-0 before a fight. So I don't think anybody on EDG is happy walking away from that one, but there were at least sparks, there were signs of life that they could get something done. It's just maybe not against this difficult an opponent.
And it doesn't necessarily get easier for Edward Gaming just being in Group Ascend, right? WE, again, you look at them as potentially a win just based off of the players on their team, but they have really put it all together, perhaps better than almost any other team in the LPL as a 5-man unit over these last few months, right? And they've kind of grown into that team that is greater than the sum of their respective parts. EDG unable to find a win here. They're going to have to try to bounce back in Game 2 to at least force a Game 3, something that they were able to do against a team like Billy just a couple of days ago. But this definitely was not the game to do that.
Nope, and we'll have to see what from this game they take away as a positive, and whether they fold immediately and go back to putting leave on Ziggs, which I don't think is the solution for this team. I think avoiding the mages bot lane is probably going to lead to more success, even if it means you have to sack a bit of the meta power in the game. I think you could still play with independent ADCs like you have with the Jhin and let Perukia get stuff done on the map, but then it becomes more about basically copying WE, who has had the meta kind of fall into their laps in a sense of, yeah, we actually really like it when Erha can just leave bot lane and, you know, meet up with the jungle and then go killing. So let's see if EDG can do anything to mimic that. They had moments of it this game, but it was a bit too little too late, and also you're mimicking the king. What are you meant to do?
Yeah, so WE taking that first game. As for player of the game, is what we are waiting for next. Go a couple of different places. I would lean towards Karis on the Ahri. He ended 10-0. I think you just gotta kind of give him that award there. His triple kill in the mid game really broke the game open for WE.
Yeah, he was definitely Mr. Consistent, but I will say that the only reason About didn't finish with 0 deaths is because he was the one that EDG was scared of. That's my counterpoint. I think you could rightfully put it on basically anybody in that middle 3 stack from WE. I think that it was a relatively weak side game for Cube, and we don't give out awards for being weak side, but it will go your way. Karis will pick up his second MVP for what is an incredible scoreline and an incredible impact.
Yeah, that's like the dream scoreline that you have when you're like dreaming of becoming a League of Legends player and having a good game. It's 10-0-10. And so for Karis, really nice redemption arc for him, right? He was somebody who was towards the bottom of a lot of people's power rankings going into the start of this year. Really has found a place for himself on this WE roster throughout their playoff run in Split 2 and early on here in Split 3. But that's going to do it for our coverage here of game number 1. Edward Gaming going to have to try and find a way to bounce back, try to get ourselves to another game 3 between these two teams. We'll find out if that is possible, or if we're going to be heading to our second sweep of the day when we return here on LPL English. Back here for game number 2 of our second series here on LPL English. Edward Gaming falling to Team WE in game number 1. Melvin seemed pretty WE controlled all game long, but we had some decent opportunities, team fight looks for EDG that we're hoping to see transformed further here in this game too.
When we're coming into the day, expecting a bit of a 2-0 stomp from WE, EDG definitely showed more than I was giving them credit for. It wasn't enough to push them into a winning state, but it was enough to stall the losing state. Now it's just about if they can take some of the things that worked about last game and use that before WE get off to a lead, because they had a pretty decent neutral early game. It was just once it got to that grub fight, and as soon as we had ZDZ getting put behind on the Rumble, it didn't feel like it was fully lights out, but it never felt like EDG had the firepower to fight back. Now, as we look forward to this second game, I want to see EDG take what worked and try and just accelerate it. Play a bit more like WE, but with their own flair.
And potentially some could result in some good play around the jungle position, because a big part of why WE looked the way that they did was again because of Monkey in the jungle role. And this is a player that is so synonymous with WE over these last couple of years. You might even forget that he was on EDG before joining WE back in 2024. That team didn't have a whole ton of success, but that was his first foray into the LPL, and then moving over to WE, he has really made a name for himself as being that big carry for his team in the early to mid game. Potentially even some of those late game team fight shot calls. We saw there 3.6 kills and assists at 15 minutes. He had 8 combined in this game. That brings his average in total up to 4.1. And if you're single-handedly contributing to about 1,200 gold going over to your team in the first 15 minutes, that's never a bad thing. And that is exactly what Monkey brings to the table.
And it is off the back of Monkey and how that often these early games snowball out of control. And it's trying to deny that. And how do you go about from EDG? We talked about the 2 schools of thought. You either have to punch first and do something with your support jungle more often than not before they get a chance, or, as we saw in this game, Perugia was doing a pretty decent job of matching the initial plays and denying that initial snowball, but they weren't able to match them the whole time around the map. As we're into this draft, do WE continue their streak of 9 games banning Cassio? Not yet. Will EDG take it away before they get a chance to ban it in second rotation?
And I know we didn't talk about Leave being the biggest mage player, but it is another one of those champions, that Cassio, that can flex into the bot lane position. Bulldog also with a numerous amount of experience on the pick, likely seeing that one selected, as it has been consistently banned on WE's side. Perhaps this means that there's some answer here, Melvin?
Curious, with the Syndra already off the table, the Orianna banned away, Victor is a common thing that would come up here, particularly because it lets you flex it into the bot lane to match the Cassio, if that's the direction you want to send it. I'm very curious, because WE have been banning this relentlessly, so they clearly have a plan and think that EDG is the level of opponent that they feel comfortable testing their plan against.
So it will be a Jace lock-in alongside the Nautilus. Nautilus, we know that's going towards Arha, but the Jace could go all of 4 different roles right now. It could go top, it could go jungle, it could go mid. We've even been seeing some Jace in the bottom lane. Maybe this is the answer into one of those bot lane mage picks. Only time will tell, as EDG are going to respond immediately with a Jarvan, likely this Leona coming in for Perugia.
Really like the Jarvan pickup here. It is such a bother to play against if you are the Cassio. So picking it up is pretty much essential if you have the opportunity, and it's one of those early game champions that you can not just match Monkey in the early levels, but potentially deny from him. I imagine we're looking to see maybe a Trundle pickup from WE if they don't want to reveal their mid to bot lane champion here. They do have options, but it does mean that wherever they don't opt for, EDG can ban away. I'm not going to give any credence until we see a lock-in right now.
Yeah, the main thing that you learn when you become a caster is to not talk about hovers, and I unfortunately fell for that bait with the Leona. It's a Shen here for Perugia, but Kara's going to go for the Akali. Now, this is interesting because, in general, Akali pretty bad against that Cassiopeia with all the mobility that she possesses, but potentially it's going to be WE playing the flex game here, sending the Akali into a lane that the Cassiopeia is not in order to give it the best advantage in the early game.
I know that there has been the school of thought of because Akali can preempt the Cassio throwing out the miasma, you can buffer it with your E so you're out of range and then can choose whether to go back in. So there's a bit of a game you can play regarding that, but it is definitely a high skill matchup if the Akali is to beat out the Cassio. So now, as we do have both Galio and Twisted Fate banned away, two mega nuisances in the mid lane for this Akali, we continue to wait and see. It is just more pressure, taking stuff away from Cube. I'm expecting WE to have to reveal the top half of their map on the flex. If they reveal the bottom half, okay, it does mean that it's most likely going to be Monkey getting to get a comp counter pick, theoretically, and it is something they've done. They could chuck the Jace in the jungle, as they are just hovering a series of ADCs, potentially preempting what they expect from Leave this time around.
Yeah, WE, one of the teams that really has not gotten into this mage madness down there about really has preferred to play the marksman and has done so decently successfully. We'll continue that trend here with the Corki lock-in, and we'll see now what EDG want to do on the other side. Do they send that Cassio back into the mid lane and pick up a traditional marksman for Leave?
Or do they think that the Cassio plus the Shen is enough to break through a Nautilus and then run down a Corki? It is an interesting prospect to think about, as EDG have to come to some kind of decision here. It will be the Sivir. They opt to just turn it into a normal looking game. And that's one of the things that can happen. If you don't watch the draft phase at the moment, you don't realize how much thought you have to put into your draft to keep it available to do the silly mages bot nonsense. Because if you're not threatening it, you could get broken by it. This looks like it's going to be a regular looking game of League, but now it is all about figuring out whether those top laners are going to pivot. It is just standard Cassante lock-in for ZDZ, something that can get a lot done, especially considering WE, they don't have a massive amount of tank shred right now.
Would have liked the Olaf into WE's composition if ZDZ did want to pick it, but instead going a little bit safer with the Cassante. Final pickup here for WE. Still opportunities to flex that Jace into the jungle, and it looks like that is going to be the call with an Mbessa lock-in to try to counter this Cassante. Could potentially still flex the Mbessa jungle, but I'm expecting this to be the full layout that we're working with here in Game 2.
Okay, so WE have crafted some kind of, you use the Jace and the Corki, regardless of role, to poke you down, and then you just full send it with the other three. Alternately, you can use the Nautilus ult to start the play, and that reliably guarantees both the Mbessa and the Akali be able to access a primary target. The only thing is, when we look over to EDG, they have a Sivir who's got a spell shield, which means that's not actually reliable, so it's realistically going to be all eyes on Bulldog as the man who is going to get pressured. They have a lot of anti-dive tools, a lot of ability to shred through people with that Shuriman mid plus bot lane combo. So I think ADG have the tools to handle what WE have, it's just whether they can leverage them.
Pretty clear identities here. WE want to go in, EDG want to prevent that. They want to counter-engage, and potentially could be the better suited composition for this upcoming game. Still a lot to be determined though, because if WE are able to get that early game advantage like they did in Game 1, it should result in them picking up a pretty easy sweep to open up Week 2 of their season. WE, again, off to one of the best starts that they have ever had here in the top group of the LPL. They want to continue to push that momentum. They got a matchup with BLG tomorrow, and getting a win against EDG here would get them into a great headspace going up against the league's best. Game number 2 about to begin here in our arena in Shanghai. WE looking to sweep EDG out into an 0-4 position. We already saw some early trading. Level 1, going to continue to see that here onto Perukia as Arha hits a really nice dredge line onto the Shen, forces him to 300 HP before the minions even crash.
Really nice. Level 1's one of those few moments where the Shen often wants to start the taunt, but that means he doesn't have the ability to put down that Spirit's Refuge that makes him such a nuisance in the bottom lane, or having that Q that lets him out-trade most of these supports. So a really nice little angle from WE to punish EDG at this moment. We do have both junglers starting their red buffs. That means we're likely to get desynced pathing unless And it's very reasonable unless Monkey goes for some nonsense invading blue buff.
Yeah, I mean, the Jace, not necessarily known for its early ganking power, but certainly can win a duel, right, in terms of just going in for a 1v1. Looks like just going to be early bottom side clear for Monkey. You'd expect him to reset here, pick up either a tier or a longsword, and then head right back out to the rest of his jungle.
I think there was a brief moment in time there where he looked to go bot lane. They have the Nautilus, but with that level 1 trade, both teams warded the Tribush. WE well aware they can't go for anything sneaky. It will be matched on the other side, with Xiaohao also picking up a longsword and pathing on down. Nothing too exciting just right now, just some trading.
Yeah, Taunt does connect onto about. He's chucked down to about 200 HP, but so is Perukia, who now has to flash away. Another root will land onto Leave, who all of a sudden becomes a target. He's forced to flash on out, and Perukia is running the wrong way. He's going to sacrifice his life to make sure that Leave will survive, but it is First Blood going the way of about.
Really well executed from WE. Now they just need to survive the Jarvan's pressure, who has cut camps to get down here. They see him, he has flash.
Yeah, and about does not, which crucially going to be important here, but a really nice Valkyrie gets about to safety as Xiaohao comes up empty on the bottom lane play.
Credit upon credit over to Aha there. He was ready, knew that that was a possibility, and standing in the position where Jarvan should be walking to mark him out, slow him down. If that Jarvan is allowed to just right-click forward, about at least has to barrier, but a well-executed defense punishing that. And now, with neither bot lane having flash, does open up plenty more hook opportunities, or potentially Monkey making his way down there as he is just crossing through mid right now. Peace was an option in the mid lane, as it turns out.
Interesting to see Monkey opt towards this second spawn of the Raptors, knowing that he was ahead in his clear with Xiaohao going for that gank. He could have gone for killing that second respawn of the enemy Raptors, but instead opting for a little bit more safety, as now Arha, not going to look so safe on his own, goes for the dredge line after the Hex Flash onto Bulldog, but does not connect it, so instead will just help the Sakali push the wave back in.
And the First Blood may have already been secured, but we do now have this 3-stack, the Deadly Trio, as EDG is well aware we don't want to catch that heat. Do not mess around when those three are all stacked together. It will just be securing a Raptor camp alone and possibly giving Monkey an avenue to walk the Krugs, but about playing his role correctly. You are the weak side right now. Cube had to do it last game. You have to do it this time around. Just play safe bot. Just play safe bot.
It feels bad if you look at all the minions that About is losing, but it's better than him losing his own life. Perukia not going to be able to do too much here underneath the tower, so Arha will get enough time to return from base and be able to at least allow for About to pick up the last half of those ranged minions.
And this is what I meant when we were talking in the pregame, that we talk about Monkey so much because he is the defining part of WE, but he is not all of WE. If you don't have About, last game Cube, playing their weak side moments correctly, navigating the slower parts of the game while the kill squad is roaming around the map, WE doesn't work. If you're getting picked out of position, like we saw from Leave in a lot of EDG's earlier series, we didn't have it so much in the last game, so potentially him turning it around a bit in this second week of the LPL Split 3, but if you don't play safe when you're weak side, your kill squad will not accumulate a lead, they'll just trade.
Wow, Karis immediately going forward with that perfect execution, forcing the Miasma out from Bulldog, not going to look for anything more. Now bot lane, the focus here for EDG. Xiaohao returning to About, landing that flag and drag, but another nice Valkyrie going to keep the Corki very far from the rest of EDG. And so once again, it is Xiaohao coming up empty down here in the bottom lane.
He may not be getting anything tangible, but freezing this wave here, difficult as a Civid, but it does mean that Leave is going to pick up a small lead and be able to work his way through those coal stacks, as we do get a dreaded pause. Panic.
Never want to see that here, as we already have had a couple of them here in Shanghai. Of course, this is a brand new arena that is owned by Invictus Gaming, so congratulations for IG opening up that stadium. We'll be seeing them debut on it here Sunday on the LPL to close out week number 2. But of course, with a new stadium comes, of course, new issues that have to be sorted out, and we're hoping those get resolved shortly here.
Fingers crossed. And so far we've had I wouldn't say uneventful early game. It's been, you know, skirmishing bot, a lot more than expected. That has gone in WE's favor, but leveraging jungle pressure, WE has said, let's take that over to mid. And EDG have said, hold up, let's try and get Leave an advantage and maybe he can cook this game. When you have the Sivir, when you have the Cassiopeia, who Bulldog has just completely shook off whatever the hell Karis was going for in the mid lane there, he is doing okay. Like, EDG's main carry threats are doing alright right now, which, you know, we're not at first, second item, but if we can keep it going at this kind of pace for an elongated period of time, I do believe that EDG eventually will have a bit too meaningful of a comp gap for WE to break through. They have the Jarvan, and one of the main problems when you are a defensive comp is if the enemy team just doesn't aggress on you and uses their poke tools, then you don't have a win condition anymore. You can't just stall because you're going to get chipped down by Jace, etc. But with the Jarvan, they at least have an angle to force something. With the Shen on his back as well, it's enough flexibility for EDG that I think they can get away with it if they can just execute on it, though.
That's always been the question, at least over these past 2 weeks, with EDG making their way into Group Ascend. Will they be able to execute on some of those plays? So far, hasn't necessarily worked out for them. They've only won that one game throughout their 3 sets. It was against BLG, but now looking for a series win, which would be even more important. They want to try to avoid that Knights Rivals competition that already have some hungry teams down there waiting to try and qualify back in to the postseason and qualification for Worlds. Teams like Invictus Gaming, NIP, that are already looking like they are off to very good starts here in 2026 Split 3.
Yeah, watching NIP this morning, I think we were all just a bit disappointed in Weibo, actually. I think it's the main takeaway. NIP didn't have that level of expectations, but as we are back into the game, it is all about Group Ascend once more.
Trying to clock that top 6 spot. WE well on their way, at least so far, though they have been in that Knights Rivals tournament multiple times this year already, and have ended up winning out both times against Bulldog and LNG back in the day. And now Bulldog once again finds himself in this matchup against Karis. It is, theoretically that counter matchup, but we have seen Karis be able to do a lot of different things on this Akali. These are 2 players here, Melvin, that have had very similar journeys, although a little bit delayed here on Bulldog's side. You know, Karis coming up as that kind of high-level prospect from Gen G, getting opportunities to play on FearX, and then after realizing he wasn't going to get a top spot in the LCK, moves over to China here on WE, and has actually had a couple of really decent splits. Bulldog looking to try to do the same after his split on DNF that did not result in a ton of winning happening over there either.
Yeah, before coming over to the LPL, it was a pretty even matchup, honestly. Their overall head-to-head is 18 games to Karis, 13 to Bulldog. And considering, as you mentioned, it was Bulldog getting beaten down in those Knights Rivals matchups, these are 2 mid laners who for the longest time were on basically comparable standing, but with his time in the LPL, Karis has really gone to new heights. I would say generally contesting for maybe not a top 3 spot in the league consistently, but he's at least been able to be acknowledged in the top 5 discussion somewhat reliably. Maybe his form's a bit variable though.
He's had some inconsistent moments, I think, throughout his tenure on WE. I feel like that's been the defining nature of his time here. But at times, definitely does look good, specifically during that playoff run that WE went on, as well as, early in Split 1 when he was in Group Perseverance against teams like Edward Gaming. Karis did end up looking a little bit better than potentially people were expecting, and that is something that is exciting to continue to see as a young player like himself makes his name in the LPL. Now we get a fight around the Grubs. Perukia with that taunt flash immediately onto Monkey, and it'll be EDG getting onto the board and making their way to the Grubs.
Incredible recognition from EDG to know that, wait a minute, this is a Jace. He has nothing. Even if he wants to flash away, the miasma chain off of the taunt is just so perfectly executed. It's going to secure all 3 of these Grubs handily. into EDG's pocket unless we have Cube come
Xiao.
down and get something done.
He's like trying to take all three down at the same time. That means he ends up
This is
hitting
not
neither
correct.
of them as Cube sweeps in to take one down with his Q. In goes the re-engage as the all-out goes in onto the Mbessa, and ZDZ will be able to take another kill, this time on to Cube. It will eventually be 2 Grubs taken down, but maybe Xiaohao could have reallocated some of that damage.
Yeah, that was weird. I will say that is just not how you take the grub camp. Like, I don't understand what he was doing there mechanically, but was it a bait? like that's all I got right now. You managed to
Maybe,
get
I mean,
a kill off the back of it.
yeah.
You lost a grub but got a kill. Is that good? Maybe.
I would say worth, I guess. I don't know. There's been a lot of dialogue about how valuable these grubs really are, and so maybe if Cube's willing to throw his life away for one, EDG can chalk that up as a win.
Now we just have it's a pretty standard play, no dragon up for 2 minutes. We're gonna have to keep our eye on when those first items start getting ticked over. Was able to get that cannon minion, quite important. Just want to get that quest progress done, since About has been sitting in the bot lane relentlessly, whether he's been pushed under tier 2 tower or pushing up to the tier 1 of the enemy. He is going to be progressing that quest nicely, which means once he takes it over, he's going to be looking to evict Karis from mid lane. So Karis has to keep up on the quest progress himself to be ready to be side lane jailed.
Not there just yet. Still down about 20 CS to Bulldog in this range versus melee matchup. Again, they were not picking this Akali necessarily for the individual lane. In fact, I think if you are WE, you were probably imagining that it would be Leave playing this Cassio, just given the current state of the meta. But Karis, of course, historically very good on this champion. When WE needed a win throughout some of their struggles, I would say, in Group Ascend last split, they turned to Karis. They turned to, these comfort picks for him, like the Akali, and ended up resulting in some wins, very obviously, as they made their way all the way up to top 3 in the LPL by the end of the playoffs.
And as we highlight some of those all-important picks here, we do have Leave on an ADC. I know it's not that specific, but it's Leave on an ADC. Let's see if he can actually go back to why people were so hyped about him coming into the year. He was a bit of a mechanical god, and it's just not really been manifesting in any meaningful way, if I'm quite honest.
Yeah.
So this is a time where your back is against the wall. WE may not be one of those teams competing with you for a bottom 2 spot in Ascend, but you've already played against LGD. You've lost to Thunder Talk as well. Thunder Talk's looking pretty good. They may not even be one of those bottom teams, so you gotta get warmed up before you face JDG, because it's expecting, really looking at the standings so far, there'll be EDG, LGD, and JDG competing for those bottom 2 Ascend spots where they have to hold off the ranks of Nirvana coming into the playoffs. EDG really don't want to be standing in that position, especially if NIP continue to look good and IG has a continued level of success. It's only one series so far, but the Shy looked very scary. I don't think ZDZ wants to catch that heat right now.
Yeah, the fact that the Shy performing in the regular season means that IG may be here to play in Split 3. See that second dragon now spawning. It is, again, not the best situation for EDG that they've already lost to the 2 other teams that came up with them from Group Nirvana here to open up their regular season. Trying to get back into that win column to try to salvage themselves a spot in that postseason, an opportunity to potentially make it into Worlds. I mean, it might be hard to remember, but I think going into this year, when they picked up Leave to replace On, many people saw this EDG team as a bit of a sleeper to contend for one of those top spots, like we saw from WE last split. It hasn't all materialized just yet, but potentially can turn the tides around this second dragon here in Game 2. Dredgeline connecting onto Xiao as a teleport has come in from Cube, going to be matched by ZDZ. Dragon is already secured by the side of Team WE, but EDG now looking for the fight. Cataclysm onto Cube, but he is face tanking it and not taking any damage whatsoever. Public Execution goes onto Levy, spell shields that, but can't get away from the damage of the Akali. Karis with a double kill already, still going to survive until finally he gets flashed upon ZDZ with that Intofo strike. Monkey able to take the kill back onto Bulldog. ZDZ now an opportunity to pop off. He gets a shield with the Shen, trying to keep him alive.
alive with the stand united, and Xiaohao is still looking for the play as well. Cube going forward again with the dash. ZDZ in some trouble. Cube finally getting that kill. Now a 2v2 has opened up here in the bottom lane, and EDG will be able to get themselves away.
Edward Gaming overplay their hand at the end of that one, not able to finish off the play in a positive manner, as WE start off in such just clear fashion, burning this dragon down, and exactly what we said this comp needs to do. Chip you down with the poke, and then have the divers go in. With the teleport shield, Cube is actually quite durable, sat here in the Cataclysm, and Karis knows his job. He sees who is low, he flies forward with Cube, and Leave is a full HP ADC, but by God, if he doesn't look like it for long.
Unfortunate by Karis taking that final tower shot. Maybe could have been able to outplay if he was at 400 HP instead of less than 10. And DDC does a good job of getting EDG back into this fight.
It was his Cassante that pulled such heavy work in a previous series, and so I think maybe if that last Ntofo strike goes through, there might be an angle here, but it ends up being a still positive kill trade after when he re-engaged. But do you want all your gold on the Cassante? Not really. Even if ZDZ is having a barnstormer of a game, you still would like some of that gold. Oh, hello. Put onto Bulldog, who has been forced to flash away by Monkey and Cube in the river.
Saw there in the damage charts as well. Both top laners really having a high impact in that last fight. Cube nearly 5,000 damage on the Mbessa. Going to have to continue to be a big part of this game for Team WE, as the On the Hunt has been procced, forces a flash away from a bout, as it will be the Rift Herald now spawning, and EDG getting positioning around the top side river early.
It's a fun little combo adaptation here that we have. If you have mobile champions to escape the Jarvan ult, well, if it's paired with Cassio, you chuck the Miasma inside, and suddenly it does not matter that you are Akali, you are still dead, as CDZ is approaching the assassin in the top lane. But when you're in isolation, you're not really going to do much to this guy here, as it's just going to be some light trading. Herald being looked at, as I'm very curious if WE want to force a play here or not.
I mean, you said they don't want to trade. I think ZDZ still does want this fight. Karis forced to dash away, and now ZDZ with the all-out in tow. Gonna have to back away momentarily. The Herald started up by Team WE. Monkey and about shoving it back away, as in goes ZDZ. Now has the stand united on top of him, but he just goes down too quickly for the Shen to arrive. It seemed like ZDZ was waiting for EDG to be in a good position, but he was just not there in time. And so it will be a re-engage now for Team WE. The dredge line forces the flag and drag to be cancelled, and About is able to pick up the gold. Now Karis heading the Twilight Shroud, looking to try to dance around a 1v3 situation. Doesn't end up going for the potential outplay. Instead, will just allow his team to pick up this neutral objective.
And it's another series of play, looking close throughout, but still going into WE's favor by the end of it. Also going to be looking to knock down this first brick in the top lane. Herald is in pocket if they wanted to burn it immediately, but that has not really been the metagame for Herald in a while. You really do love using it as a battle Herald and then turning it into a tower charge after winning the fight with it. With Hextech Dragon, the first of at least two, spawning in a few moments. I am curious if EDG want to try and go for a play here, or if they're just going to back off, as there was a reason I didn't think ZDZ was going to go for that fight top lane, because what the hell do you do after? Akali's got a tower right there. Like, I was so confident he had no reason to go for that, and maybe if Xiaohao was right there, you could potentially threaten a dive, but it's still Akali with ult, and you're a no-flash Cassante. This is a fantastic hook that pretty much sealed the deal for WE at the end of this one. Didn't see the Cube actually shot off the public execution there. It wasn't able to land, but I think Bulldog's quite happy it didn't, if we're being honest.
Definitely so. Could have made things even worse for EDG, as that spell shield cancels the dredge line from Arha. You see the damage coming out through About's rockets already. He's getting focused down by Perukia, but he flashes at just the right time. The On the Hut has been procced by Leaf. Rift Herald has spawned with the dragon available for WE to take. They're at least going to get one charge into the tier 1 turret, with now both solo laners, I should say mid-jungle here in Monkey and Karis around the bottom side trying to look for a flank.
That was so well done by About. Didn't have flash, that was actually just the Valkyrie. He predicted the exact timing of the Shen flash. was able to get himself to safety. And that is now one of the main 2 engage tools for EDG off the table. Cube could honestly just sit up here and keep ZDZ in the top lane, and if he's not allowed to TP into the fight, EDG will struggle to find enough frontline to survive Jace, Poke, and Corki rockets. So it's a bit of an awkward situation for EDG. I'm not sure if they can do something here, but if they're going to, they probably want to get it done faster rather than slower, as WE's just starting the dragon.
About definitely in some trouble now. Cataclysm will land on top of him. There's that miasma
go.
combo that you were talking about as well. Or I should say, just the amount of damage that was able to get pumped out results in the 80 carry for Team WE down, and EDG finally finding a fight that they could potentially win. But Karis is ending up making that an impossibility. He gets a double kill for himself, and now it's a 2v3. Petrifying Gaze lands onto Arha. He will go down, and now it's a 2v2. Cube and Karis looking to take down ZDZ and Bulldog, and right now it's WE solo laners that are winning out on the skirmish. ZDZ in the all-out, looking for one final outplay, but it will not happen. Karis with the effective quadra kill in the team fight to give Team WE the ace.
8 people dead on my screen, and it will be the tier 1 mid tower going over to WE as a reward. The dragon, though, not takeable just yet. They can look now with the hex gates on the map. I fear that the solo lanes of WE won't be given time for a respite, won't be able to hit the base, but it looks like EDG, with that staggered respawn timer on their solo laners, won't even bother to contest. Okay, so it's just about game pick. That, yep, really well executed by EDG, comboing off the back end of it, but shouldn't be happening. And WE managed to pick up Xiaohao because that's a really fed Corki. He does a lot of damage. And we're just left with Karis absolutely running the team fight, picking up the initial squishy members. Cube opting for a pacifist run, avoiding public execution once again. But it doesn't matter. They are able to win the skirmish at the end of it, as the solo laners for EDG are desperate to try and get any winning play off here. They just don't have the stats, don't have the mobility to match up against the WE solos.
Ooh. Edward Gaming feeling desperate. They're starting up this Baron. They knew that Monkey was on a reset, and they actually burned this pretty quickly with the help of Bulldog and Leave. It's at 2,000 HP, and it will end up going down, but what will the fight look like in response? Already some big poke from Monkey, but he gets hit up by the Cataclysm, and ZDZ is the one to pick up the kill. Depth charge onto Xiaohao. He tries to buffer it with the flag and drag, but still will end up being a casualty as the backline is ravaged by Karis and Cube once again. ZDZ goes all out, looking for a 1v1 against the Akali that he does not win. Another triple kill into the hands of the Team WE mid laner, and EDG looked for the Baron as desperation, but the power play will instead go to Team WE.
The shred tools just aren't there for EDG. The frightening 9-1 Akali hunts you down, and there's just simply not enough stats for EDG to survive it. There was a brief moment after that Baron where it looked like they could all get out, but Leave wanted to go by his namesake and get the hell out of there, but the rest of the team full sends it to kill Monkey, and just that moment of hesitation, that committing of the Cataclysm, of those tools, to not getting out immediately, gives WE all the time they need. Lets those solo laners collapse, and lets WE redeem what was a somewhat good Baron sneak, and you'll get to see it here. It's just, as soon as they finish it, you see Leave is pathing away with Bulldog. Team goes, but wait, kill? And yeah, there's one, but Karis is here. And we've seen this episode before, guys.
Just watching some cinematic Akali gameplay here on the back end of this one. Karis, always known for this champion. Didn't always have the best win rate on it here in the LPL. I think a lot of that can just be credited to the fact that W weren't winning a lot of games in general. But he always has been very strong on this pick. And now 9-1-1. 19-1 is his current KD ratio throughout this best of 3. That is a tremendous scoreline here for a player that has seen some inconsistencies this season, but might be peaking at just the right time.
Really wants to get himself that player of the match. Monkey has been able to take away both of them so far for WE's wins, but this is looking like it's Karis's in the pocket if they are able to finish out this game.
Yeah, they're looking for something. in response to this Baron going down. They finally get a shutdown onto Cube, but the rest of WE could actually be in trouble. Right as we were praising him, Karis flies too close to the sun, and it'll be ZDZ to pick up a 1,000 gold shutdown.
There's no way he gets taunted into all-outed under tower there. Like, that's the only reason I see him being in that position
what
with all
happened
available.
there, Melvin.
That's, yep, that. I still don't think Monkey's getting player of the match, I'll be honest.
Flash by Perukia looking for about his EDG, looking to maybe try to turn that kill onto Karis into something more. But there's another big carry on WE's side, and his name is About. Bulldog looking to try and re-engage once more with that miasma, but About is still at full HP. He valves forward to try to take down the Casio, and now it's only the front line that remains. It's a double kill, make it a triple, as About stands tall in the bottom side.
Gliding at the end of that one, realizing all the tools were sent away from him after that initial flash engage from Perukia, and, well, guys, I know he's not a mage anymore, but Corki's a blooming scary champion at 3 items. We really do need to fix this little glitch in the inventory that makes it look like he's only got 2 in endurance, because that mirror banner pumped damage there.
Oh, you said 3? How about 4? That's a Guardian Angel you just picked up all the way from nothing as we take another look at this fight.
Okay. So, I still don't see how this happens right now. Is it truly just the most bog-standard Cassante possible? I mean, well executed from EDG to find it. Like, it's slick from ZDZ, but Karis 3 shouldn't be standing in a position to let that happen. Like, I don't know. It shouldn't be allowed to happen with you being as important of a member as you are this game. About, though, plays this whole skirmish so incredibly well. Just playing perfectly out of range for the carries after that initial engage, and then all the resources from Bulldog are sent into Monkey, and then, hey, wait a minute, he's gonna flag and drag behind.
Wait, that was an unofficial penta that we just missed. Congratulations About. Not getting credit by the game, but getting credit in our hearts. All 5 going down to the Corki in that extended play. WE now looking for the Hextech Soul as we are immediately back to live. Flank available for Karis, waiting for his opportunity as a ton of poke has already come down here by the Jace. In goes Xiaohao, finds a 3-man Cataclysm. Monkey will go down first. The Dragon, it's so low, but it will still be picked up, this time by EDG. The fight going their way as well. Perfect execution, not going to connect, as now Cube is going into a 1v2 situation until About responds with the Guardian Angel, able to take Xiaohao down. It'll be 4 kills for 2, but EDG deny the soul for now.
I think EDG are going to be happy walking away with that one, especially taking off About's GA immediately after purchase. I'm just going to wait for the replay, if I'm quite honest, to analyze that one, because we have now found ourselves in a state of the game where there's a massive gold lead, but not a soul. And let's see how Monkey gets one shot here, because it is Xiaohao going in, forcing the ticket, but as he goes to pull away, he is completely shredded from the HP. Cube goes over to finish, and equally, we have Leave just being in the Sivir scenario. There's so many stacked champions. Unfortunately, still an ADC, despite the real slick way that he nearly survived against Karis, but wasn't able to get it done. Too much proficiency on the champ for that one. And then it is just solo lane warfare here to eventually bail About out of there.
Team fighting still pristine for Team WE, although you have to credit Edward Gaming for finding moments throughout this series, despite being far behind, that can turn these situations into at least even trades for themselves. I think they'll be very happy with the fact that it is not a Hextech Soul on WE, as this Baron is once again made available.
There's an Akali on the flank.
Eyes on the Karis here. Yeah, in the mid lane. EDG are trying to get some push. On the hunt has been procced, but already the fight has begun by Arha as he goes forward with the depth charge and allows for Karis to scoop into the backline. Cube as well, but he's getting taken down. Oh, EDG with a massive turnaround off of the back of Leave. They go forward to pick up 4 straight kills. Only About is left alive as the Baron will go into their hands.
The tunnel vision takes over WE, and the stats for EDG, despite being 7k gold behind at the time, they play to their win conditions. They keep their carries alive.
Oh, Bulldog.
Until
he was looking for the tower, might pay for it with his life. About not able to do enough DPS, and so it will be EDG as all 5 retreating to the Baron pit and picking up the big purple buff for the next 3 minutes.
that will carry over to overlap with the Dragon Spawn. So it means that EDG will be able to take some swings back at WE, within the gold lead being not negligible. Like 3k is a full item, but it's spread across the team. And let's see how it starts. It's Karis seeing an angle, but honestly just diving way too far. There's been no poke laid down onto anybody just yet. Cassante is the most chipped member as Xiaohao leaps to the backline, and EDG layer everything onto these divers to stop the play.
Oh, Leave just did so much work in that fight. You see Perukia dying in the picture-in-picture. Unideal situation for Edward Gaming, but they still have the Baron power play, and they have cut the gold lead in half. Now only 4,000 favoring WE. That gold's still going to be valuable, though, as you see, specifically about in a great position right now. He's got his Guardian Angel on cooldown, sure, but that's a Seekers. That's a little bit of extra luxury to go alongside a Last Whisper. Corki may not be the AP monster he once was, but having a Seekers this game definitely seems like it's going to pay off when you're against the Jarvan. It's a lot of CC, but not that kind of CC. As soon as you are out of the Flash Shen taunt, you can throw down that arm guard and suddenly dodge out on most of EDG's aggression. So that is something you need to be watching enemy inventories, seeing that Bulldog has picked up his stopwatch, that Xiaohao has his GA. There is no defensive item on Leave yet, though. That is the big difference in the gold lead over to WE. About has indexed it into keeping himself alive a little bit longer, as WE not opting to play for a 1-3-1 here. They want this Hextech Soul direly. That could be their undoing, though, if they aren't able to get this poke to stick onto EDG before they approach. You see here, of course, talked about the compositions. EDG definitely ones that scales better, and we're starting to see a little bit of that late game prowess. Now the way WE win these team fights is with the help of this poke from Monkey, like we're seeing with the accelerated shock blast. EDG going to gain priority in the mid lane, take down the tier 1 turret with help of the Baron powered minions. 40 seconds still left on the buff, and 20 until the Hextech Soul is at the ready for WE to take. You see another teleport coming in. Try to rejoin the fight. And now it is EDG being forced to respond, forced to face check this brush. It'll be ZDZ to do it, and he finds his way out with the Pathfinder. Dragon now spawned, and Karis is on a flank.
Karis is hunting. The hunt has begun.
Yeah, there's the Cataclysm. It goes on to Arha. He has the Protoplasm Harness procced, and immediately ZDZ sends Karis away with the All-Out. He dashes on out, finds a Shuriken flip, and will assassinate Perukia, looking for the perfect execution on the backline, but will not have it just yet. WE already have picked up 1 kill onto the Shen, and they will retreat back to the Drake with Bulldog and ZDZ still healthy, but they do not want to go for the flip. So they will give up the soul, as WE will pick up their 4th dragon of the game. It'll be Hextech in for them.
That is much, much better from WE. I think they got a bit too big for their boots on that last play on mid, thinking they were further ahead than they were relative to EDG, not realizing that, again, it's not a comp gap unless you dive into them as 5 people, but they dived in as 5 people, so yes, EDG have a comp gap in that situation. This time, playing a lot more slowly, Karis being far more reserved, immediately popping the stopwatch as he is kidnapped by ZDZ, and then repositions to take out the Shen, and that's it. That's all you need to do. That's one of the defensive tools gone from EDG, and suddenly Bulldog and Leave have 1 less layer of protection if Cube and Karis want to pull the trigger and re-engage. So that is all you need to do. It is just about making sure you don't get too caught up in the moment, and don't risk having a Cataclysm land on your Corki, land on your Jace, and one-shot them before they get to play the game, as now we enter a moment of peace. The Baron spawning in 2 minutes. I doubt there'll be many series of play before that, as it's just about balancing out your side lanes and keeping an eye on the inventories, looking for those key pickups. You still have the Seekers, the full GA is available for about.
Notably for WE, they're a couple of gold away from picking up some big spikes on their solo laner, specifically Cube, approaching that Guardian Angel, and we just see the Rabadon's Death Cap acquired for Karis in the mid lane. Bout's got his Mortal Reminder. It's just the Seeker still in his inventory. He's been pretty untouched throughout these last couple of fights here, Melvin. Seems like EDG's main objective has just been to try and peel away from the engage that comes through from specifically Arha and Karis so far.
And it's part of the reason why I want WE to just play a slightly more patient game. Yeah, Monkey has got disgusting levels of poke with About using the Hextech Soul, and those just long-range skill shots. So leverage it. If you're fighting for Baron, or if you're just prepping the Baron, you could do this. Like, we hadn't said the phrase 1-3-1 at all this game so far, but you have Akali and Ambessa. This is a terrifying 1-3-1 comp from WE. They've just been playing it as a full 5-stack dive, and it's been working. But now, EDG have, you know, shown that they have the stuff in them to hold your arm's length if you're going to play into a losing compositional gap. And now it's going to be about if WE can actually leverage the 1-3-1 to get something done, or if EDG can force their hand and just potentially brute force their way to this Baron, considering with the Cassio and the Sivir, they shred that. It goes fast.
Yeah, the late game fantasy has fully arrived for Edward Gaming. Despite them being down 5,500 gold, they have a 4-item Cassiopeia, they have a 4.5-item Sivir. Those are still going to be champions that do a lot of work in these 5v5s. WE need to continue to be creative, as they have been, in finding team fights that work for them. They are still up 6,000 gold, and they still have some very advantageous players in their team, specifically Monkey here. He's able to throw out a lot of poke before these fights end up beginning.
I hate where Monkey was standing right there. He was standing there for way too long when there's a Jarvan in range to engage. But we should probably do a last-minute flash check-in. Sivers is nearly back up for Leave. Bulldogs still a while away. That Shen has the flash just about to tick down, ready to fish for an engage over on WE's side. It is everybody except for Erha with the Hex Flash and Cube that has their flash available, as now it's WE pulling the Baron.
Yep, it is Cube that forced ZDZ back to base to defend the bot lane inhibitor turret, which means that WE wanted to start up the Baron, but Perukia able to join in time and make sure that it is a 4v4 that Team WE are not too comfortable taking. Still see Cube maintaining his presence in that side lane, as Leave will make his presence known in the mid lane, clearing out that entire wave. Not going to take down the entirety of that tier 2 turret, but the 1-3-1 will once again continue. Karis takes down the inhibitor tower, and will get a little bit more gold into the hands of WE.
And almost perfectly in sync, that bot lane tower is left on a single-digit level of health for EDG. And so, WE playing to their comp at last. I can't believe how long we went into this game without acknowledging the fact that with these two champions they can play like some incredibly disgusting side lane play. But now they have been forced to actually play to it because the Elder Dragon is up in a minute 20. WE are now kind of on the clock to do something, and they are aware, pulling the trigger on the Baron.
And they're sending a TP in from Cube, so they want to guarantee a 5v5. Dredgeline lands onto Xiaohao. He has the Guardian Angel, but it's already chunked down to 40%. Karis is in that flank, waiting in the bush, but eventually will have to run for the hills. As in goes Perukia for the Flash Charm. Not going to find it, but the Miasma will connect. The Akali now in some danger as Bulldog's looking to chase him out. And Karis is forced to half and out of the fight. Shock Blast lands onto Xiaohao as the Baron once again gets started up by Team WE.
That is a Jarvan. He cannot TP back in. But can WE even hold on to this objective with Karis chunked out? He still has the TP rejoining. It's a 4v5 for WE.
Leave and Bulldog going to have to be the big difference makers here. They still do a lot of damage. Shock Blast comes out, but doesn't find too much. Petrifying Gaze only onto Arha, but now it is Bulldog getting targeted, forced to go golden as the Baron already secured by Team WE. And Cube is flashing into the backline, carries and takes both of them out with a single punch. Still ZDZ and Xiaohao alive, but they will not be for long, as 5 strong still stand for Team WE. Monkey goes to the skies to pick up the ace, as they will march towards the mid lane and move up to 3-1 in the standings.
And Karis, he merits the respect of EDG so badly that Cube is able to leap in at the last second, take control of the fight, and be the one that obliterates those key members for EDG. This will be moving down to 0-4 on the scoreboard in Group Ascend. A scary place to be for EDG, but WE making some serious contention to put them in that upper echelon of the league.
WE have always been the team that finish strong. What happens when they start strong? That is something that we are left to see. 3-1 in Group Ascend, and they've got a date with Billy tomorrow.
Oh, that's going to be hyphy. I'm looking real forward to that. With what we've been seeing from BLG as of late, I mean, it's pretty much statistically guaranteed we get 3 games. It's just whether WE are able to take it away or if BLG can pull their magic. But for today, this is high mental. They're going to be feeling good. WE if anything, I think it's a good thing for them that they got challenged, they got proved, yeah, you can't just wallet gap when there's this much of a comp difference here. If you try and dive into a Casio, into a Sivir, with a Cassante and a Shen, 7k gold lead ain't gonna cut it. You need a bit more than that to be able to just completely roll over the fight. And then, most impressively to me, WE pivoted. They played their comp to what you would have expected when you saw it in Champ Select, and spread across the map, made it so they had the scary poke, they had the Nautilus, so WE could never really stand as a 3-stack against them, or they risked just getting torn apart. But then on the side lane, it's an Umbessa and a Kali. How are you supposed to force on that?
The 1-3-1 ended up being the prime strategy for WE. It almost was like they didn't need to pull it out because they were so far ahead, and then all of a sudden once they faced the challenge, full 5v5, well, you should counter that by side laning and putting your opponent on the back foot when it comes to starting up these neutral objectives, which is exactly what WE did in that last fight. I also love how it was a different hero at each stage in the game. It was Karis at the beginning, right, picking up a ton of kills to jump out to 9-1. Then it was about with that unofficial penta on the Corki in the bottom lane once Karis ended up going down. And when both of them were unable to fully contribute to that fight, it was Cube on the Umbessa to close things out for his team. Ended up really assassinating both backline members of Edward Gaming and allowing for them to pick up the clean ace.
And notice how in that list you didn't have to say Monkey. Because WE is more than Monkey. It is a team that plays around him as their captain, but they are all perfectly capable of pulling up their socks and carrying when they need to. And I would personally say that this is the series that About should be taking player of the series away from Monkey. I think that he just deserves it after how well he played in Game 1 and how well he played in Game 2. I think that Karis had a very strong performance on the Ahri and was scary on the Akali, but God alive, playing an ADC in this current metagame and actually being able to have that significant of an impact twice in a row, I think he deserves some flowers for that.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a really big growth arc for About, similar to Karis, but, you know, it's more so as a rookie, coming over from the Gen.G Challenger system. Of course, he had some time in China before going back over to the Gen.G Challengers team, but now back on an LPL team. You know, he was hand recruited by Monkey, who previously was teammates with him on a former, you know, lower tier organization, and really About has made that worth it for them, scaling into 2026 really, really well. Same with Karis, who also has had himself a really good series. I would imagine player of the series, though, going to go to About at this point. And this leaves us in a very exciting position in the LPL. I wonder if Kai, we'd be able to pull up our schedule for the rest of our time here in Shanghai just to see what exactly the upcoming games do look like, because for EDG, the road does not get easier for them. They're going to play against EDG or against anyone's legend tomorrow, so really no break for them. And then meanwhile for WE, they're going to continue to be tested. They have the defending champions in BLG tomorrow, and then on Sunday, I think a sneaky fun game against a really surprising Thundertalk.
Oh yeah. With the form that Junhao has had so far, that might be the peak of jungle matchup game. Like, I'm incredibly excited to see how these two face off against each other and what kind of sparks fly when they have to just throw everything in those early just invades pathing. Like, it's gonna be delicious.
Waiting for this interview to conclude with Karis, and before we take a look at some of our end of day or end of series graphics, and
end of day,
of course the awarding of our player of the game. Yeah, there's still another matchup coming up next, and that should also be a fun one between TT and JD Gaming, two teams that have had very different expectations entering the split and have not necessarily met them in either direction. That'll be a fun one to take a look at in just a few short minutes. Team WE, though, let's take one last look at what their kind of status is right now in the LPL. 3-1. I'll just raise this question to you. Where do you rank them amongst these 8 teams based off of what you have seen so far?
Ooh, I mean, the part that makes it difficult is because their first loss was to Top. Because
Top haven't looked very good themselves.
Yeah, since then, and even during that, it was a competitive series, even though it was a 2-0. I mean, they are third on the scoreboard, Do I actually think they're third over top esports? I think it's a pretty close battle between those two. And if they can take it to AL, then we are in some crazy times. They won't get to prove that one this time around. They have to beat their way through BLG first as we're going through. But, I mean, I think I put WE third. I think that's, yeah, I think I've talked myself into it. I think I'm putting WE third place in the league right now based on form, which is so weird considering they got third only a few weeks ago, but it just doesn't feel right to say it. It just doesn't feel right.
Yeah, I mean, I've been pretty impressed by AL specifically, especially with Breathe coming back into that team, but I think that WE are right on their tails. Top Esports, they have not looked at that same level, at least over the last couple of series that they have played. So hoping to see them bounce back a little bit. But for now, I would also have WB powering third at this point in the league, which is a shocking thing to say if you just take a look at what the standings look like in Split 2, where they were 1-13. You know, if we run that same graphic again for how long it took them to get to 3 series wins, obviously they didn't do that in Split 2. Even back to Split 3 of last year, after WE went on their total 4th place miracle run of their own in 2025, they only got a total of 3 series wins throughout the regular season of Split 3. They've already reached that. So again, this is the best WE that we have seen, at least in the start of a regular season. And if they're continuing to be that team that can scale further and further as the season progresses, there's a lot to be excited about with what this team could look like and what their prospects could be of attending Worlds in North America this October.
I mean, outside of a generational caster curse from us right now, I don't see a reason why their trajectory would slow. Yes, they have to face BLG, and you're probably expecting that to be a loss. Done the talk. That's going to be a really fun series. I could see that going either way quite realistically, especially because of how volatile it's going to end up being, I would have to imagine. But even if they lose both of those series this week and end up 3-3, as long as they do it in good form, I'm still quite happy with where WE are right now. I think that About has really been stepping up today, and I'm so excited to see if it's going to be him or Karis that walk away with both player of the game and player of the match respectively this time around, because Monkey in both the other wins did take it away, and it has been About and Karis splitting the non-Monkey players of the game awards in those 2 series thus far.
I think it has to be about 50,000 damage in this game alone. And then going for plays like this, right? Having that killer instinct to Valk forward, then flash away from the Intofo strikes. Again, an unofficial Penta, I believe, once it was all said and done. We had an unofficial Quadra for Karis, unofficial Penta for About, and just really exceptional team fighting, all things considered. Kind of on both sides, as, again, EDG did have their moments as well.
Yeah, this was one of those main turning points that EDG, they found Baron sneak angles, they found moments of being able to leverage their comp. Like, you can't say that this team went into the game with no win condition, because they did have a win condition. It's just the fact that when you're behind, if you're the guys that need to stand at the objective and have the enemy walk into you, that's really hard to do, because going to the objective first means you are innately sacrificing pressure on the map. And it's a lot easier to do that when you're already ahead and going, yeah, you can knock down a tier 1 tower top, we're going to secure soul point right now, versus I would really like to hit my 3rd item on Sivir. Could I please go get a side lane? No, I have to stand here early and wait for 2 minutes before the fight. Cool. That's rough. That's rough.
Unfortunate. Happens to the best of us. You know, sometimes you got to play for the team. That is certainly what Leave has been forced to do. Not necessarily his style of meta right now, and I think EDG are feeling that just a bit. They've only picked up 1 singular game win throughout their 4 series played in Group Ascend so far. Again, this was a team that a lot of people were expecting to maybe make some waves in Group Ascend. Entering the start of this year hasn't happened just yet because of players like About, who will pick up your player of the game and presumably player of the series. There's a lot of stats that we can look at here, Melvin. Damage to gold is one that I want to focus on. It's the amount of, damage to gold. And normally a number of like 150% or higher is pretty good. This is pretty insane, especially considering this guy was full build at like 30 minutes. So he had a lot of gold.
My eyes are fixated on the stat to the left of it. 37 damage percent when, reminder, this was a team with Ambessa, who has been hitting a tank all game in isolation, Akali, who was something like, what, 10-2 by the end of the game, and a Jace jungle, and you hit 37% of the damage dealt, is just a crazy number from About. What an excellent performance. Well deserved, as Monkey can't escape getting a single vote from the casters in there.
It's like kind of the Lion comparison that I think a lot of people do. Honestly, I would actually compare these two teams pretty similarly in terms of what their styles really are, but how much of WE's success can you attribute to a player like Monkey just because of the shot calling and the leadership that he provides? Well, I think you can get some way there, but when your bot laner goes 13-1, I think there's a good reason to get that guy the player of the game. And I would imagine player of the matches, he went, I think, 10-0, 9-0, or 9-1 in the game before. Oh, they're going to give it to Karis. Okay.
Oof. It's not
my
robbery
choice.
because he played well, but yeah. It's like, is it robbery if they both are two of the fastest people on the planet and one of them ekes ahead of the other? Yeah, sure. All right. It was an expectedly close race. Just the way we would have leaned. Karis did play incredibly well against his opposite number. Will bump up his head-to-head with Bulldog after the end of today. And, I mean, he got to do it on his signature champion. He got to do it on the Ahri. Like, there was a lot done, and there were so many moments where it truly felt like EDG had almost cracked the code. Which gives me a level of hope for them. Not that they have much time to really improve on it before they have to face AL tomorrow.
Yeah, not necessarily the easiest bounce back for EDG, but they're going to have to do it regardless. That is the nature of our schedule here in the LPL. Speaking of scheduling, it is time for us to take a bow for now. Melvin, a pleasure as always. I'm sure we'll be together again soon. Once again, Team WB with a 2-0 over Edward Gaming. We're heading into our last series of the day between JD Gaming and Thunder Talk, and it's time for a little bit of R&R. That means rest and relaxation for me, and that means Rafa and Rudud for you. We'll see you after the break.
Welcome back, y'all, to our final LPL series for the evening. This time it's going to be Thunder Talk Gaming taking on JDG. My name is Rafa, first LPL cast of the split, and I'm joined by the Mr. Handsome lad from across the pond, aka Mr. Rude. It's always a pleasure to be casting with you, buddy, and this is going to be a fun series to break down for our last one of the evening.
Yeah, you spoil me, sir. You spoil me. Handsome guy yourself as well. But yes, you are exactly right that this series is definitely going to be one that I think we will take a lot of joy in being able to cover for the folks at home today. I think that the series score for Thunder Talk, to me, is a little bit misleading. They have played 3 series. They've only won 1 of them, but those 2 losses were up against our MSI representatives, and they were series where they were able to take those said MSI representatives to 3 games.
Yeah, being able to take a game off of both BLG and Top Esports is definitely no small feat, especially considering how good their form is, at least domestically, and leading up to their qualification for said MSI tournament. Without further ado, let's go ahead and meet both of those teams, starting with our left side representatives, Thunder Talk Gaming. That roster on screen now for you. In the top lane, you've got the man, the myth, the legend, Keshi, Junhao in the jungle, Hero in the mid lane, and then On and Feather rocking that bot lane duo. And when we look at this roster, I might have misaligned my man, myth, the legend. I definitely meant Junhao because this guy has been on a tear. And if you haven't heard about him yet, well, Rude, it's time to start making the conversation focus on him a lot more because he's had an impressive week 1 already here in Split 3.
What's the saying? If you don't know, get to know here for Junhao. And
Yep.
this guy has really been a massive driving force for Thunder Talk. I think that a lot of this squad, actually, massive improvements from the regular season of Split 2 that we saw. The way they were able to make their way in to ascend at any rate was obviously very impressive. And now we're seeing Junhao really elevate what Thunder Talk are able to get away with. We can see the power that he has in a lot of the series that he's playing, and we've got here a little graphic for you all, the Junhao hit list.
Yes. So my vision for Junhao this split is this guy, especially on a roster like Thunder Talk, who hasn't seen a top playoff placement in quite some time, now having been able to reach Group Ascend for the first time in all of 2026, and I want to say 2025, since the only time that they were somewhat contending in 2025 is that the one kind of miracle run from the very first split of the year, where we did have Thunder Talk besting BLG at the beginning in a best of 5 towards Split 1, heading into that playoffs before the rest of the year kind of careened off. But they're back, and Junhao, I think this guy's mission on a roster with really no expectations to go that far, I don't think it was on anyone's radar that they would even be one that was going to be a playoffs contender, let alone trying to push for Worlds. I think if you're Junhao, who a product of the BLG development system, spending his first year on Ultra Prime in 2025, now on Thunder Talk, you are trying to best every other jungler in the league at least once, and he's already racked up 3 of the junglers so far on Group Ascend.
Yeah, and 3, massive scalps as well, right? Like, these aren't sort of the lower tier junglers. I do think the role itself in the LPL is rather stacked, but he's already taken down Jun, who won the MVP, or the jungle first team All-Pro from the official broadcast in Split 2. Our jungle All-Pro first All-Pro in TN as well from Split 2 has already taken scalps off of both of those two, had a really solid start to this split, and is that large proponent of a driving force for Thunder Talk.
Yeah, one of Junhao's big claim to fames that made us a very quiet appreciator of him back in 2025 during his days on Ultra Prime was, go ahead and check this out, guys. Junhao was the first global Nefiri jungler player in Tier 1, brought it to the forefront, and then around the world now. Neferi started getting playing time pretty much by every major jungler in every tier 1 region afterwards slowly. You know, were they necessarily looking at Junhao? Maybe, maybe not, who knows, but I always like to give him that credit and that claim to fame, and now being able to revel in probably one of the most dynamic jungle metas we've seen in quite some time, especially being leveraged by one of the most insane support and bot lane metas. But we're gonna have to see how well Junhao and crew can leverage against the competition on the other side of the map, who is JDG.
Yeah, so from top to bottom here, obviously not the roster, or the same roster rather, but not the roster that we would expect to be 0-2 to start out with. Xiaoshu on the top side, Junjie, Hongqiu, Gala, and Vampire from top to bottom. Definitely not the expectation for this series, the weaker start than we may have expected to see by JDG.
Yeah, and JDG, with such a hot start at the beginning of 2026, having gone with BLG to first stand, representing the best of the LPL has to offer, has slowly started declining in terms of overall consistent peak performances. And one of the things that at least we can look at originally how this is going to start is just their lack of consistency when it comes to late game clutch team fights. Because when I look at this team, I feel like, especially when you have a coach like Tabe in your back pocket, you should be able to figure out how to navigate these late game scenarios. So we're going to take a look, an example at one team fight from last week against Anyone's Legend, where I'm not going to lie, Rude, both of these teams were being very, 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 how should I say this? It was, we might have to come back to the team fights later, but the best way I could put this, Rude, is I was pulling my hair out at just some of the indecisiveness and the lack of confidence when it came to figuring out how to navigate some of these scenarios here. And this one team fight in particular where it seemed like, okay, JDG have a mid lane inhibitor completely exposed or in favor for them, so all they have to do is just slowly bleed out Anyone's Legend, wait for someone to respond to the super minions pouring into the base, and then you can just shove them off of the Elder Dragon. But instead, that's not what happens. Xiaoshu decides, okay, I'm just gonna go and try and confront Shanks Annie instead. Then Xiaoshu loses the 1v1 against the Annie, so now they're down numbers advantage, and then they take the Elder 50-50 smite anyway. They lose it to Tarzan, and they just lose the game from there. And
massively frustrating.
Yes, it bewilders me to see a team that was able to completely own BLG in a lot of these similar late game scenarios back in Split 1, which is what allowed them to get back-to-back victories over them, to now squandering a lot of these moments where they are in the driver's seat and just not being able to define the final moments there.
Which I think brings us quite nicely to how JDG have been successful, because yes, they're 0-2 in sets, but again, they've also taken a game against each of their opponents thus far. We saw that they'd taken AL to 3 games there, and it also comes from that jungle role, which I think is going to create quite the head-to-head matchup for today, where we have Junjie as a real driving force for JDG, obviously Junhao on the other side of things, for Thundertalk being a large proponent of their successes. If JDG aren't able to get the ball rolling early, if they can't begin with a nice lead for Junjie, we just don't have that faith in this team at the minute to be able to be stable in the mid to the late game in order to try and find the correct decisions moving into what can be a very tense time in the later stages of this match.
Yeah, and I don't know where it comes from, Rune. I don't know if it's a breakdown in communication, if teammates are not talking to each other as consistently as they need to, so that everyone is aligned on the same vision, because it's not like it has completely been abandoned. You see the moments of brilliance every now and then, but as of now, the way Split 3 has opened, and when you also look at how JDG's run in Split 2 playoffs also ended, it got the better of them enough times that it has prevented them from being able to reach the same heights as they did in Split 1.
Yes, and that's really what JDG are looking to do. Obviously, the start of this year, 2026, they brought over 2 new players. They're looking to rekindle some of that former JDG glory. Coaching change as well came through, so lots and lots of big-ticket changes in the LPL ecosystem bought in an effort to try to make this a success story. Split 3, the last opportunity that they've got for it, and they start out 0-2.
Well, let's find out how it all comes down in our first draft. JDG already paying their respects to Junhao and his effective champion pool. One of the fun stats that we were talking about before the start of this series is that ThunderTalk has the most Lee Sin bans toward them as a squad than any other LPL team right now. It is now 7 bans total across the 9 games that they are playing so far today. I don't even know if there's another LPL team that has more than 3 Lee Sin bans. So whoever's been scrimming ThunderTalk, they know that Junhao's Lee Sin's got the sauce.
Or whoever just saw the one game of Lee Sin that Junhao has been able to play.
True.
They just know that this isn't something that they want to be letting through. We have got our first set of bans up. Obviously, the paid of respect towards Junhao with the Neferi as well taken off the board. Shen down in that bot side taken away, which is that typical answer to the Camille, which was left open by ThunderTalk. So it's a Shen ban on 3. TT maybe, or maybe JDG thought that ThunderTalk were going to take that Camille. They instead opt for the Orianna, which again, very solid pick, has got lots of solid pairings alongside it. JDG, they do take away the Camille and they take away the Jarvan to remove that strong mid-jungle pairing. Not to sort of remove any of that, but an equally strong jungler has also just been locked in as a response. The power really of that game 1.
Yeah, ThunderTalk just debating whether they wanted the immediate power of something like a Vi with the point-and-click ultimate, but then they thought to themselves, well, why don't we give ourselves someone that can skirmish a little bit early on in the level 1 and the level 2, 3 department like Pantheon, and if we want a point-and-click ultimate, we'll get the Nautilus for Feather instead.
And I think that this Cassio here is a really big indicator of what TT are looking for. Already with the Nautilus, the Pantheon locked in, they're looking for dive. They're looking to go forward and not play into a Miasma, into a Petrifying Gaze. But the problem that can come with that is that it means your composition is very telegraphed. Now, the lock has been locked in here by JDG, another assassin. So for JDG at the minute, they have got this very skirmish-centric composition where these short-order fights are going to look really good for them, where they can use all of their cooldowns on ward target, blow that target up, and then look to maybe get some resets as well. For ThunderTalk, haven't yet, I don't think, seen a bot laner locked in, and I think that that could be where they get a little bit of an edge if they look to try and find a pick that has a little bit more consistent DPS, something that can play at range, that can play safely, because we know so far Camille, Locke, Jarvan, they are all going to do the same thing. They're going to look to go forward as well and look to try and get some dives going.
And with something like Camille coming in more than likely for support on Vampire's side, you already see that ThunderTalk are trying to put the puzzle pieces together. Okay, let's get rid of the standard Ziggs. That would work really well in this scenario. Do we see maybe a Xerath respect ban? Not sure if Gala has been putting his own time into it. We know that it has been a favorite for Jackie Love and Viper so far here in the LPL. They could add to that mage pool to really take advantage of the fact that Camille being one of those premier roaming supports and allowing Gala to just farm up a storm and be super safe while isolated in that bot side. But no, they're going to pay respects to the Vayne, and this already tells me they want to look for a Gnar for Keshi.
Yeah, take something safe rather onto that top lane. And they're going to have to be blind picking up there, so that's no surprises. I think Sivir here for Arn does make sense if they're looking for a marksman down in the bot lane. Alternatively, Arn has got a number of plays on various different mages as well, so wouldn't be a surprise to see that be taken up either. And I mean, you know, knowing that Sivir could very easily have come through, this is smart by JDG just to deny that pick. It is going to mean that Arn now has to take something else, and I think that if it's got mobility as well, that's going to be a bit of a bonus. Getting out of that Cataclysm can be a real big deal when we get to these later stage team fights. Just somebody that is locked down in a Cataclysm, allowing for those ricochets to go across you, can be really, really big.
Outside of Ziggs, Gala has refused to adapt and buy into the whole mage bot lane meta so far. He's mostly been, I think there's one Syndra game that he's had picked up so far, but Thunder Talk, I mean, we know that On is no stranger to Draven in the past, but ready to throw it down here in game 1 of the series. I love the confidence coming out.
Yeah, and I mean, you've now made the game all about you here as On, and that's fine. That's absolutely a-okay. It's just a question of whether or not TT are going to get punished for this. Remember, coming into the series, we were thinking that this is a game about the junglers, who is going to have that impact earlier on. Buying priority in your laning phases with a really strong pick is a good way to ensure that your jungler can have rule of the roost here. So the Orianna notoriously solid in the lane, the Draven expected to succeed in this laning phase, and we'll see whether or not that allows Junhao the freedom of the bot side that he's going to want in order to put Junja down.
Because Thunder Talk opted in for a Rumble as their blind top laner of choice, JDG look at the field for the draft and they say, hey guys, Mbessa is still open and we're not playing into Renekton, so Xiaoshu, you know what? This is your time to shine. Hopefully you are able to hold it down against something like a Rumble, but the fact that you have a strong ganking jungler like Jarvan that can maybe help bail out the Mbessa of a bad situation, try and set you up for success. If Rumble ever does not have flash, that's an easy gank visit along with something like Vampire, but because you already put a highlight on something like you have a Draven in your bot lane, you probably don't want to play super far away from that lane. You want to play for the Draven's advantage and get him snowballing. This is now going to put an interesting question to the side of JDG. Do you abandon your Sivir and potentially let this Draven completely steamroll the game? Or do you accept that challenge and say, yeah, we want to play for the Mbessa and use the power of our roaming support to play for the top side? Maybe not just the Mbessa, but also trying to get this lock snowballed as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this Draven is a great counter pick specifically to the Camille, more so than anything. We know Camille wants to roam, so let's pick something that's going to punish that roam. It's Thunder Talk looking to play to this bot side here as we load onto the Rift for game number 1. I also looked at some numbers here for this game number 1, Rafa, as Honkyu gets all 3 needles. Not going to be able to find the auto attack on Taheru, but at first Draven for On here on Thunder Talk this year. So taking this in a series that I think is really important for this Thunder Talk side. Is going to definitely have a large amount of impact as a really good buffer actually comes through already. Nice interaction for the Nautilus. Gets the hook. The Camille uses the hook shot to buffer out of it. But then you have the CC of the auto attack to follow up and root the Camille.
Other than Poppy, Nautilus has been kind of the de facto answer into trying and deal with the Camille's shenanigans in the lane. Best way to try and interact with it or just try and prevent it from being such a nuisance, and the pressure of this Draven already getting so much value. Both of our junglers, though, pathing towards the bottom side of the map, recognizing the volatility that is at stake with something like this Draven. And it's so cool to see On step up and pick something so aggressive, so confident. We know that the last time that On had a major stake at play in Split 3 from 2025 was on that EDG roster that was trying to make a surge with Perukia's first debut. Meanwhile, mid lane, Honkyu with the solo bolo. We've been missing a lot of that back from Split 1, but Honkyu's trying to show us up on that lock, and that's going to set the tone for JDG's early game.
That's massive for JDG. Again, we were talking about the fact that these junglers are reliant on their laners to get them prior. Well, how about a solo kill underneath your own turret? Honkyu, really solid performance on the lock early on, and lock so far in the LPL, a champion that we've seen more lows than highs throughout the duration of this split. Maybe Honkyu here is going to give us a bit of a masterclass.
Very low win rate in the LPL so far for this champion, but HongQ, if he's able to take this snowball and leverage it to a clean game 1 win, would be a massive boon for JDG. Now, Junhao forced to back up Haru as he is trying to get his wave corrected. This is not a great spot as we take a look at the replay of this dive.
Yeah, and I mean, Haru here just a little bit too far forward. Now with the Q down, we know that there's no dissonance available. All 3 needles connect. There's an igniting for HongQ as well, so he gets the reset out immediately after that kill has been found. Really clean, and it looks like they've repeated on the mid lane. Haru's dead as we come out of the replay there. Vampire using the ignite, and no flash is used by anybody on JDG, so this is just an absolute slaughter.
The fact that there's no flash on Haru, easy for Junja and HongQ to set up the repeat rinse. And now ThunderTalk starting to realize, well, I know we want to play for Draven. We need to start accelerating the game now. Flash from Feather gets the response out of Vampire.
Yeah, and I you know, love Draven picks, but really don't know what's going to happen if a lock gets on top of them. And honestly there's not too much you can do as Haru. You're just a little bit too far forward. We knew that this was a probability with the way that the wave was, and HongQ can continue to leave this wave here. Haru now going to be demanding so many resources just to stay stable. And that's going to mean that they can't give resources down to Arn, down to this Draven, who is the real win condition of this early game. Junhao going to have to just walk into this mid lane, break the freeze and force it. But looking at the map, we've got Junja nearby, and they're beginning their roam as well.
Flash from Keshi looking for the solo all in onto Xiaoshu. That's an immediate flash return by the Ambessa. Make sure that there's no solo kill for ThunderTalk. Haru under fire once again. This time, because he has the full health bar, is able to at least absorb some of the pressure. But we already saw it from before. If you don't have a flash on Orianna, if you step past the mid wave and you don't see a Camille on the bot side of the map, well,
You're done so.
if you die, that's your fault.
Yeah, and that's looking like a real probability here. Once again, Vampire just lurking, making sure that HongQ can perennially hold this freeze. Haru falling further and further behind, not just in terms of CS, but in terms of experience as well. This is a real strong start for the JDG mid laner. Not to be confused with the CS lead that's accruing down on that bot side as well, with Vampire making that earlier roam and now a secondary roam into the mid lane. It has allowed for Arn to find some advantage over Gala. 300 gold in the pocket of the Draven, but for the Draven, for me, it always comes down to how that first kill interaction plays out. If the Draven gets a kill before he dies, that's how you begin the snowball. If the Draven doesn't, that's a problem.
Oh no. Oh, it's over for Haru, and HongQ gets the E reset off the kill. This champion can be so oppressive to play against once he gets rolling. And to be quite honest here, Rude, if ThunderTalk wasn't playing against this advantage at the moment, they would have bot lane full control. On has the wave push against Gala consistently. Keshi is starting to slowly win the top side matchup, but mid lane has become such a chasm just off of HongQ's lock. You can't get any control on either of these side objectives so far.
No, and I mean, this is a clear and apparent mid gap right now, where HongQ could very well be the entire reason that this game ends and kind of paves the way for a very easy route to a game 1 win. Again, this wave not favourable for Haru, going to look to try and secure as much of the experience as possible, but HongQ is just constantly threatening.
Not going to be able to land as many ritual nails on that trade as possible, but that's okay. You don't need to hit them all. He's already done plenty of work so far. Yep, follows up, hits all 3. Not going to be able to connect on to the execute portion of the melee auto attack there, but we have to start problem solving if we are ThunderTalk, because there's a lock that is slowly getting fed out of control, and our other win conditions are nowhere close to starting to break open some kind of response in terms of a meaningful advantage here.
And that's the real part, right? There is just no response currently. If you look to try and take this Sivir, she's got both summoner spells and can probably survive down on that bot side. Vampire knows that actually I don't need to do anything mid lane anymore. My lock is permanently diving the Orianna almost on repeat, so there's not too much needed here by JDG. They can allow for Hongyu to sit back, to wait, and let him do a lot of the heavy lifting. It's not like there's a poor scaling aspect to this JDG composition. If nothing happens, they will win by de facto with this Sivir, but it looks like Junhao now looking for a fight.
Great Star fall on the Gala, but you call it rude. The spell shield comes through and blocks the stun. Now Junhao finds himself overextended on the play, forced to already use the flash. Dredgeline tries to interrupt Junja, but he's unstoppable in that Cataclysm cast. Oh, looking for just one kill. Oh. No! The cash out does not pay off, and Feather all he can do is just wait and stare at the wall in shame. Keshi can at least get one back for the team. ThunderTalk will finally find their first kill of the game, but the rest of the map is in absolute shambles.
I mean, I hate calling it so early, but this game's donezo. Like, this is now JDG's game to lose fully. Hongyu probably picks up another kill on Takeshi here as well, which is just going to add insult to injury. 1.4k lead in the mid lane. The Draven win condition doesn't exist anymore. It got killed, didn't find that response kill, didn't even find the opening kill to get those adoration stacks cashed in on. And this is just such an easy play pattern for Junjie, it feels like, because they know that the Draven is the win condition for ThunderTalk. All they've got to do is sit and protect the Sivir. And ultimately, they can't get to follow through on this. Junjie levels up. He's got Conqueror fully stacked, so he's able to get enough healing, enough damage back from that Keystone to make this fight just untenable for Arn.
Such a tilter for ThunderTalk. They were feeling the pressure from the mid gap to start making a play, even though they didn't have any of the proper setup to make it a guarantee for On's first cash in, and all of those stacks now pretty much gone. He can slowly build them up, but as you called it out, it is just going to take way too much time for Draven to build that up again to a point where ThunderTalk could meaningfully look for a way back into this game. And now Junhao is going to face the wrath of Honkyu's luck. Feather, though, buys enough space, and Vampire might be a little too extended. And On does get his first cash-in of the game. Not going to be nearly as much as what it could have been, but it's at least something for ThunderTalk.
Yeah, I mean, it's not nothing here. On there gets an extra kill's worth of gold, which is not nothing. On that play, we'll now be able to go back to base, pick up the completion of this serrated Dirk. Never mind, just building the Dirk for the love of the game, and then going to go into a BT, presumably, as this next item. But this is a big boost for ThunderTalk. It's by no means got them back into this game. I think if it is On that can kill Hongyu and Gala, maybe there's a way back. But it's the first road on a long road of recovery that ThunderTalk would need to take.
Yeah. Now, given how JDG have played out some of their recent series, there's always a chance that ThunderTalk, if they have the resilience to wait out until the very, very latest stages of the game and see if JDG lack the consistency, the clutchness factor that we've been criticizing from them. But as of this moment, early game, when they get it, it is one that they rarely screw up in being able to close the games out with. Now, Xiaoshu has been suffering a little bit on the side lane, so that is probably the next part of the map that JDG are going to have to look at attending to and making sure that Keshi doesn't get a little too big for his britches here on the Rumble.
I mean, this is a really nice story of the two top laners as well. Feels like Keshi is following in similar footsteps to what we saw. Heru takes half his HP to Hongyu, but nothing actually fully committed by Hongyu. But yeah, for these two top laners, it feels like Keshi is sort of walking on the path that Xiaoshu took just a couple of splits ago, where gets the call up from a team that was kind of struggling, and then on a JDG roster where we were thinking, well, this guy's probably just going to play tanks. He's done very well for himself, moved into a very solid position in our top lane meta. Now Keshi promotes into Ascend and actually does a pretty decent job holding his own, especially up against Xiaoshu in this one. This is a counter pick for the Ambessa, the answer that Xiaoshu took, and Keshi even able to take the 1v1.
Yeah. Xiaoshu understanding that later on in the game, Mbessa will be insanely strong, but probably overestimating his ability to withstand the pressure against Keshi's Rumble in the early game. Right now, it has awarded Keshi a little bit of some pressure. Junhao might be in trouble, however. Yeah, and even with the flash, you cannot escape outside of the Hextech ultimatum. They're going to donate the kill over to Hongq. Was trying to predict the flash. Oh, Junhao's patient.
Oh, no.
Can Junja actually get it? Oh, he flashes the Cataclysm, but unfortunately the damage still goes through, and Junja will take his prize at the end of the day. Feather's going to make the retreat path a little bit painful, but Haru cannot connect with the ball, and the rest of the JDG squad will make it out alive.
All right, so Junhao, I mean, a little bit unlucky, a little bit lucky to have got that far in the first place. It was JDG looking to donate another kill over to Hongq, and they sort of failed in that aspect. But they were able to find the kill. They were able to pick out Junhao in the jungle, and I think that this is a really big bonus for how JDG are looking to win this game. You mentioned it at the top of the show. If their jungler does well, typically JDG do well. Where they have fallen down has been those later decision-making choices. But it's just Junja walking straight into the Pantheon here. Gala throws in a boomerang for an assist. And then let's take a look at what actually happens here, because they're trying to donate the kill over to Hongq. He expects the flash from Junhao, so throws the casket over the wall. Then Junhao realizes, hold on, I might be able to actually flash to get away. Junja, oh damn, well I've got to flag and drag to get over this. It's the W from Junhao takes him out of the Cataclysm, so he doesn't take the damage from it, but he still goes down anyway.
Now Keshi is about to feel the wrath of Hongq once again. Equalizer does a decent amount of damage and stalls Hongq. Wait a minute, Junhao sees the opportunity for a big shutdown. That's 1k gold in the bank going into the pockets of Junhao, and
all
now the rest
of them
of
are here.
Thundertalk is starting to swarm on in. Xiaoshu has overestimated his welcome here. JDG just got absolutely clowned by Thundertalk.
Yeah, and I said this was their game to lose here, and they're doing their best efforts to try and make that happen as they throw 3 people into 5 members of Thundertalk. Lose out on all 3 of them there. Hongq not able to get the one shot onto Keshi, who buys time beautifully with the flash. Now the Herald going to be the response. Junja sniffing around, trying to steal this one away. There's a TP in response as well when they want to. So Thundertalk actually able to get this. Junhao going to need to be escorted out, but we'll be able to walk away with that neutral objective.
Jinja was looking quite menacing, but was never going to send it into both a Pantheon and an Orianna. Just making sure that Junhao at least felt some sort of respect towards his opponent there. Now JDG, we'll see if they can clean things up and make sure not to throw away the lead that they have as we take a look back at the replay.
Yeah, so it's just really good time bought by Keshi, able to space Hongq really effectively with that flash. Vampire, obviously incredibly underleveled as a Camille. And Haru, with a really nice sidestep, is able to pull the Ambessa right back in. Good that this kill goes to On as well, who is currently struggling a little bit in that experience aspect, but might be able to secure a little bit of an advantage through those items. Now 2 kills for the Draven. Going a little under the radar through the mid-game and giving Thundertalk a potential avenue back into this one.
I mean, On is now on item parity with Gala Sivir. BT and Collector in pocket. Might be enough for Thundertalk to still be somewhat of a chance in terms of fighting at the next objective. JDG have already picked up the first 2 dragons of the game, so would be essential for them to still cleanly take the Drake stacking, but they're starting to recognize the threat that Thundertalk pose, and now it is Junja who is seeding this dragon unless he wants to get into the pit and throw a little bit of a steal, but Junhao secures it. Shockwave right on top. Junja just giving up his life, and that's another shutdown, this time into the hands of On. And Keshi, does he solo kill this Lonk? Not quite, but enough for Hongq to feel the aura and back away.
I mean, Hongq got this massive lead and hasn't actually been able to do anything with it. The fact that he's walking into the Rumble and losing is a really big deal. It's Keshi being a massive stabilizing factor for Thundertalk this game, and you know, if they are able to turn this game around, they're currently leading in gold, but if they're able to come away with a win here, He's my leader for the moment. One of the players of the game has had a very stellar laning phase and now actually looking to play on the top side.
Oh my goodness. Hongq able to blink out of one spear, but Juno's got another one in his back pocket. And ThunderTalk, just like that, have eradicated what was a 3,000 gold advantage and turned it into a 1k gold advantage for themselves.
So this is now a complete split map situation where Hongq is the only person now with an advantage in his team. Xiaosu continues to struggle. Gala is actually now further behind because Arm was able to cash in on a top lane play using that Whirling Death just there. So overall, ThunderTalk find themselves that gold lead. They put themselves right back onto parity with JDG, and this is really where we begin to feel a bit fearful for Jindong Gaming. We said that if their early game goes well, typically they're able to close out on it, and actually what we found is that their early game went well, and they've done the opposite.
Yeah, this is really concerning for JDG to have lost out on this massive lead. It can try and bully Haru even further, but Xiaoshu getting pressured by Keshi on the other side, forced to flash. Haru is going to find a three-man shockwave, maybe gets one back. Yes, he does. And ThunderTalk continues to at least go even on blow for blow across the map. And they're going to go up now that they have a chance to knock out this first turret of the game.
Yeah, we'll see if they're able to find it first. That top turret, obviously very high on HP, so should just be picked up here by TT. Never mind, Keshi griefs by hitting the wave instead of getting it, but you know, it's a turret for a turret trade, and I think Hongq going to be quite happy that he's able to find first brick
Rude.
there
I
as
also
well.
griefed. When I said first turret of the game, I should have said ThunderTalk's first turret of the game, because the first turret was in mid lane. Credit to Kala being able to take that out and being able to move across the map. But nevertheless, gold lead has been evened across the board, and JDG is starting to realize, all right, guys, we still have the means to win this game, but we need to not disrespect ThunderTalk anymore, because these guys have a little bit of that sauce when it comes to comeback potential.
They definitely do. And they do still have a very, very real shot here, as we actually see Junhao summon the Herald into the mid lane for 2 plates for himself, and I think that's about as good value as they were maybe going to get from it. Could have looked to put it in this top lane, get a little bit more gold into the Draven, who's opting toward a Last Whisper of some choice, or of some variant, as this game moves a little bit later on. A lot of healing comes through from the lock, from the various items in both Junjia, Xiaosu, and Vampire's inventory, so definitely good value for both Last Whisper items, whichever one it is that Arn ends up going for. But looking forward here, even if this game does continue at parity, I really like the scaling for JDG. You mentioned this a little bit earlier on, but Gala is an incredible marksman, is playing Sivir, and when we get to the late game, you can expect great things from this player in particular. I know that this split, we've been a little bit undersold by JDG and what they can do into the late game, but I'm always going to give a little bit of value to this Sivir as we move on to those late game stages and the power that she can do, power that she wields rather, in this late game situation. 50 seconds though on an upcoming Ocean Dragon, Rafa, as it would be Soul Point were JDG able to get it.
And because you are playing Sivir, it is so easy for you to just delete waves in the mid lane. But gotta be careful about how far you step up on the next one, since Nautilus is in the area, and Junhao can always send it with the Grand Starfall, but right now his attention is turned towards bot lane, making sure that Haru is not caught out by Hongq's lock in the rotation, and this gives JDG the opportunity to go into the river and start taking out a lot of the vision that ThunderTalk had set up. So far, the advantage is on their side when it comes to having first move and having control of the objective.
Able to set up shop. TP's ready and available for the top laners. Keshi going to do this immediately, gets there first with Xiaosu recalling first. There is a big flank available for Vampire. I don't know that TT have actually spotted this out, but this Camille is level 7 and will just get popped.
turning right onto Gala, flashing forward from Feather, but no one can get there until Junhao sends it into the backline flash and takes out Gala. The rest of JDG
Marksman
are
traded.
all clumped up on the other side of the wall, and now the rest of Thundertalk can regroup and try and realign. They've already lost out on, so no marksman for both teams, but Keshi is still strong on the rumble and ready to fire on all flames and all cylinders. Heteru gets jumped on the Vampire. They try to turn around, public execution run in the middle as well. Feather goes down, but Junhao can just clean up the pieces alongside his solo laners. Keshi having a massive game on the rumble, and Junhao continues to rack up the hit list.
Unfortunately, it was Honkyu versus the world, and the world had enough in the tank to take the rest of JDG down. In an AD carry for AD carry trade, this is winning to begin with for Jindong. The gold lead is in favor of Arn, but Gala does play this beautifully. Flashes out of the shockwave, which was on top of Feather's head. Ultimately, there's not a lot you can do when you get flashed on by the Pantheon, the Nautilus. And similarly for Arn there, he gets flashed on by Camille, Locke, Jarvan. Everybody throws all that they have at this Draven. And then from here, you would expect, well, we've traded positively in our marksman, but Keshi and Junhao, massive in this team fight. Despite the double knockups coming through from Junjie, they just didn't have enough damage left over. Honkyu not able to find that assassination nor the reset. Means that actually it's a big win for Thundertalk, and now they're the ones that are looking prepped and primed in game number 1.
You can see in JDG's mind that this should have been a reset fantasy for Honkyu's Lock there. Just going for one immediate squishy target on Heru in the backline, and it should just be pop, 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 pop. But unfortunately for them, Junhao and Keshi, so much HP on both of their champions from the inventories that they've built up. Way too durable and just not squishy enough for JDG to just roll through them like flies. And now Thundertalk find themselves with a 3k gold advantage, having successfully denied another soul point from JDG. 2 dragons apiece. They now maintain control of the topside river.
I mean, this is a really big statement game by Thundertalk. I mean, so 8 minutes in, I was calling this one as over just based off a snowball of Honkyu. They're looking.
Honkyu's ultimate goes wide. Junhao is able to deflect Junja and take him down back to the graveyard. Junhao trying to absorb damage as much as possible, but he's got a GA, so he's totally fine. On gets a cash into the rest of Thundertalk are just rolling through JDG like they're a bunch of dominoes, forcing the blink from Honkyu, but Junhao's sending it all the way into the base. He doesn't give a damn. He wants to get kills onto the lock and prevent the reset fantasy from even happening again. Junhao just has to wait for the minion wave to push on in, and Thundertalk can do no wrong as they see it. They're going to turn their eyes to the Baron now.
No, and all of that commitment onto the backline, TT are able to survive very, very easily. They're going to get the Baron. They even leave the tier 2 turret up in the mid lane, knowing that the higher prio objective is to secure that Baron. With respawn timers at this stage in the game still relatively low, they do need to be careful that they don't get caught out here, but JDG successful in losing out on pretty much everything. Thundertalk successful in securing that Baron, and it's Junja who spots the initial angle, but a massive hook from Feather catches the Jarvan mid-flash. Junhao's looking this entire time to try and get into the backline, as Junjie can never do anything. He doesn't get the Cataclysm off at all. Keshi, great Flame Spitter across 3 people this time, flashes on top of Gala, takes the Sivir completely out of this fight, and then the rest of Thundertalk just rolling through. But this is a massive hook from Feather to start that play off, and a massive follow-up from Keshi to keep the damage going.
Astounding to see Thundertalk at what, 8 minutes into the game be down nearly 3,000 gold off of the back of a failed dive in the bot side of the map. Honkyu picking up his 3rd kill of the game, and only Keshi getting any semblance of hope for the Thundertalk squad, just to be answered by Honkyu picking up that kill on the top side of the map. To now, 27 minutes in the game, Thundertalk lead by 6,000. can easily back off with the Baron at any point to look for that third dragon of the game. Junhao, the target now, still has a GA, so he can buy some time. Teleport coming in. Thundertalk believe that they can turn this one around, and Junhao definitely has the time to be able to stall for it. Haru wants to look for a shockwave pull. Honkyu blinks. Haru looks for one, finds Vampire in the next, and now Honkyu is going to be the next one on the chopping block if he can get in range. Double kill for Haru as he exacts his sweet revenge from getting solo killed in the mid lane just 20 minutes ago, and Thundertalk are ready to open up the base.
A cathartic double kill for Haru as he rolls down the mid lane alongside the rest of Thundertalk. 2 members dead. I think the good thing for Vampire is that he's so underleveled that his death timer isn't particularly long. He can come back quite quickly. The mid inhibitor is going to fall 30 seconds now on an Ocean Dragon. Soul point for whoever gets this. Not likely really that this game does go to a soul. But now for JDG, they need to reassess, they need to reevaluate how they actually win this game, because I don't think it's through getting onto the backline and getting damage down onto Arn. As much as this Draven, yes, hurts, absolutely. I think that the best way that they've got to try and take this game is through Gala. Maybe down 2.7k gold, but sat at 3.5, nearly 4 items on that Sivir. Almost the highest level on his team as well, and is just the best surefire way to get this team a win. Honkyu had such an advantage in the early stages of this game, but now even levels versus Haru just doesn't feel like that snowball has been actualized in any real way.
There's a Jarvan somewhere in this jungle. Thundertalk, did they see him? I don't think so, but Jinja is not going to wait too much longer to spring a trap. Just going to take his time to recall instantly. Thundertalk just picking up their third dragon of the game off the back of that siege. And like you said, Rude, it is just, it's quite disappointing to see JDG. We've already talked about their inconsistency when it comes to late game decision making, but this is an early game that they had dead to rights, just kind of tossed aside. And I would have to really look back to see if there was any way they could have planned around the 5-man gang squad that Thundertalk poised on the top side of the map, which was the beginnings of that return of a comeback. But a part of me feels like JDG had to have been able to predict some of this coming, and a little bit of complacency. Like, Thundertalk definitely deserves credit, but part of me also just expects better of JDG.
Yeah, and they kind of need to do a little bit more. I mean, this was the Lock Fantasy start where you solo kill your mid laner. Haru's 0-3, 8 minutes into the match. Feels like JDG aren't used to playing with that lead or know exactly what it is that they need to do. I think that now it's about changing that script, working out what it is and how they win from here. And Gala is, for me, that large carry factor. But let's talk about Thundertalk for a minute here. 1-2 in series score, but with a really good set of games versus both TES and BLG, who they lost to, and then a pretty dominant victory earlier this week. They look like an incredibly solid team here in Group Ascend, and whilst they're currently 1-2 sat in the bottom half of the standings, I don't know where their actual true power lies. If they've lost to our top 2 teams, I'd be interested to see what they look like when they're playing up against a WE, up against an AL, and see where they fall in that pecking order, because I mean, so far, they, like I say, lost to our 2 MSI representatives, but has sort of done very well against everybody else. I do wonder what the true power level of this Thundertalk roster is.
Yeah, for me, the most similar comparison that Thundertalk kind of have is to WE. We both look at Junhao and Monkey as being jungle stars from their team, very, very young in their career, both effectively their 2nd/3rd year as starting junglers in the LPL. And just to think that both of them have been able to surge at such a great time where jungle can be super strong. And we highlighted that this maybe wasn't going to be the game where jungle was going to be the big focus, yet Junhao still finds a way to be one of the driving factors for the comeback, and a prominent enough of a threat that even if you kill Draven, this Pantheon still is going to roll heads as well, and JDG cannot simply ignore it as the Baron has been started. Vampire takes a massive chunk. Feather's going to start up the engage right onto Junja's head, and they just knock him up and knock out the GA from his inventory. Junjao leading the charge once again. He doesn't have GA this time around. I take that back. He had it respawned again, and the rest of JDG can't even finish off the Pantheon. The public execution gets himself executed, and On is just knocking out one after another, slicing them down to size, picks up the Quadra for On, and Junhao pumps his fist in the air. A massive comeback for Thunder Talk into a 10,000 gold advantage. Now that's what I'm Thunder talking about.
That's how you first time a Draven in the year from On. Got bullied in the early stages of the game, ends the game with a quadra kill.
TT lead the series 1-0 with an impressive start, and JDG are going to have to lock in quick, Rude. Absolutely.
That was, again, a game that JDG had full control over. They were 3k up 8 minutes into the game, 2-0-1 lock, 0-3 enemy mid laner. They had all of the tools to come out and win this game. Unfortunately, they did not know how their snowball was going to go. They weren't ready. They didn't plan for this. And as soon as they sent a play in the top side, it felt like a formality to them that they were going to make it work. They didn't account for where Thunder Talk were, the response that they could have on the map. That play in the top side, the real big turning point for Thunder Talk. And I think that as soon as that play really went away from JDG, they didn't have an answer in any sense.
Low key, I think JDG had that early game lead in their hands, and they just said, all right, guys, we won from this point on. Let's just chill and let's just have fun with the rest of the game. Oh, wait, there's 5 people topside. Oh, wait. Low key, these guys kind of got hands. What's going on? Oh, and then the panic starts to set in, and whether it's early game that we normally praise and rarely attribute with inability to close out versus more recently their late game inconsistency, it felt like it was a little bit of the inconsistency of decision making that started happening in the mid game. Once they lost the lead, they just weren't sure how to leverage the strong parts of their map into a winning state again. And honestly, if I was in JDG's position, I'm not sure how you would try and do that either, but still, there has to have been...
Can we look at damage quickly? Keshi, 31k, his like bot side of the map. Not particularly matching pace with their laners. Like, this is a Keshi player of the game every day of the week. We talked about Junhao being, the captain for this team. Also the massive part of why they succeed through the early stages of the series and through the game as well. But for me, Keshi, without a doubt, the single most important member of this Thunder Talk squad. Consistently keeping them in it, possessed or was that point of power through the early stages of the game, and was instrumental in the comeback. It's this play right here.
The fact that he is able to flash out of the slow from Vampire and not take too much damage from Hongq's lock. He denies the reset, buys enough time for the rest of the Thunder Talk squad to come on in, and because JDG sent another teleport to answer back, they doubled down a little too much in being able to give so much free gold. And then if the topside fight wasn't already a sign of things to come, this was the death sentence that effectively sealed the doom of JDG.
Yeah, it was. This is a really nice dive from both sides, to be honest. They got their marksman quite quickly. But then Thunder Talk, they just weren't prioritizing the right targets. Or rather, JDG weren't prioritizing the right targets. Harry was the one who'd been like put in the bin the entire game. You shouldn't be focusing the Orianna in this fight, especially without a shockwave as well. It's just not the right target, especially with Keshi ready to rule the roost, with Junhao doing so much work as well. Again, just misaligned on how they need to play the fight out.
Obviously, this is just one game of the series, and, you know, if we fast forward a couple hours later and we find out that JDG are the ones that are victorious after the series, you know, we might be, based on what kind of praise we might continue to say about Thunder Talk afterwards, it might look a little redundant, but it is really fascinating to see Thunder Talk being one of our 3 teams that was in Group Nirvana, the past split, and even before then, they were one of the teams in Group Perseverance to start the year, but we felt like they were like the one team that shouldn't be in Group Perseverance because they were just, quite frankly, not at the same level as their competition of NIP, WE, and EDG. We thought EDG was supposed to be the most fearsome team to come out of the non-group Ascend squads to start the year off. And lo and behold, how our expectations have changed over the course of 2026. But still, Thunder Talk being one of the 3 teams that beat their opposing play-in teams from Split 2 going into playoffs, and they made it into Group Ascend, and we kind of chalked it up as, okay, it was just a bad week for some of our Group Ascend teams. They played really poorly, but these teams probably are not going to do that well in Group Ascend against the rest of the competition. Well, Thunder Talk Gaming is already proving that they belong here with the way that they are handling themselves in these series.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that they have firmly secured their spot. Obviously, the playoff or the win on Knights Road is how they got here, but it could be very easy for them to go down an EDG style path that we're seeing from the start of the year as an earned valid MVP for Keshi, number 2 for them of the season, and again, the sole reason that Thunder Talk were able to come back in this game for me.
He was the only man on the pitch that did not falter when it came down to ceding any advantages, being able to first burn the flash for Flash in the top side and then leading into a solo kill. And despite Hongq coming up and cleaning his corpse up later in the aftermath, he was instrumental for the team's success and being able to manufacture that comeback from that stage. So Thunder Talk now lead the series 1-0 against JDG. Looks like there is one of the 2 casters that wanted to give the MVP vote over to Junhao, but pretty much across the board, they all voted for Keshi.
Good. Honestly, good. That's how it should have been. This was the Keshi player of the game, start to finish, no doubt whatsoever. An excellent start for Thunder Talk in this series. Maybe not in the game, but they'll be happy enough with a 1-0 lead, regardless of how they got there. Not to be repeated, obviously, in game number 2, Fearless means that Heru can't get solo killed by Locke in the first 3 minutes of this game. But yeah, game number 2, a definite challenge for JDG.
Stellar game from Keshi, and even more stellar game for the rest of Thunder Talk to make that comeback happen. But for us, we're going to come back from a break in just a few, so make sure y'all stay tuned. Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game number 2 between ThunderTalk and JDG, where TT, after a bit of it was a little bit of a struggle, an oopsie in the early game, and we thought that JDG had this one chalked in the books and ready to go on to game 2 with a JDG win in the column. It actually turned out to be ThunderTalk rallying a comeback through Keshi's advantage on the top side, and the rest is history, and now it's ThunderTalk 1 game away from closing the series out.
Yeah, that might have been my best caster curse of Split 3 though so far, where I said, this game's over, and then it was just so far from over. They are looking to rally behind a reinvigorated coach talk from Tabe is the goal here, that they can come back out into game number 2, have put aside any of those problems and prevent themselves from starting out 0-3 for the LPL. Obviously not the position that they'd like to find themselves in. Remember, this is a double round robin, so it's a decently long split. They get 14 series, but having 3 losses, obviously with no wins, is the single worst way, really, that you can look to find something. And the way that they've lost their series so far have been 2-1s, or 1-2s if you're that way inclined with the losses. They're currently down 0-1, and if they don't even give us a bite versus ThunderTalk, I mean, that kind of speaks to the strength that this TT roster actually has.
And mind you, this is all ahead of another series JDG have against BLG in a couple days' time. So if JDG are not able to show any amount of fight in this series against TT, what chance do they have against BLG later down the week, you know? Yeah.
If this is the strength that they're showing versus a team who we don't think are as good as BLG, obviously TT have already played for Billy and did end up losing. We'll have to see if they can do anything versus a weaker side at all. And it starts here with game number 2. Obviously that Lee Sin ban remains firm. The Neferi not yet been picked up as a ban.
This moves the overall number of bans across a total of 10 games with ThunderTalk to 8 for Lee Sin. Junhao's Lee Sin must be the stuff of nightmares if all it is just the one stage game they got against BLG. But ThunderTalk are gonna pay respects to one of Junja's signature champions that he rose to prominence and got a lot of success on back in Split 2. With that Nocturne ban. So now, if you're looking at the jungle pool, Neferi still available. We'll see if JDG will ban that again like they did in draft number 1.
Obviously, first pick for JDG here. It was ThunderTalk electing to take, or JDG electing to take first pick, TT electing to take blue side. Kiana taken off the board, and that Poppy ban indicative of JDG want to do something with mobility, so we'll see where in the draft that ends up lying. On a relative scale as well, Mark, we have to say, relatively standard draft from game number 1, right? As far as Camille support goes, that was pretty much as off the wall as it got. Top laners stuck in the top lane. We kept Marksman down in that bot side, so we'll see whether or not we get a little bit more off the wall with our picks this time around. The Neferi was unbanned by both sides. ThunderTalk spent a lot of time deciding, are we going to ban the Neferi, are we not? Decided that they were not, and are happy to give this over to Honkyu.
ThunderTalk will at least deny one of the common pairings that you'll see in the mid lane for the Neferi. Point and click root from Rise. It makes it super easy for Neferi to make early ganks without needing the Hound's Pursuit unlocked later at the level 6 mark. But Annie would be probably the next best setup if you want to find someone that can easily spoon feed kills for Junja in the early stages of the game.
Yeah, it's a decent enough matchup versus the Rise as well. Both of those mages operate at similar ranges. Worth highlighting, this is Heru's most played for the year by a good way. 12 plays on the champion this year versus just 7 for actually Annie as the next closest pick for him. Also had a really solid start for the Rise up against Top Esports, getting a 1v3 solo kill versus Cream to start out that series. So a really comfortable pick for Heru in the mid lane. Definitely something that they'd want after what was quite a ropey laning phase in game number 1.
JDG taking a lot of time to ponder what they want to round up the 3-man core in this opening sequence for the second draft. And Navia is going to be the pick instead. Now we know that this champion gets flexed around a lot, especially this year, Rude, but not sure if it's going to be seen anywhere other than mid lane this game.
Yeah, it was Hongq in the LPL, the first player to pull out the Anivia as this answer to the Rise. It's I think it's a little early to have picked up the Anivia, to be completely honest. I think that Anivia is similar to a Jarvan. Really good versus mobility, versus no mobility rather, really bad versus mobility. The large amount of power that I think Anivia gets that is maybe a little bit undersold is in her Crystallize. So if you can keep people sort of with buildable terrain locked in place, that's a really big part of her kit. A Vi and a Shen both have ways of getting out from over that situation. So we'll see how JDG look to rally around this Anivia, whether it is going to go into the mid lane, whether Xiaosu wants to pilot it, or maybe even Gala gets a fresh pair of picks in that bot lane. But we can see the Kai'Sa taken off the board. They're by no means believing that this is going anywhere other than that mid lane.
Yeah. Once again, Gala continues to be one of our few LPL marksman enthusiasts that is not necessarily buying into the mage craze just yet, outside of the Ziggs and the Syndra that he has demonstrated so far this split. JDG once again paying respect to this Vayne that potentially could be a counter pick in the top lane, and has definitely been one that has been very, very difficult for Gnar to play against, but other top lane melee champions have also suffered the wrath. And once again, ThunderTalk, get rid of the Ziggs.
Yeah, so just comfort for Gala. We know Ziggs has been sort of the exception that proves the rule for Gala, and AD carries it down on the bot side. Was playing this long before actually the mage bot lane craze really took over. But the Kai'Sa taken off the board as well means that it looks like JDG are looking for that dive style. And I mean, you've still got Jhin left available for Gala if he wants to go for that can layer damage over the top. You've no longer got Sivir, so I mean, maybe something like a Zeri could be put down on that bot side as well as a way to get into the backline. But for ThunderTalk, they need to decide what they're locking in and where they're locking it in specifically. So the Seraphine of Large Hover gets taken away from very quickly. Immediate Gnar denial, it feels like.
Yeah. I can appreciate the restraint. Mel is still available. Had they locked in the Seraphine, easy response to just deny that Encore from ever reaching the backline with a simple rebuttal. There's pretty much no other spells that you're trying to wait out for either. So I think it was as tempting as it would have been to have on that champion. ThunderTalk show better judgment and wait for JDG's final 2 picks instead.
I think this is a really good pickup, a really good rounding out of this JDG composition if they want to take this as an answer to the Gnar. It certainly makes sense. The Varus, though, down on that bot side, definitely a safe blind pick, and it is the Tristana, so good in isolation. I do worry for the composition of JDG as a whole here, but we'll get into that a little bit later once we see what they are looking up against. ThunderTalk with just 1 pick left to go, notably going to be their marksman, or their bot laner, we should say, in the current year. Something to go up against the Varus, and again, the TT composition at the minute, really solid for team fighting, so I don't know that they need this Jhin as a sort of dive backline access threat, but they're going to opt to take it anyway. I think they've got a really good team fight composition that the Jhin doesn't fully fit into, but they've got really good pick as well with this Jhin, right? The Vi, the Rise, it's really good single target lockdown, so the Jhin fits there.
Yeah. And it's a way for On to be able to participate in any shenanigans that ThunderTalk want to find themselves in the mid and late game stages of the game. Especially since Junhao's gonna...
Like, if the Jhin here is in an effort to outrange what JDG have got, then it makes a little bit more sense, because like, what marksman is going to try and go toe-to-toe with a Tristana in a 1v1, even in a Nivea and a Fury, right? Like, if you're ever in range to auto-attack the majority of these people, they're putting more threat back down onto you than you are onto them as a Jhin. So I guess in retrospect, it does make a little bit more sense, and as long as Arn isn't actually auto-attacking anyone, might be okay.
Potentially. A little concerned that Shen is going to get even more value with that W Shroud Shield, where block all incoming auto attacks from enemy champions, and they just locked in 2 marksmen into it. So if this was the one time to try and take advantage of that by locking in more mages or more spellcasters, well, at the very least, Varus is kind of a spellcaster, being that if he goes for the lethality build, he'll just fire some arrows here. But let him talk 1-0 against JDG. Let's see how game 2 plays out as we head to Summoner's Rift.
Prophet,
Rude.
why are we in Australia?
I think both supports recognizing how important it was for Keshi to try and get some early vision so that Xiaoshu couldn't get the free bullying lane experience, as this is Xiaoshu's concoction into the Gnar matchup when the Vayne is not available.
Yeah, this is a very Xiaoshu coded pick, really, more than anything. We've seen him play this a good number of times versus these ranged top laners. No surprises that he gets locked in here as well. Already doing very nicely in that 1v1 with the Q start as well, so you just trade more auto attacks back versus one another. And good to see that actually the bot lane is able to take the TP as well for Gala, opting into a poke build with the Arcane Comet. And notably as well, wanted to highlight that Arn actually went for the Doran's Helm, so looking to stave off the poke quite aggressively.
Junja prepping a dive. Already a decent enough damage on the health bar of Keshi. Xiaoshu has set this up well, has flash and exhaust to make it even more viable for Junja to pull off. And with the call of the pack, they should be able to drop the turret aggro. Quick hop though from Keshi. A valiant effort to try and stave off the dive, but it goes awry. Xiaoshu picks up first blood.
Alrighty, and that's a really good start. A lot of this wave does even get denied, and the second wave is going to crash under the turret as well, so it's going to get a lovely bounce back for Xiaosu, who doesn't have TP, didn't use the exhaust either, so Keshi now in a real world of hurt. Definitely not going to be an easy lane for the Gnar. It's good to see JDG playing to that win condition, playing to, we took this counter pick for a reason, let's see if we can roll it.
And the very nice thing about it, too, is JDG recognizing whether it was Tabe that brought it up or the team as a whole saying, you know what, Keshi was a little too good in game 1, and we don't appreciate that. We need to put this guy in the dirt going into game 2, and the fact that they were able to find this scenario in the draft where the Gnar gets picked early, and now we have a Tristana set up for success. We'll see how well they can continue the play, as Feather sees a bunch of dogs and says, yeah, it's time to go.
I'm out of there. Thank you so much. and that's a wise choice, I would think, as now spots out Junja and Vampire.
Goes for the taunt immediately onto Vampire, and Junja just says, I don't know if I can do anything. Oh, Vampire, very smart. Punts on over the wall and then flashes on the other side. It looks like he makes it out alive.
Okay, well, that's a real escape from Vampire that I didn't think would be possible. You can see Arn and Feather both with their flashes and both thinking, there's no, if this guy flashes the wall, we'll just flash after them. And then they just kind of get their ankles broken and don't actually recognize what to do.
Keshi gets a decent amount of damage on the Xiaoshu, but through the exhaust, that's going to be a painful exit. And just one more auto attack. Yeah. Xiaoshu able to pick up the solo bolo.
I mean, that's perfect spacing as well. Dodges out on the wallop as Keshi tries to hide it in the animation as well. Heru now with Flash gets away from the gank in the mid lane. You know, Vampire, I think if they had Flash, would have been ready to predict and follow up with that, but a really good move from the JDG support and giving Jindong yet another really solid start to a game.
And this time JDG have already ratified the problem from game 1 where Keshi had the only single advantage while JDG was reaping the rewards of a broken map. This time they have at least said, you know what, Keshi surely cannot come back from this game state.
And we'll see. We've seen TT clearly do more with less than they have right now. But JDG, 1k gold to the good. Xiaoshu typically, when they get the lead as well, not somebody who tends to give it up all that much. Now, the problem with Tristana is you can't actually hold a freeze. Buster shot, the passive on that E, does make it a little bit difficult / impossible. So, as Keshi, you're always going to get the opportunity to farm. Just die, though.
Oh my goodness. Wow, wow.
Just have to wait. Keshi didn't wait. No TP now. Well, that means he's going to have to take a long walk up to that top side. Probably another plate. Another wave denied.
Vampire ready to pounce on a feather, but I don't think he actually connected with the pulverize. Just the headbutt kind of sent him a little too far into the wall. Either way, the play dissipates very rapidly, and JDG not going to be able to find much more.
Yeah, so it was another plate for Xiaosu on that top side. I think working towards a Kraken Slayer first off for the Tristana, which is going to do really nicely versus the relatively non-armor stacking frontline of Thundertalk. The way the build paths work at the minute... Oh, hold on, Haru. I think he's fine. Ghost away. But the way that build paths for frontliners are working at the minute is you just build AD and health instead of armor and health, and I think that we may see Keshi have to divert from that plan early on.
He's definitely trying to speed run those steel-plated caps ASAP, because right now it is a miserable time against a 1-level lead Tristana with a 1k gold lead in the bank as well. Very close to that Kraken Slayer that you pointed out. And once he hits that power spike, I fear Keshi is just not going to be able to really play the game on the top side. The fact that he's able to keep up in CS so far is actually quite astounding.
Yeah, I don't quite know how that's happened, but is the way that it's gone. And I like that Xiaosu there was actually playing a little bit safe, a little bit respectfully. Didn't actually have any vision on that top side, so was making sure that he wasn't getting 2-man, 3-man, any sort of gank efforts to try to take down the Tristana, which I feel like is a good idea in premise for Thundertalk. Yeah, kill the Tristana, stop the snowball. In actuality, is it that easy for them? I'm not too sure. The exhaust is coming up in a little bit of time here. They'd need to not get their CC buffered by the Tristana jump, so definitely a tricky position for Thundertalk, and this top lane continues to boast problems.
And Jinja's doing a good job of just keeping tabs on the matchup, trying to provide some vision control with that deep control ward on the blue buff bush. Meanwhile, he started up the grubs, and Keshi actually gets the Mega Gnar off. Xiaosu forced to at least hop away back to safety. Already used the Buster shot, and Keshi actually manages to sneak in another wall of decent damage. Meanwhile, fighting the topside river, Vampire's the first one to fall. Here's trying to get everyone out with the Realm Warp. Barely dies, but Junhao still makes it out alive. I say that, Junja still got another Hound's Pursuit reset to at least look for Junhao's head and forces him to flash.
Alrighty, another one fight there by JDG. They lose Vampire, yes, but they take the enemy mid laner in trade, which is a more than worthwhile exchange. And on top of all of that as well, let's look at where the kills were distributed to. Feather found the kill for Thundertalk, as opposed to Junja getting on the board yet again in this game. This is the breakdown of how it all started. Honkyu really good with these Nivea combos so far. And it is Vampire slightly left to the wolves there as he goes in, but Junja just a little bit later as he was trying to find some fight with Junhao over those grubs.
It looked like Junhao was trying to contest at least for one of them. Maybe he snuck away one with a smite before he walked away from the play. Meanwhile, On could be in trouble. Stun from the trample connects, but not enough to force a cleanse or a flash. And I was just going to send out the curtain call. Is he trying to kill the wave? Is he trying to kill Vampire?
Well, he's succeeded in either currently, but I think he'll be able to walk up and press Q on the wave, and that might secure him the latter. It's really always, it's quite funny to see these marksmen play against Varus in particular, because Gala walked up there, had ulti ready on a stunned target against a wall, but knew that Arn had cleanse and was just like, ugh, CBA, TBH, and just sort of let him walk away. Didn't burn the summoner spells at any point.
Oh my goodness. Well, Honkyu finds another solo bolo this series, this time on the Icebird, and gets the flash out of Haru to boot at the cost of his own.
Yeah, I mean, we are starting to see a little bit of a problem point of Thunder Talk. I think that Haru may be one of the parts of the squad that isn't quite holding their own across the majority of games. Hold on, another fight down bot lane.
Oh, pulverized flash to get the full maximum value on that headbutt, forcing the flash out on. Feather using his own as well, but Junja says good night, sweet prince, to the Shen, as Gala is gifted his first kill of the game.
Yeah, I like that from Vampire, actually. Sort of goes full commitment onto Arn, burns the flash of the Jhin, knowing that that's not really ever the target. Again, they know that Arn has got both summoner spells, so he's probably going to be able to walk away. As soon as Junji gets in there, just goes, nah, this guy's out. I will go for the Shen, the level 5 support, who is much easier for us to successfully take down. And with a piercing arrow from downtown, they were able to do so. So a nice play from JDG, and they've got a lot of power in this early game. It's 11 minutes in when they've reached that 2.7, 2.8 gold lead. Not quite 8 minutes as it was in game number 1. But obviously with game number 1 in the books, we know that we can't really just count out Thunder Talk. We need to make sure that for JDG, they are dotting the I's and crossing the T's, doing their due diligence on their plays. I think the good thing for them this time round is that those globals that we saw TT use so well in game number 1 aren't really as prolific or prevalent, I should say. As the best thing that they've got to answer is that Shen ulti, which can be really important. And then that Rise ult as well, to a certain extent, can make a play. So JDG do need to be careful for those as they're looking at plays.
Junhao, all he wants to do is just secure this red buff before potentially losing the rest of his camp, since there are so many people trying to steal away his chicken nuggets. However, Lana's going to force out the chain of corruptions from Gala. Decent trade back and forth, but here comes a curtain call, and Gala does have a flash, so he's got to be careful on how he wants to use it. Fourth bullet. Does it find its mark here? He loses. Oh! Yep. He called it! Wow! I didn't expect him to hit that shot, and I don't think Gala did either. And now Vampire might be in a world of trouble. Cannot escape the clutches of Thunder Talk. And Rude, I'm getting that feeling again from game 1.
Yeah, just a little bit. A couple of kills the bot lane for JDG, blundering once again. I called ego at the time. Gala's never going to flash that because he's got the ego to say I'm better than Arn, and he's going to dodge that 4th shot. As it was, should have dropped ego, should have backed away, and, you know, should have recognized that actually this guy knows how to aim a skill shot. He landed all 3 of you on you previously. Really well aimed just through and through by Arn, connects on all 4 of the bullets. If even one of them goes wide, it means that there's not enough damage on this 4th shot execute.
Beautiful on. My goodness.
It's unforgivable from Gala as well, to be clear. Like, this is a really bad death to be giving over when you have the flash.
JDG still have a 2.2 gold lead in the bank. However, they had a larger advantage when they threw that away in game 1, and Thunder Talk clearly no strangers to making a comeback happen, even when the deficit seems insurmountable. If we even look back at their prior series against EDG, where most of the map had fallen apart and it was only Junhao that had any semblance of a matter of the say to what they could do on the map, and then lo and behold led a practically flawless comeback victory on the Jarvan. And now JDG are going to have to start tightening things down if they want to make sure this game does not go awry like it did in game 1.
Yeah, and I think that the good thing for JDG here is that their power spike is actually much earlier into the game, right? They've got double tier items across Honkyu and Gala, so probably around that 3-item mark, they are going to look very, very strong.
Haru might be in trouble here. Still no flash on the Rise, however. Not enough damage from JDG to really back up a committed dive there. Just enough to force him off the turret. and hopefully for JDG should be enough to be able to crack open first brick of the game.
Okay, so continuing to find these little avenues of success, which is good. Worth mentioning that the snowball for Xiaosu has significantly slowed down. Found a lot of solo kills very early on. Since then, not really anything has happened for the JDG top laner. Unfortunately enough presence on this top side to force TT away from the Herald. It was a 2-for-1 exchange in terms of those grubs where JDG found the most of them, and now taking that first dragon on what looks to be the Herald as well. They may not be finding kills, they are extending their lead with those neutrals.
Second dragon now available for the taking, but the rest of JDG are focused on burning this Rift Herald first. Good Q from Hong Q. Stuns Junhao, and a lot of damage already on his Vi, bringing him close to about 50% HP. Herald secured in their inventories, and JDG can just walk on over back to the bot side of the map and set up control for Dragon.
I'd like to see JDG secure that as well. Massive gold advantage for them. So you'd expect it to be a pretty easy run thing, especially in the face of an Anivia. Trying to walk into an Anivia space is so notoriously tricky.
Junhao full sending it into darkness. Did not expect Junja to be there, quite frankly. And Feather just, I guess, Stand United was not available or ready for the play just yet. The portal from Haru at least gets him out now. But Hong Q, he's in trouble, forced to flash away from Keshi as he was starting to rack up that lethal tempo.
Okay. And, I mean, another big pick there then for JDG. Able to find the dragon as well here. So this is a concise advantage in that top side. Looking across the board, Honkyu again, 2k up almost over his mid lane counterpart. Junjia was in this position similarly in game number 1, but the big X factor this time is Xiaosu, who is really running away with things in that top lane as well. Just off of that small exchange, able to really balloon that gold lead.
Junja now has 2 items for himself, so especially on a champion like Nefiri, this is where you should be able to just take over the game and steamroll until you see the Nexus in your sights. 4.3k gold lead across the board, 2 dragons, and majority of the other neutrals so far. Again, it's another very, very solid early game from JDG. Not trying to cast or curse it. We just know from precedence.
I am! I need to one-up my caster curse from game number 1. It was only a 3k gold lead and I said they couldn't win. So if I do it at 4.5k, that's therefore better.
The JDG fans are going to find you rude. Do not check your mailbox later.
Yeah, please do not leak my home address at all. Well, for JDG, they are looking really good, and they are just about hitting, or about to rather be hitting those spikes. A recall for Hongyu suggests he's about to finish off that Seraph's. Varus is notoriously slower in how fast they can stack their tier, so typically you'll see the Muramana picked up on 3 instead. So maybe going to be waiting a little bit of time before Gala reaches that apex point of the Varus build. But even still, I think Hongyu so far ahead in this game that he should be able to really dominate and control so much of the space that they need to in these team fights. Really difficult for Thunder Talk to get in without sort of going through the front door, for lack of a better terminology. They just need to force their way through the front line and use the Vi, use the Rise ulti maybe to get some unique angles.
Try and overwhelm the opponent with numbers. You have this Shen, you have this Rise, and clearly, when they were making that play on the top side of the map, they probably expected that just Rise was going to be sufficient for the play. Probably didn't expect a pack of angry hounds to be there waiting for Junhao's fist on the other side of that ball breaker. So, with Thunder Talk, might be time to just anticipate wherever side of the map you're trying to go, there's going to be at least another member, so just try and bring all 4, if not all 5, to the play. Very similar to how they were able to make that comeback happen in game 1.
Yeah, just to deny any sort of chances at a comeback. I think if we look at the chances and the scaling aspect as well, a really tricky game to play out for JDG as this game gets later, largely owing to their lack of front line. They don't really have a person who's going to be able to stand there for too long. Obviously, Vampire has the Unbreakable Will, so that's the best bet that they get, but even under-leveled, the Alistair, not the best pick. But with the lead that they've got, they're able to sort of manipulate their will on the map.
Flash from Vampire just trying to make the snap dive happen as soon as possible. Keshi brought low, but credit to Feather with the Stand United. It's the difference that allows Keshi to survive the dive.
Does now give a little bit of time to Hero on this top lane, who has recovered a little bit, not quite fully unleashed on the rise just yet, but has been able to get enough gold for me to feel confident that their ability in this game is not nothing. And even finding, looks like it's going to be a second play on that top lane as well. So getting a little bit of gold back into the squad, back into the rise as well, to make sure that that 3-item fantasy of a rise can come through that little bit sooner.
Just a few hundred gold short of what should be a Seraph's Embrace. Keshi, no flash for what might be 30 more seconds, and JDG are just going to pay a quick revisit to this small Yordle, but he goes Mega just in time, and just not enough damage from the side of JDG to finish him off.
Yeah, they've not forgotten about game one. That's what we know, is they've not forgotten that Keshi absolutely slaughtered them, and they're not going to give him the opportunity to do that, hopefully, again here, as Xiaosu going to be able to take this tier 2 turret and continue to balloon the gold lead of the Tristana. LDR already picked up here just to try to cut through the Warden's Mail, the plated steel caps. Now for Xiaosu, it's about trying to find a little bit of attack speed here. Make sure that you've got that Flicker Blade online, maybe looking for a Phantom Dancer or something, I don't know, a little bit more off the wall. But I really think that Xiaosu this game, as a Tristana, such a really incredibly scaling late game marksman already, with a lead, with the ability to now reach level 20 as well.
Yes.
It's the Xiaosu show.
Puts even more pressure on him to make this snowball and this investment worth the time and the pick itself. JDG looking for the third dragon of the game. Junhao finds a cow, forces him to pop the ultimate for the damage reduction, but Junja able to make quick work of the dragon. Portal coming in from the rest of Thundertalk. Feather tries to land the taunt flash, doesn't quite land it, but gets in range to find Golov with the rest of Thundertalk on his back. Hongq trying to follow up and provide some space here. Xiaosu was interrupted midway, but now he's looking for the resets. Same with Junja, finds the Hound's Pursuit onto Haru, and now On is in a world of trouble, is going to take that blast cone back to safety. Keshi manning the wall, looks for the flash. Junja, he was on vision! You knew that could have happened, and Keshi gets one better of Junja at the end of the day. Now Hongq has his egg passive, but he might be in trouble. Seraph Shield will pop for now, but a teleport flank from Xiaosu wants to look for the resets. Keshi falls, and Xiaosu should be the difference maker here, but he looks for Feather first, and On trying to run away, doing his best chance possible. Xiaosu able to make quick work of the Thundertalk squad, and the arrow. Gala gets revenge for the 1v1 early in the game, and this looks even more convincing of a JDG Game 2 victory.
This is what we needed to see from them. They secure the Drake and they find the soul or the soul point rather, as well. Vampire starts off just popping the ulti, making sure that he buys enough space for JDG to get the dragon, and then it's Operation Escape. And they're not particularly successful, let's be honest, as Feather able to get on top, looks for the taunt flash, I think flubs it incredibly hard, but after these two members do go down, Hongq's here to turn the tides of this fight, and Xiaosu able to do the same. The solo laners for JDG really coming home. Is TT caught in two minds? I think if they'd have stayed as 5 on this top side, there's a chance that they're able to find the fight, but Keshi and Feather weren't able to contribute to that second part. Keshi knows that his Mega Gnar timer, it's running out. Gets in, finds one, but then with the amount of vision that's missing, On has to face check this brush, then it's a real struggle for them. TPs start to come back through, we see Xiaosu able to get in just in time, and again, if they weren't caught in two minds here, Thundertalk, I think there's a world for them to come away with that fight and start to turn a comeback again. Unfortunately, they were a little bit of a problem, and it cost them dearly.
And with Baron buff picked up in the aftermath of the fight, JDG now have the tools necessary to start making their way to cracking open the base of Thundertalk. They still have 2 tier 2 in towers. They have to bust through both in top and mid lane, but all that remains between a open path to the Nexus turrets on the bot side is just an inhibitor tower and the inhibitor itself. So JDG circling all their efforts through the bottom side of the map, whereas Junhao trying to look for a flank.
Tier 2 turret in the mid lane will fall. JDG looking a lot more convincing here in game number 2. Still got to finish the job though. And I think that this is the game that JDG needed. It started with a snowball from Xiaosu on that top side, and then we did get to see some solid performance out of their mid game as well. Hongqiu yet to really flub. Feels like that advantage that he had in game number 1, didn't know how to translate it on the lock. Fishing for Arn here, doesn't quite catch the slow into the wall duo. But it feels like this Anivia much more practiced, much more comfortable. Hongqiu definitely a much bigger threat this time out. Again, with the recent update, don't let the items fool you. There's a Seraphs in the right-hand side of the inventory for Hongqiu, so almost at that 3-item breakpoint. Working towards a Zhonya's currently, but the good thing about the stopwatch being on the Seekers is that you can sit on that and work towards a Rabadon's if you never use that active.
Very true. Junjun Xiaoshu putting up a better performance here in game 2 than in game 1. Junhao looking immediately for Hongqiu, but cancels out the season assist with a well-timed Seeker's arm guard. And now Junhao, even with the Stand United come through, still ends up getting torn to shreds by Junja's Nafiri. And On and Haru have been left to the rest of the wolves of JDG. Practically a clean ace, only with 1 sacrifice for Vampires Alistar, but that's a sacrifice they'll happily take as they run it in to equalize the series.
Yeah, and it wouldn't be JDG if they couldn't take us to 3 games here. 8.5k gold lead to smash Thundertalk in game number 2. A complete dominance on the top side.
From the draft and executing their vision as soon as that level 3 dive. Xiaosu level 1 getting, even level 1, the support roam topside, ensuring that Keshi wasn't going to get bailed out by any protective or defensive vision in some of those bushes. Everything that JDG did was set up to allow Xiaosu to succeed with that Tristana counter pick.
Yeah, I think that's the crucial part here, is that they knew that Xiaosu was going to be their success tool this game, and they actually played to it almost flawlessly, right? From getting the Gnar punished early on, getting the Tristana in a good position in the early laning phase. It all went the way that it needed to. So for JDG, it's almost painful that we see this from them in so infrequent doses, because we know that this is what they're capable of. We know that this is a team that is incredibly able, incredibly gifted, incredibly talented. But it's just that consistency moving into the back end of Split 2, start of Split 3 here, where we've not fully seen it come to fruition.
I think one of the things that we mentioned on the most recent LPL podcast episode, Slayer brought up a pretty hard but true point for Xiaosu looking in this group ascend. With all the top lane shakeup over in the BLG camp, and a lot of the former group ascend teams now in group Nirvana for Split 3, Xiaosu should expect to just definitively be the best top laner in group ascend. And the fact that up until this point it's been a big old question mark is, has been really concerning. Obviously, Tristana performance, stand out, definitely the best one he's had this split so far. But like you said, it's one that JDG should be striving to have more consistently than what they've been able to show.
Yeah, I think that there's an argument maybe for Zweon as well in that top lane conversation. Obviously, Xiaosu was a very solid top laner throughout, as we get to run through some of the highlights here as well. Obviously, problems still for JDG in this series. Got to find another win before we're fully convinced, but even though they won this game, you can see those elements of missteps, those inconsistencies, even in game.
At the very least, this is one that we can remember fondly for Xiaosu's Tristana. I think I remember the last time he pulled out the Tristana counter pick. I don't remember what best of 5 it was, but it was halfway down the series, and it was very disappointing, very underwhelming, not able to get any of the advantages that they were looking for. But in this particular game, execution, as you said, practically a flawless game from JDG. A couple mishaps here and there when it came to some of the skirmishes from the other individuals. Gala disrespecting on Jin in particular, and even Junja getting a little too close to Keshi's Gnar in mega form, but they were able to close things out. And as we look ahead to Game 3, curious what Thunder Talk are going to do now in response to the way JDG drafted in Game 2, but also how JDG try and ride this momentum out to their first win in terms of series for the split.
And I think the really important thing here is that actually JDG have looked like the better early game team, which is weird because even in Thunder Talk's losses, they were actually able to come away with early game advantages, especially up against top esports. They were winning the early stages of the game, and JDG are besting them in that part of the map or time of the game where actually TT had been quite strong. It doesn't feel like Junhao has really been able to get off any measurable advantages, and that, you know, it's the solo laners for Thunder Talk that are slightly collapsing in on themselves. Yes, there was a counter pick in the top lane for this time out, but even in game number 1, we saw Heru really struggle up against Hongqiu. So that needs to be addressed pretty quickly, and maybe it comes from not blind picking in the mid lane again.
Well, a majority of the best blinds have either been banned or now fearlessed out of the series, so maybe it opens things up for Heru to dig a little deeper into his pool and look for something that he can use as a counter pick, or something that is not going to be as much of a liability and exploited by Hongqiu, who is clearly a better laner than him. Now, and I don't think we had any expectations that Heru was going to be a sleeper agent into this mid lane matchup. Obviously, Hongqiu's performance has left a desire for more in recent memory, but back-to-back solo kills in both games 1 and 2, I mean, that's the Hongqiu that we have come to know and love, especially off of the very explosive LPL debut back in Split 1. Yeah,
that's obviously a big change, really, from this JDG squad, is how impressive they were. What they look like now really does sort of pale in comparison. I think that the change in JDG is something that they are going to obviously be looking to work on. Plenty of time still in Split 3 to find that change and to make that growth come through, as we see a second top lane MVP in as many games this series. So we know where to keep our eyes as we look forward into game number 3.
Top lane counter pick is going to be crucial going into game 3. I think there is no doubt about that. And a much needed return to form, at least for Xiaosu, in terms of individual performances, especially when he's going to be calling for his more niche counter picks. But that allows us to now see the series is tied 1-1. One more game until the victor is decided, but for us, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, it's game 3 between JDG and Thunder Talk Gaming. Welcome back, gamers. We're getting ready for game number 3 between Thundertalk and JDG. Series has been equalized, and now it only comes down to one more Nexus being cracked open. before we have a winner for the overall series. It would be JDG's first series win of the split if they can drive the momentum home off of a Game 2 practical stomp. All things considered here, Rude, but if Thunder Talk can make the comeback, they'll go to 2-2.
Yeah, they will, and I think that my expectation still is that Thunder Talk will secure this series. They have been, for me, the better team throughout the split. Maybe not so much throughout the series just yet. I think that we need to see a little bit more, honestly, out of Junhao. I think that hit list has stopped exactly in its tracks right here. There is not this is not the Junhao masterclass that we were expecting. And maybe that's coming down to a little bit of comfort. Maybe that's coming down to Junjie just having enough of a run of things to keep things in check. Or maybe it's coming down to the TT solo laners, Hero in particular, just maybe being a little bit too unstable and costing a bit too much there.
Yeah, I think that is the one thing that has just been an unfortunate truth about Thunder Talk and their potential ceiling in this group, despite the impressive performances that Junhao has already pulled out in 3 series so far. Solo lanes, even though Keshi had a very remarkable game 1 and even tried to do his best to overcome the odds in game 2, I think when you just look at the competition here in Group Ascend, both Haru and Keshi have their work cut out for them, and if your solo lanes are not picking it up, it's so hard to do anything as a jungler.
Yeah. If you're that far behind, you're obviously going to have problems. But we do end up back to a same setup as game number 1 here, where teams are on even footing. We have JDG back on the blue side. They're taking away the Lee Sin. Once again, no expectations for that to ever be dropped up against Thunder Talk, as Junhao has proven himself more than well versed on that pick.
I'm curious what first pick you're going to be looking for in this rotation. Ezreal tends to be a hot one for a majority of our bot laners, but it is yet to be played by on this split. We'll see if JDG still respect that kind of power and safety that would allow Feather to be unlocked from the bot side of the map and do whatever he pleases. Ezreal's open, they look for the Jace ban instead.
Which is, the removal of poke more so than anything. Does mean that Cassio gets let through, and it is for Heru, so immediately you're looking at picking things that outrange the Cassio. She's an incredible mid-range mage. That Ezreal really increases in value if you're looking to outrange the Cassiopeia. So Gala's going to lock this one in, thinking about other pick champions that you can take. Maybe through the jungle, through the mid lane as well. Could go for something like a Syndra, could go for a Xerath. Syndra very good versus the Cassio as well. For JDG, they've got a lot of options, and it's about whether or not they want to play at range to bully the Cassio, or if they want to bully her in the other sense and sort of play into her wheelhouse of being a really solid anti-dive threat.
Technically, On has also played the Cassio this split once, so this could be flexed between both mid and bot lane. Junja gonna slam down the Trundle. I'm a little wary about this being picked super early in the draft. Trundle can always pretty much dissuade the chances of a tank coming through for the opposition here, since you don't want to play into that, or a majority of kind of stat checking skirmishers like the Xin Zhao or the Vi. And since Xin is still on the table, maybe that you're anticipating that would be like the next choice for Junhao. But there's also many champions that Junhao can lean into that outrange the Trundle in those skirmish scenarios.
Alrighty, well, we are putting or paving the way away from a, sit back and let the Cassio do the damage style composition. Thunder Talk with an incredibly aggressive bot lane duo locked in. This is, by all accounts, going to be Hero Cassiopeia, the Kai'Sa down on the bot side for On, paired alongside one of its favoured pairings, the Nico in the support role. For JDG, now it's about almost damage mitigation. What can they do to prevent this dive from happening? I think Ezreal's really good versus dive. I think Trundle as well, a pretty decent answer, especially versus the Cassiopeia. Kai'Sa can easily get around the pillar. The Cassio, not so much. Putting that down can disrupt her flow in a team fight quite significantly.
JDG pick up their final lock-in for the first 3-man core with the Seraphine, so even more ways to slow down ThunderTalk's overall approach and engage, since that encore can be such a great tool to receive and slow down the fight, but also those shields off of your W can give not just Ezreal, but a fighter like Trundle a lot of value. Now, it's just up to JDG and try and ban out any powerful skirmishers or more ways to engage a fight that Junhao could look for.
Yeah, and I mean, the Wukong a really solid ban as well. We obviously saw, we've not yet actually seen, the Xin Zhao, if we want to see Junhao get fully in the mixer like that's still one of the premier picks that we might expect to see get banned away by JDG. Could even look for something a little bit more tank-centric, but I don't think you want to pick, you don't want to pick the Skarner here, seeing the Trundle already, so they may be a little bit dissuaded from that one as well. ThunderTalk themselves are looking for that top side pick, and we know so far that both of these series, or both of these games rather, have been decided by top lane MVPs, so having that counter pick is going to prove to be very valuable here.
More than likely, we probably will see JDG pick up their mid laner choice for Hongq into this Cassiopeia. The question now comes down to ThunderTalk deciding who is going to be on even more engaged duty, because if all you're relying on is this Pop Blossom from Nico to set up your Kai'Sa for success, I think that's going to be extremely difficult. But a lot of the engaged champions that are available for ThunderTalk at this point are most likely going to be tanks, and that's just a no-no into the Trundle.
Yeah, okay, so we'll see what TT round up their composition with. I really thought Syndra would be the pick here for Hongq, but Galio gets taken instead. This does give them a little bit of a damage problem for me here when they see just the Ezreal being picked up. The Galio obviously not a great damage dealer, very good for burst. Trundle similarly not the same consistent DPS that we might like, so JDG gonna need to pull some carry out of the top side as Keshi blind picks Vayne into the top lane, which, you know, to credit to them, because this is a I'm leaving it out on the field, right? I'm putting everything in this pick.
No.
But I don't know how it's going to work.
Oh, no. I don't feel that great about Olaf. Okay, but I'm okay with this. Like,
I feel better about Kha'Zix.
Kha'Zix, I'm a better fan. And just because if you go picking Olaf into Trundle and you try to pop the Ragnarok and then just giant ice pillar, bam. Nice champion, bro. But Kha'Zix, so Rude, there is no engage tools outside of Pop Blossom. Wow.
Okay.
Malfito.
Hey man, ThunderTalk, if they win this game, they are the better team. That's for sure. JDG. We're waiting for swaps, I think. We're waiting for swaps.
Okay,
with this composition, JDG can be the far worse team and still win the game. Is my current analysis of this situation, as they do swap them round. I don't know if that was under the 30-second threshold, probably under the 20, but we'll see. Yeah, you know what? JDG, they have a really good composition. My problem is actually they don't actually have that much damage, right? They've got Malphite, Trundle, and Galio, and then an Ezreal for their DPS. I think that ThunderTalk have got no front line. They've got nothing to stand in front and do things. So I actually don't know. I actually don't mind ThunderTalk's composition looking at all that JDG have. This is strange, because on paper ThunderTalk have got a garbage comp for garbage champions. But I don't mind it, given that JDG kind of can't kill anyone. Like, is an Ezreal going to be able to get through a Cassio and a Kai'Sa and a Vayne and a Kha'Zix? Maybe.
That's a
Maybe
lot.
Not.
That's a lot of carries that you have to clean up. No, I'm with you, Rude. Normally, the quote-unquote 4/5 carry strat isn't one that is fondly looked upon, but we'll see if it's enough to bring Thunder Talk over the finish line as we see both teams arrive to Summoner's Rift here for Game 3.
So the thing with these one carry compositions is always how easily does that carry die? Ezreal is the hardest marksman to lock down, especially in the late stages of the game. We're relying very heavily on Feather getting access or a really solid flank angle from Junhao, who has struggled in this series. Let's not mince words. It's been a difficult series for Junhao, and he's putting all of the eggs in his own basket this time round and saying, I'm gonna carry, and you guys are gonna have to deal with it.
Maybe Junhao now having access to something a little bit more spicy than the buy is going to alleviate some of the struggles that we saw earlier in the series, but I'm definitely with you. But because Gala has a majority of the responsibility to be the carry that defines the fights for JDG in this Game 3, puts even a bigger weight on his shoulders to be the man of the hour and lead a defining performance. Now, for Thunder Talk, there's a lot of really solid lanes that Junhao can play around. Obviously, Keshi, despite getting counterpicked by the Malphite, it's still very good for Vayne early on because Malphite, well, can't really do anything much about a ranged top laner constantly winnowing away at his health bar.
And what I will say, this might not be a bad game for full AP Malphite. There are no tanks, right? Nobody's building MR really this game, I wouldn't think. Xiaoxiu's gone for the Doran's ring, Deathfire. Is that Deathfire touch? Yeah, to rune choice it up. So not the typical Malphite rune, but maybe he's cooking something up that maybe Keshi and On and maybe Hera, maybe Junhao, maybe the Feather, anybody's not going to be ready for. Whoever he chooses to ulti as a full AP Malphite does just die.
I mean, I think the best thing that Xiaoxiu can hope for is that he can chunk out Keshi before Junja or even Hongqiu arrives, and then it's a lot easier to pin down this Vayne. And the fact that Xiaoxiu has actually managed to a very large health advantage despite Keshi trying to push and bully him off of the wave, it's going to provide a lot of much needed relief that he needs.
The trade patterns in this top side really aren't that bad for Malphite. If the Vayne auto attacks you, you're in range to Q, and if you land your Q, you just run away. Especially with this Doran's ring as well, you get a little bit more mana sustain. You also can take Scorch. The Vayne didn't take the Doran's shield, which is the usual answer to cheese wheel counter, and ultimately, this is probably fine for Xiaoxiu for a decent while, and then you hit level 6, and then you just all in the Vayne. And I don't think it's ever that bad. Depends if Keshi gets the exhaust down while the Malphite is mid-flight, or afterwards, because that can be the difference maker here. You can already see that Keshi's gone back to base, picked up a null magic mantle, and knows the problems that he's going to be facing.
Wouldn't be surprised if he just rushes the Merc Treads outright just so that he can have the extra movement speed and have that tier 2 boots difference so that he can always try and outrun Xiaoxiu even when he does hit you with that seismic shard. So far, the junglers haven't really gotten involved with the lanes just yet. They've just been full clearing. What are you upset about?
I saw Xiaoxiu's first item. It's not a lost chapter, and I'm sad.
Oh. No magic missile, unfortunately. That would have been a lot of fun to witness, but I think Xiaoxiu understanding that, hey, it's not just one marksman, there are technically two, and this Warden's Mail, while definitely more boring and not as exciting, will be a much more valuable pickup, but I'm with you, Rude. If he... Hang on, Feather flash forward, tries to snag Vampire under the tower on one more auto attack. Oh, it's just not enough. And now Gala might be able to get the turnaround here. Arcane shift forward. That's first blood for Gala.
And that's a really big pickup down on this bot side. It's been in the works as well. They were bullying that entire bot side time. Junji are able to force Junhao to get away.
And Feather auto attack, no, not quite. And Junja even had the hero's entrance from Hongq providing that magic damage shield just in case Feather had another spell off the rip. Haru cannot collapse in time. And JDG, yet again, find themselves with an early game snowball.
Yeah, and this is coming from, again, individual laning prowess. As granted, you know, it's Junja versus Junhao, the laning prowess, quote-quote, that we're talking about. The jungler's doing well. The same down on this bot side as well. Feather, I mean, looking to get Vampire rooted up under the turret. Vampire was wise enough to walk just away. And then on here, he can't really turn back for that last auto attack. I think that's very greedy, knowing that the Ezreal still has Arcane Shift. And then Feather, you can see he's constantly playing at that range, but makes a really big blunder, lands the Tangle Bobs, misses the Q. So Junja actually doesn't take nearly enough damage. Triumph comes through, he's able to get away, and it's just enough there for the Trundle to stay alive. A number of misplays on the bot side by TT's bot lane.
Not ideal for Thunder Talk, but for JDG, we talked about how crucial it is for Gala to be the single most fed, if not the person that can decisively lead all of the damage here in what seems to be a single carry threat composition here. Well, first blood for Ezreal, that is pretty damn ideal.
Yeah, and again, we get to look at the items. Gala is in Ezreal heaven. Picture in picture, looks like Xiaosu was forced to lose a lot of his health. Flash Cheese Wheel didn't quite find the kill there down on the top side, rather. So Keshi able to survive the onslaught of the Malphite, which is not how this laning matchup was anticipated for Keshi. But this is a pick in an effort to scale up, really, because I don't think Keshi's going to have too good a time up here.
He's already down a level just because he's been forced to base so many times into the matchup so far. I mean, we very fondly, I always remember Malphite being such a strong counter pick into ranged top laners once you get over the initial levels of harassment and just range discrepancy. When I think of very, very ancient LCS lore, Immortals, Huni, picking Quinn, and then getting dog walked by a Malphite top laner. I think Haunter was playing the matchup, and this is just one champion you cannot disrespect. The Rock is just too good in these scenarios.
Yeah, no, it's not a full 2-level lead, but level 8 to level 6 in that top lane as well. It's not looking good for Keshi, and this has been the defining factor of this series so far. Is it Keshi or is it Xiaosu that takes over the game? In this one, in this top lane matchup right now, relatively independent of any jungle interference as well, it's Xiaosu who's really coming out and doing incredible work. And we saw a lot of really, eccentric picks here. The blind Vayne top plus the Kha'Zix in the jungle, neither of which have really been able to show any sort of value in this game.
Yeah. Junhao thinking about wrapping around on bottom side. However, Vampire has access to Encore, so if he jumps in and goes a little too far, that could easily lead into a CC chain that squashes this bug indefinitely. And now Junja has arrived. He's gonna push on and Feather off the turret, further accentuating the lead that Gala already has in this lane. And Junhao, what the hell are we doing? Oh no. Junhao, brother Junhao, flashes away with the Hob, barely survives, but we had a ping in the server saying, Quacks, we got a Kha'Zix play being locked in.
It's okay, buddy. Go back to sleep. Don't worry.
Go back to sleep, brother. You do not want to see this game so far.
Yeah, we're not missing much. I'm feeling a little vindicated right now. Feels like JDG drafted 5 champions that can play together, and TT drafted a solo queue composition, Haru was like, don't worry, guys, I'll pick the best mid laner on the patch. Surely we can pick something to go around it. And then his whole team went, lol. We're going to play our own game. And Haru, in fairness, the team have got good basis for that. Haru's been solo killed in both games thus far. But the one time Haru locks in and goes, no, I'm not being the problem for my team, his team says, well, we'll be the problem for you.
I love that for them. Reciprocal love. Maybe not in the way that they wanted it, but This is payback for all the times you got solo killed by Hongq in this series, brother. Just
Yeah. We're going to get
enjoy.
solo killed, and we're going to lose the game. Independently of mid lane, which is saying something. I mean, Hongq did use the hero's entrance down into that bot side to sort of ensure Junjia would live. How's this timer look? Can she get to base? No, he doesn't. Oh dear.
Oh my goodness. Keshi is cooked. Okay, flash condemned for the angle, but he still gets unstoppable forced upon. Xiaosu just completely owns this guy.
I mean, that's a Malphite special right there. Flash and exhaust used by Keshi, and immediately Xiaosu just flashes on top of him anyway. Unstoppable force goes
Pop
through.
Blossom tries to set up the kill for On to pick up onto Gala, but good night to On. No damage whatsoever, and the rest of Thundertalk cannot even follow up and try and look for a revenge kill. Feather's just going to be fed to the Wolves here, and they're donating that one back to Gala. 3-0 now on the Ezreal. Yeah, this one is looking washed.
Okay, guys, I'm going to do it again. This game is over. JDG cannot possibly lose from this position. 11 minutes in, they've got a 4.5k gold lead. They have the way better composition. They're snowballing in 2 out of 3 lanes. And the one lane that's not snowballing is going even. In a Galio is going to do insane amounts of work regardless of how far ahead or behind they are. So this is all looking good for JDG. And this should be their first series win of Split 3. JDG fans don't hate me.
Yeah. Don't worry, Rude. I will not dox your address. I don't even know exactly where you live. I just know you live somewhere yonder.
Yeah. I can tell people I live in the UK. That's fine. I'll allow that much to be aired.
Except if they're one of those like geolocator like speedrunners. Like what's the super famous one?
Rainbow?
It's like Rainbow. Yeah, if like Rainbow wanted to hunt you, oh dude, you're GeoGuessr.
Yeah, then they would be able to.
I don't know the name of the game. Producer Ilya correcting me. I don't remember.
I knew what you meant, and I think we got to the same answer regardless. Either way. I mean, are you okay?
Wants to look for Junja, forcing the flash out of Vampire as On was ready to back him up. So JDG not going to give up any deaths anytime soon, but he'll take a Summoner Spell for free. Decent True Shot Barrage as it eclipses both Junhao and Haru for some damage, but rest of JDG just going to continue moving their forces around, using their numbers advantage to guarantee push on these turrets here.
What is On doing? That's one way to try and farm the wave, but it's cost you significantly in order to try and do it. That whole time on that top side as well, Haru wasn't farming on this bot side, so a wave got lost to the tier 2 turret. JDG are just playing the map better, they are playing this game better, and to all intents and purposes, they've played this series better as well. It's really good to see as now Vampire gets jumped on, but immediately gets out. JK.
Gonna send it, but Hero's entrance over the top immediately forces On into the wrong side of the map. Thundertalk are just desperate for something to go their way. And unfortunately for them, it is just disaster all the way through.
I mean, this comp reeks of desperation anyway. When you lock Kha'Zix and Vayne on the same rotation, I immediately am skeptical, to say the least. I think that they, took their jungle pick a little too late. They had the idea about them needing Kai'Sa Neeko, and they didn't really recognize that with a Trundle in play, they couldn't take a tank jungler. The fact that they can't take a tank jungler gives them this problem that there are only actually 2 AD junglers left. They both got banned, and then they have nothing to pick. And then they're stuck with Kha'Zix. Like, what is Kha'Zix doing for me this game?
He's a bug, Rude. That's what he's doing. And now Keshi is just cooked. Xiaosu waiting to pop the Unstoppable Force until he sees a little bit more spells coming out of Thundertalk, and not gonna even look for it. That's even more terrifying, Rude. The fact that he's just holding on to the damn ability. Thundertalk are just forced to run away.
And then Vampire, insult to injury here. Is Junhao gonna try and kill?
Flash
the Kha'Zix
split,
one-shot.
Seraphine, easy pickings. Would have been more preferable if the Kazakhs got the kill, but at least it's something for Thundertalk on the board here. I know that if that was Quax and he was on the Kazakhs and his team was feeding and he doesn't get the kill and the support does, he might have just AFK'd, just straight up.
Yeah, it's, well, it's not great for Thundertalk that the first kill that they get goes to Feather. It's not awful. I mean, it does secure Proto Belt for the Nico, which is a really big pick, a really big item. Obviously, Junhao would have liked a pickaxe or something more. You know, that's just the way that the cookie crumbles, and Feather is still not in a truly carryable position. As now Heru, I mean, he's surely just dead. No mercy.
There's something so satisfying about a Malphite ult sound.
Yeah.
It just has such a satisfying to it. It's like the thwomp.
It's the OG
from
Heartsteel
Mario Bros.
noise.
Yes, yes. I remember one time we had another producer on another show, and we asked for the next Malphite Ultimate, could you just add a little bit more bass to it? And he cranked that up to 11, and it was just this boom. Oh my goodness. And the fact that I'm reminiscing on old shows just goes to show how done this game is. As Xiaosu, this Malphite skin makes him look like he's got Wolverine claws whenever he pops a W, and he's definitely slicing down Junhao to size. Keshi will at least back him up and give him the escort needed to survive, but JDG with an overwhelming 6,000 gold advantage at the 17-minute mark. This is their game to lose.
Yeah, and I don't think they're going to lose it, is the brutal honesty here. Like, who are they even able to pick? They've got this weird composition that doesn't have much CC outside of Nico. They're looking to maybe pick one target, but again, where's the lockdown for it? They've got really good isolation damage with the Kazakhs and Cassiopeia single target, Vayne single target damage. So if they can get on top of the Ezreal, and the Ezreal's left untouched for maybe a few seconds, they can then probably kill Gala. But then they have to deal with over-leveled Malphite Trundle and Galio, as you can see, which is proving to be quite easy.
Unfortunately, Junhao, as soon as you leap into Fog, there will be a Troll King on the other side, and there's no way for you to escape that encounter there. JDG pick up their 8th kill of the game, extending their gold lead to another 1,000 since we last mentioned it. And they're about a couple minutes away from picking up their 3rd dragon of the game as well. And rest of Thundertalk, they don't have nearly enough wave clear to deal with the siege from JDG either. So it just, I don't know what you do.
Cosplaying as a wolf.
Nice.
Oh, okay, Keshi.
Okay, Keshi might be able to get the solo bola here, flashing over the wall. A lot of gold goes into his pockets. We'll pick up the freebie onto Honkyu's Galio there.
And I actually think this is the best way for TT to play. It's split push, it's 1-3-1, and pray.
Heru barely survives, flashing away from what looked like was a Seraphine E. Just making sure that he did not get rooted under the tower there. Xiaosu canceled on the recall, but the rest of JDG still have control of the map.
Keshi's going to get a precious plate on that top lane because he cancelled that. That's massive by Junhao, as it looks like this was the remnants of Junhao's attempt to play on the top side. I guess Honkyu just never actually recalled after this, and that's how the Vayne got the kill onto the Galio, but yeah. Honkyu's just like back to business.
Wave. Yep.
Yeah. Let's get Honkyu in the bot lane. I think there's something for them to learn, you know?
Mm-hmm. You know, I was gonna say, Rude, during the draft when I first asked, wait a minute, I thought that it would potentially be better if the Cassiopeia was sent into the Malphite and you sent the Vayne into the Galio. A little bit of Cap's Vayne mid specialty. And I was a little disappointed they didn't go that extra step further.
Well, I think you're then, and I have no reason to expect this, but you are expecting Heru to have Vayne in the back pocket, which, you know, not every mid laner does have, ultimately. Not every mid laner is Caps, so I think compositionally it would have been amazing. Would have been really good to be able to go, actually, yeah, we'll just put Vayne mid and we'll get that to be the answer. And obviously the Cassio is going to do very well versus the Malphite for the most part as well. But they didn't do it. So we're sat in this position where they've got really quite awful solo lanes instead of quite good solo lanes. And then bot lane was getting rolled as well. So it's the 3 losing lanes plus Kha'Zix special, which has cost TT dearly.
How can you tell me that we've been playing League of Legends for 16 years now? We've had this game out since 2009, 2010. And you're telling me modern pro players can't play every single champion right off the bat with minimal game experience?
Yep, that's exactly it.
Damn.
There are some people that are playing that were born after League of Legends was made, you know?
That is very true.
So, I'm not sure if Honky is that, because I know Honky was really young when he first came out. I think he's probably 17 now at this stage.
I think he's 18 or 19 now, because he was 17 at MSI last year, or leading up to MSI for CFO. JDG are trying to rush the Baron. Junhao knows, and Feather can at least get some vision down. 10,000 HP on the Baron, so Junhao can wait for his time. He just needs to make sure that
now
no
they know.
one... Oh, well, the Baron buff kind of sold him out there, but Pop Blossom goes all the way onto Gala. Remember, if they find Gala, they could potentially turn this fight. Everyone is just a tank and a fighter. Junhao and the rest of Thunder Talk are leading the charge. No way. They find a comeback from this angle. 3 dragons in the inventory for JDG, and it still doesn't matter. The rest of Thunder Talk trying to run down this troll before the teleport comes through. But a massive unstoppable force from Xiaosu will find 1 into 2 with the flash clap over the wall. Give me them cheeks, bro. Haru throws out the cheese wheel, picks up the triple. Xiaosu saving his team from disaster.
Oh, what a recall as well. Absolute mountain of a man. TPs into the top lane, finds a triple kill in a play that is objectively still good for Thunder Talk. They got a lot of shutdowns. A lot of gold goes back into their pockets here with this play. Now, it starts out with the Galio being sectioned off, and actually the Kha'Zix doing so much work on this backline with Vampire as well, with a bit of a whiff there on the Encore. Flashes away from Gala and leaves the Ezreal completely undefended. Junhao gets some Void Spikes through with the Baron that syncs up to take down the Seraphine. And then on, able to whittle down Junjie, and this is a really good play by Thunder Talk to say, okay, we've got to get in, we've got to do this now, because otherwise that TP is going to come and ruin us. Unfortunately, Xiaosu way too present on the Malphite.
I know we have no communication with the official LPL production team, but I swear, somewhere in the world they understood, you know, there is an unofficial English broadcast that wants us to base boost this Malphite ultimate just a little bit more. Yeah. I felt that one in my soul.
It really was just it was a visceral Malphite ulti. Like, I felt knocked up a little bit, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Came through the screen because of the impact we knew it was going to have.
Well, at the very least, JDG avoid the doomsday scenario where TT clean up a majority of those kills and then start the Baron immediately afterwards. No one gets the Baron. They still have the gold lead, and On is caught out. Tries to use Killer Instinct to no avail. JDG immediately pick off the marksman and will turn their attention to the Purple Worm.
Yeah, I mean, this is not a game to remember for On, unfortunately. Very big blunders, pretty much throughout. And now it's up to the rest of Thunder Talk to perform some form of heroism and try to keep this Baron from falling.
5k HP. Control Ward goes down. Honkyu immediately sends it to make sure that he can body block. Junhao sends it into the backline!
Oh, no way.
Junhao steals the Baron right under the nose of JDG. But will it amount to anything? I'm not sure if Haru can make it out alive here. Feather, at the very least, can try and look for an escape, but Vampire might try and pick himself up a snake if he can turn it on by himself. Hero's entrance from Honkyu will save his support from certain doom, and now Haru just has to run it down on the other side of the lane.
Yeah, get as many minions out of this as you can, buddy, because you are absolutely toasted. Taunt goes wide, but one chomp from Junjie will pick up the kill. I mean, that's a denied Baron here for Thunder Talk. They're keeping themselves in this game. It's denying JDG from ending. There's an Infernal Dragon and an Infernal Soul here for JDG to pick up. Junhao gets in. Is it an early smite there? No, smite plus Q combo. That's in. And was it early smite? Looks like it went on cooldown. Either way. The Baron goes over to TT. That's not going to get them anything. Gets them a little bit of gold. Denies them the play. And it's JDG that will pick up the Infernal Soul afterwards.
Yeah, it looked like Junja just was late on the smite. I don't think he expected Kha'Zix to somehow make it in, and by the time he put 2 and 2 together, it was too late. But, like you said, denies a Baron, but effectively the map is still heavily under fire, and JDG end up picking their Infernal Soul, even adding more to the fire imagery that is being put on display. And for Thunder Talk, at the very least with this Baron buff, we'll be able to stall out a siege, but I imagine that JDG still very much in the driver's seat. At this rate though, Rude, the last ditch miracle is DT are able to survive long enough for an Elder Dragon spawn.
Yeah, that's true. The fabled give soul, take elder strategy. Keshi. Oh my god, Vayne spotting.
2-man encore, the 2-man unstoppable force, the hero's entrance. Good night to Thunder Talk. The lightning has come to an end, and JDG immediately erased 2 from the map, and they can continue pushing in through the bottom side.
Yeah, we need to keep that hidden in the future, Keshi. That was not the Gosu montage that we were after, unfortunately, as JDG more than happy to capitalize on just a plethora of errors, be it macro, be it compositional, be it micro that we've seen from TT in this game. I think that this is ultimately the way this has played out. If JDG didn't win this game, there would be bigger questions to be asked. But they'll be more than happy here up against a Baron to attempt to siege. They've got 10 seconds before the carries respawn.
Oh, nice slow from the Chomp into the Hong QCC chain. Eliminates another member from TT's defense, but waiting on another minion wave before they can continue the push into what could be the end of the game. They feel confident with Xiaosu right behind them. Malphite ulti coming up in 5 seconds. Hero just throws down the Petrifying Gaze to somewhat dissuade them from making the push, while Junhao collects a bit of the minion wave on the top side of the map.
Plus 28 gold for the Kha'Zix. That's going to be the difference maker here in this game. For sure. We've got Elder Drake spawns in 3.5 minutes. Baron spawns in 2.5. I'm not sure that we're going to get to either of those, to be honest. Feels like Thunder Talk might just do something silly and lose the game before then, but that's kind of how they have to do it. They have to do silly things when they're this far behind, when their composition is like this. If they try and take a 5v5, they're going to lose. Just objectively, they will lose. So what they need to do is try and take a really weird 1 versus 4 and then pray that JDG haven't turned their monitors on and try and get back in and like can't defend their teammate. But they've got TP on Xiaosu, they've got Hero's Entrance and TP on Gala. Vampire's got Shirelius to get to a place quickly, plus Flash Heal Encore. I'm skeptical to say the least.
And even though they're cognizant of the fact that Gala is the main damage carry, look at some of the late game itemizations coming in for JDG solo laners. There's a death cap on this Galio, so he's going to be doing a decent amount of damage. We got a Seekers coming in for Xiaosu's Malphite. He's going to go golden.
I want to see the R stasis combo, where you stasis yourself, look like a statue, and then still knock everyone up. That's the goal.
Yes, dude. Maximum aura farming and really the disrespect. It's gonna be peak. Please, just do it one time for the one-time Xiaosu.
I don't know that they'll be able to do it all of that easily. I think in terms of competitive integrity, they might struggle. But if it fits, if it works, then we'll definitely be here
MVP.
For it. It's mid lane inhibitor. Yeah, that's true. It would give them MVP points. Mid inhibitor has fallen. Top is the last one up for grabs, and again, JDG don't particularly need the Baron here. They just use Ezreal poke and a gigantic front line to make everything else happen. They've got Seraphine for any extra heals as well, so Gala doesn't need to feel too bad about taking these little bits of chip damage. As long as they can control this topside jungle, 30 seconds till the Baron spawns, they can retreat back to that Baron and take it without really any contest and make sure that TT have to face check literally every single brush.
Yeah. And they've done a really good job of cleaning out the vision on the top side of the map as well. They have very aggressive vision wards. Junhao barely survives, but forced to flash. And that should be JDG's call to just immediately start up the Baron on spawn.
Those heroics are going to be much more difficult with no flash available, but did it last time with just a hop. We'll see if he can do it again.
What is Yasu buying? Oh, just an extra control ward. Fair play.
Team
Feather
player.
trying to get some vision down on as well. Trying to poke away at them. Oh, the taunt immediately flashed by Hera upon entry with the teleport. That was almost a Hai Chao level teleport. Thankfully, Heru makes it out alive as JDG.
It stopped the Baron, I guess. Cost flash and TP, but the Baron didn't go down. And now we're in this weird... This is the exact type of situation where JDG could throw. Where there's a Baron and an Elder spawning, and if they make the wrong decision, it ends the game. But the good thing is that there's a massive wave crashing in on the bot lane. Vayne is not the all-singing, all-dancing, wave-clear beast that Thunder Talk need her to be. And now JDG, they've spotted Junhao.
Chomp to eliminate the Edge of Night spell shield. 5 seconds away from the Elder. Trying to get some aggressive vision down to make sure that Thunder Talk do not get in range for a 50-50 Elder steal. Oh, unstoppable force onto a couple members there. Junhao gets his getaway, but Heru cannot do the same. Feather with an impressive 4-man pop blossom, but with no damage to follow up on the engage. And now Junhao's running for this life. Gala arcade shift into darkness and finds the bug without even landing to a single auto attack. Keshi now pinned against the wall. No Seeker's arm guard needed. Gala is just gonna walk this one out. Mystic shot backwards for the aura, and JDG gonna march it in for a series 2-1 win.
Yeah, JDG, again, they collected their free win after what TT drafted in this one. This felt very desperate from Thunder Talk. They'll go to 1-3. JDG pick up their first series win. And that just felt so out of character for Thunder Talk. They're a team that typically have been so disciplined, so well established in how they play their games, what they're looking to do. And then they just decide to play Kha'Zix's jungle with 4 carries around it. It was complete chaos.
And don't get it twisted that we know that Thunder Talk are coming into this group as majority of the time underdogs, and if they play a standard game versus another standard game, if they don't win, it's usually because lane gap, right? They're getting outplayed in the early lane stages of the game, and sometimes, especially the solo lanes, are not able to muster up against the raw strength of their opponents. But the times that they found those wins, it's because they're able to overcome those odds, and really from their jungle support synergy was able to find a lot. But you called out after the Pantheon game, it really felt like Junhao was quite underwhelming in terms of overall pressure on the map, and it didn't even feel like Junja was doing so much more instrumentally to just shut him down. It just felt like Junhao wasn't finding the same magic that we saw in the previous series.
Yeah, and maybe that's a product of the picks that he got given, but I feel like you should be able to impact the map quite easily. And honestly, even in the Pantheon game, didn't really impact the map until the mid and the late game stages of the match. So lots of questionable decisions being made across a lot of different people. Lots of things that for TT they will look back at and go, that was strange. Why did we do that? I hope at the very least. And you know, from here they've got a good little bit of time. I say that not knowing what their schedule looks like, but they've got a little bit of time at least until their next game to be able to right those wrongs, I think, because previously they were a team that were incredibly impressive, that I was definitely looking at as a team that could succeed versus probably even the top dogs. And this series here has just that game number 3's left a really sour taste in my mouth. That's all.
Yeah, it's one where you question now even more. Was the week 1 results and the performances we got an overperformance and just an anomaly for the rest of the split, or is it something that we should expect more from them as the standard and be more harsh on the criticism moving forward if it happens again? But for JDG, a much needed series win to help kind of relieve a lot of the tension and the concerns for the squad of their very, very poor start from week 1 series. Now they have still a tough road ahead of them. They play BLG in a couple days time, which that is going to be a very, very tough rematch for them, considering a lot of the concerns that they had at the beginning of the split. But if they're able to at least find wins where the opponent gives you a very, very clear draft advantage and tries to go an all-out solo queue style composition and you just beat them in hands diff, then at least that's a stepping stone forward for the BLG match.
Yeah, what do we say? It's the mental health game, right? They needed that one just to be a little bit happier about things, and they can kind of brush past that and go, okay, that was a little bit strange. It wasn't quite what we were anticipating, but we've managed it, and now we've come away with a win in some sense, which is always nice to see, and definitely something that you can hope to do and replicate a little bit more as you move a little bit later on. Obviously, like you say, they've got a series against BLG, which is not going to be easy. Similarly, for Thunder Talk, they also play, we got to see on Saturday, so they're going to have to turn it back around, right those wrongs as well, and make sure that they're not giving up another set of series that maybe they could have come away with a better answer on.
Yeah. Maybe a review needed in terms of draft discipline, or maybe just simplifying win conditions going forward. I do not want to discourage Thunder Talk from looking for these creative angles. If you want to give confidence to your solo laners or whoever is pulling out these non-meta picks, then, early in the season is definitely the time to experiment and do it, because you'll have a lot more time and a lot more breathing room. For a reminder, the way that playoffs works is that as long as you make it to the top 6 of this group, you're guaranteed to playoffs. If you're bottom 2, you have to play a play-in stage against the top 2 teams from Group Nirvana. So Thunder Talk, because they are beating outright EDG and I want to say LGD? Well, I guess they're tied with LGD in terms of series score at the moment. But those 3, TT, LGD, and EDG, are the teams that everyone is looking at as the expected teams to be bottom of the group
one of them
standings.
has to do. One of them can't be bottom 2. One of them has to be top 6, right? So you'd like to think that they can get there, or you'd like to think that with the way Thunder Talk played up against top and against BLG that they could do it. But this is just, like I say, a complete detraction from what we've seen from them in series gone by. Junhao was just not present, it felt like, and I hate to emphasize again and again that that's what the difference maker is, but he was such a large proponent of any success that TT found in those games that it feels like you have to mention him. And I think we've got a very clear example of what happens when you don't get that pressure, that priority from him, because this was a series that was for on the top lanes front and then on a compositional front for game number 3. So if Junhao isn't firing on all cylinders, then we really need to think about what our chances are.
Yeah, because it is very unlikely that the rest of this team has the individual star power to step up if Junhao is not the one that is making the difference. Keshi gave us an awesome Rumble game in the opener of the series, right?
Yeah.
We didn't expect that necessarily, and JDG corrected and ensured that Keshi was not going to be a factor for the remainder of the series with very much needed counter picks. But I want TT to remember the form that they had when they took a game off of BLG, when they took a game off of Top Esports. Where's the sauce for the future? Now, Thunder Talk, their next opponent is going to be Anyone's Legend, same day as, or at least later this weekend. It might be the same day as JDG
Saturday.
and BLG.
Yeah.
So, Thunder Talk gonna take a much needed or some time to review and see what they can do to prepare against what we anticipate will be a harder opponent than JDG, given how they have played out the split so far. Xiaosu, yeah, we didn't get a chance to really talk about who we figured would deserve it, but the
Could've been
only
anyone.
deathless member of the game, and I think if you see a blind pick Vayne and you just slam the rock in the top lane, you have such a small window to make sure that you do not give Vayne anything meaningful, and then you just run her down and did so beautifully.
And I mean, I guess that makes player of the series quite easy as well. You would think for JDG. You know, if you win 2 player of the games, you would expect. And I mean, I guess Xiaosu, I feel like he's becoming a bit of a fan favorite. I don't think that was an 8 out of 8 Xiaosu masterclass by any means. I know he did well in the top lane matchup 1v1, but literally everybody did well in every matchup across all of the maps. So feels like there could have easily been an MVP vote given elsewhere. As it was, no, completely absolute landslide for the JDG
I think
top laner.
The people were all considering, okay, did Xiaosu ever mess up once compared to everyone else? And he didn't have any glaring mistakes, but even though you're right, everyone else had really fantastic performances, there was like, I can think of one moment from each individual that was like, why'd you let that happen? Honkyu getting solo killed by Keshi in the top side, probably that's what dinged him on that. Gala getting found by the Pop Blossom around the Baron pit. Junja allowing a Baron seal to go unchallenged, I guess. But Xiaosu obviously very content in being able to just put the Tristana and Malphite performances in the bag for his squad and pick up player of the match.
Very funny that he has a 5 KDA after being absolutely rolled in game number 1 on the Ambessa as well. Like, very clearly had to work to get that. And you know, in fairness, in the last 2 games, really did work.
Counter picks definitely have a lot of value in the top lane, and even though he was able to get the counter pick into the Rumble the first time around, it wasn't enough. But ladies and gentlemen, before we close out the show, let's go ahead and take a look at the updated standings as we get to see JDG finally pick up their first series win of the split. That allows them to no longer be deservedly at the bottom of the standings. They can now start to break out of that bottom pool and try to make their break into the middle of the pack, if not towards the top of the standings, where we know in theory they can be.
Yeah, I think that's JDG again, top 6. They should be getting there every single time. The way that they started out the split, we've got a few question marks as to whether or not they'll actually make it, but does feel like with that win locked in, I don't know that you're going to need that many wins to be top 6, to be honest with you. It feels like EDG are on a little bit of a slump, and then that fight for 6 and 7 is going to be the really important one. I think that ultimately, you know, maybe 5 wins probably sees you into the top 6 quite comfortably even. So yeah, I wouldn't put too much stock, too many standings, too many problems into not having that many wins early on just yet.
Yeah. We'll have a little bit more time. As a reminder, it is a double round robin, but the regular season is a bit truncated. It's about 5-6 weeks of regular season play before we head into nice rivals for the playing stage, and then eventually playoffs to see who from the LPL will make a run to Worlds as well as the championship. But before we close out the show officially, thank you very much to our Elite Coffee supporters, Aaron Soup, Mung, Gelati, and Andrea Duran. They're pledged financial contributions help level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an English LPL product every single day. On behalf of the LPL English broadcast, myself, Rafa, Rude, and producer Ilya, thank you so much for tuning in, and see you all tomorrow for another night of LPL.